journey. Notorious.
What up?
Yeah, yo. I ain't asking for a friend, I need to know myself. And if you never ask, how would you know yourself? It's crazy how your parents know you more than you know yourself. Growth is good, it's important just to know your wealth. Don't let them take advantage like niggas who speak Spanish and you don't speak a lick of it. The game will make you trip a bit. Street money is cool till you get sick of it. And all that bullshit that come along with it. Make sure you stay on your square and keep a strong pivot. Cause them cruddy buddies, they'll do you ugly. And why every female favorite question is, do you love me? And if you knew better, baby, you would do better. And once you know better, you would show better. Most men want a housewife, but me, I love a go-getter. Your ex pussy wet, but that new pussy be so wetter. No lies detected, just get high and accept it. Go ahead, talk to him, y'all ain't beefing like that. Come on, Doug, why you being like that? Man, let's keep it a stack. Why you say it if you ain't mean it like that? And when you say him, you ain't give him no rap. Man, let's keep it a stack. You ain't gotta say you gon' be right back. Stop bluffing, shorty, keep it a stack. Once you start something, can't just leave it like that. Finish the job, homie, keep it a stack. When I was coke dealing, the rules was no squealing, no stealing from your mans and no feelings. For these hoes, that's just gonna mess up the guap. 10 toes down whenever you on your block, or even when you ain't. Don't know them from a can of paint. Just be loyal and trustworthy. You ain't gotta be a saint. A lot of y'all be geeking, backstabbing and sneaking. Nose clean during the week, but they dabble on weekends. Oh nigga, I be beeping. Your niggas might be sleeping, but I was trained to tread water in the deep end. Jellyfish sting, but them sharks will bite your head off. Run up on you while you park, get the dumping, then they slid off. The hood know who did it. Now let's see if your homies with it, or your name die in vain cause one of your homies did it. Ain't no reason to kill your man over a kilogram. How you thinking y'all fam, then spin you like a ceiling fan. Go ahead, talk to him, y'all ain't beefing like that. Come on, Doug, why you being like that? Let's keep it a stack. Why you say it if you ain't mean it like that? And when you see him, you ain't give him no rap. But let's keep it a stack. You ain't gotta tell me you gon' be right back. Stop bluffing, shorty, keep it a stack. And once you start something, can't just leave it like that. Finish the job, homie, keep it a stack. While I'm still rapping at 40, well, let's chat about it. First of all, my life's amazing. Let's get that about it. Wife is blazing, and her kids get the life savings. Follow the drip, nigga, my ice glazing. Yo, FSO, in the best that flow. Bars, storytelling, visuals, cadence and concepts, content, impact. Yeah, the boxes is all checked. I just need that one song. Yeah, that one song. And I could clutch the earth with just one palm. Never anxious, look in my eyes, I'm dumb calm. They either gonna walk with you or you gonna run for them. Either way, you gon' have to let your heater spray. Lose yourself, might even have to put that weed away. Now that's a lotto, that's my medication. Gotta stay high, yo, till a nigga die, yo. Album out now, hit the link in my bio. Go ahead, talk to him, you ain't beefing like that. Come on, Doug, why you being like that? Now let's keep it a stack. Why you say it if you ain't mean it like that? And when you say him, you ain't give him no rap. Man, let's keep it a stack. You ain't gotta tell me you gonna be right back. Stop bluffing, shorty, keep it a stack. Once you start something, can't just leave it like that. Finish the job, homie, keep it a stack.
Yeah. Am I loud? Am I clear? Peace to the pseudo killers. We in the building. I know it's Sunday. I know it's game NFL Sunday. But look, we ain't been live all week. And I just got out the barbershop. So we've been talking all week in our back chat, all in the Discord, everywhere. So I said, man, let me hit the button while I'm up and have the energy to hit the button. We just gonna have to share the airways with the NFL. That's just what it is. So first things first. Kyrie Irving, Kanye West. The trouble that these brothers are in is the main reason why the coalition must prevail. Hold on. Let me switch screens because y'all got to see. Kyrie Irving, Kanye West. The trouble that these guys are in is one of the main reasons why the coalition must prevail. The coalition is here to fight against the misinformation that's put out in the conscious community. The coalition is here so people like Nick Cannon, who has a voice, don't get his show took off the air because of misinformation. The coalition is here so people like Kyrie Irving won't put himself in harm's way and is on the verge of losing over $400 million. The coalition is here to make sure Kanye West, the multi-billionaire rap and apparel and music and art making guru, won't be in danger of losing his millionaire status. This is why the coalition must prevail. The coalition's aim has a dual aim and rides neck and neck with the pseudo killers. The coalition is the special forces wing of the pseudo killers. The coalition will bring in people with different skills and specialties in different areas of expertise, right? That sometimes is above what the pseudo killers can muster. This will be our special forces branch. And it just doesn't consist of the pseudo killers, it is a branch of the pseudo killers. We must prevail. Join the coalition. Join us in ridding our community and the world of harmful pseudo ideologies. Welcome to the first day of the coalition. I hope everyone is doing well. Let me send out my link and I'm going to speak to the chat. Give me a second. Boom. Invite, copy invite. Now, Kanye West. They said they sold. That's what's up. We need everybody. We need all hands on deck. The pseudo killers felt as though our hands was tied, right? By having one foot in the conscious community and having relationships with people in the conscious community and trying to build our audience through the conscious community, we somehow tied our hands. The coalition is free to unilaterally act on any pseudoism that they deem that's harmful to the community. Anything that's holding us back, the coalition aim is to destroy and eradicate. Join the coalition. Now, since the 1970s, Egypt has been one of the main occupations of the conscious community. So Egypt has been attacked and infested with pseudo ideology. The pseudo killers found themselves fighting against Egypt and fighting against Africa when that was never our goal. Our goal was not to attack Egypt. Our goal was to attack pseudoisms and misinformation. In that process, we laid down fire and bombed on who we thought was a part of the fascist regime of the conscious community that was spreading the misinformation via Egypt. The pseudo killers, the army, indiscriminately started to bomb across Africa because the pseudoisms had infested everything about Africa. So the pseudo killers started to bomb. And what we did was we started carpet bombing. People started to look at us as evil. So now the coalition will have specialized bombs, smart bombs. You get it? Smart bombs. The U.S. military now is using what we call smart bombs. Now, these are bombs that can be directly targeted at specific sites to minimize human casualty and civilian casualty. No more will the pseudo killers bomb Africa. We'll send in the coalition, a diverse group of specialists, sort of like the A-Team. If anybody ever grew up in the 80s, big fan of the A-Team. The A-Team was a special forces brigade that was put together during Vietnam. When they came home from Vietnam, they had all of these specialty skills, right? And they still wanted to help humanity. So they used these specialized skills, right? To take down gangs, cartels, anything that was affecting communities. You would call in the A-Team, the specialized force, right? And they used their specialty tactics. Each one of them was a specialist in their own field. Murdoch was kind of crazy, kind of aloof, right? He could drive and fly anything. He was a vehicle specialist, okay? Face could be whatever you needed him to be, right? He was undercover. He could become a doctor. He could become a lawyer, a businessman, right? Whatever you needed them to be, Face could do that for infiltration. All right? You had the Muscle, right? You had B.A. Baracus, played by Mr. T. Whenever you needed something taken care of, something hemmed up, right? Some type of physical action or some type of big gun that needed to be carried, you had B.A. Baracus, right? You had Hannibal. Hannibal was the general, the thinker, the tactician, right? That was a coalition, a specialty force This is what the coalition will be like. The coalition will be like SEAL Team 6. If anybody ever heard about SEAL Team 6, SEAL Team 6 is the ones that went in and eventually got Osama bin Laden, covert, in the cover of night, in the Black Hawk. Crept into another country and was able to take out Osama bin Laden while he was sleeping. So they didn't have to start a war with a whole country, or go after the whole Afghanistan, or go after the whole Middle East. No. They crept in the cover of night in a Black Hawk and was able to take out their target and return. They even brought the body back. With no international, no casualties, well, not heavy casualties, right? So this is what the coalition is trying to do. I hope everyone is having a beautiful, beautiful Sunday. We're going to call this Coalition Sunday. Hit the like button. We only got 13 likes. That's disgusting. That is disgusting. I'm trying my best here, y'all. Corey, where you at? Corey, the one who made me hit the button, y'all. I didn't have nothing. I'm up here bullshitting, y'all. Corey woke up this morning and said, Chef, hit the button. I was supposed to hit the button last night, but got busy doing something else, so I wasn't able to hit the button. But Corey, where you at? All right. Well, in other news, oh my God, that's crazy. In other news, we have a stern warning came from Brother Reggie. Brother Reggie, if you are in the building, if anyone can contact Brother Reggie, please do so and tell him to get on here and hit the link. Brother Reggie issued the stern warning to a member of the pseudo killers and threatened to take down the pseudo killers if we don't back away from Egypt. Brother Reggie warned that he would destroy the pseudo killers channel, that he will go on Sinetta platform and destroy the pseudo killers. Brother Reggie also warned us that he will flag the pseudo killers channel for hate speech. Let's give it up for Brother Reggie. Brother Reggie feel as though that we, the pseudo killers, have went too far. Brother Reggie, did the pseudo killers go too far when we defended you against people saying that you plagiarized your article? Did the pseudo killers go too far when we defended you against those who said you was nothing but a Dr. Ben bootlicker? Did we go too far when we gave you a platform to disseminate your research? Nah, the pseudo killers is fair and balanced. That's what it is. The pseudo killers is too fair and balanced for even Brother Reggie. Brother Reggie, I'm going to say this. Bring it on. Bring it on. Nobody is scared of you, Reggie. Nobody is scared of your threats. So, you're saying, what is it that we can and can't say, Reggie? Click the link. Matter of fact, let me throw the link in it. Hey, where y'all at? Hey, where Corey at? I see you in the chat. Corey didn't pump me up to go live, right? The rise of the coalition, and Corey ain't even show up to help me out, and I'm up here rambling. Hey, brother can you do me a favor? Can you send Reggie the link? Brother Reggie the link. Because I want to know how the pseudo killers went too far. The link in the back chat, bro, you on it? Look on your iPhone. There you go. Here come brother Unc. And me and brother Unc, we man, listen, man, this man beef like a motherfucker. Y'all have no idea. Y'all have no idea how me and brother Unc beef every day.
Something wrong with you, yo. I'm gonna take Corey's spot. I'm taking Corey's spot. Right now, I'm gonna be Corey.
Y'all can't nobody do Corey like Corey do Corey.
I'm gonna try, yo. God damn it, Unc. You saying that Jesus was African? I know what you mean, though. You mean that they African Americans. I know you saying that they African indigenous, but what you really mean is that they black. That's what you mean. God damn it, I know that's what you mean. That's what you're trying to say. You say they wear Nubian wigs. That's what you mean. You say they speak an African language. What you really mean is that they black people.
Man,
Cosmic man for the day. We're going to get him up. Where's he at? We're going to get Reggie on here too. What's up? Hey, Chef, I like that speech, though. I did, yo. That was a good one, bro. I like that, yo. I like your eloquence, right? So you were saying, yo, that we need to be able to make strikes or the coalition, whatever the hell y'all crazy niggas that came up with, because that's what y'all do. I don't know. You're basically saying that you need to triangulate, start a bomb and everything, be real accurate in what you're saying. I get that. Yeah, so, exactly. Yeah, hopefully Corey will be the man to do that, yo. I hope so. No, Corey, and Reggie need to stop that.
No, Reggie need to come on here and tell me what he mean.
I'm
like, I don't understand it. Brendan just relayed the message to me. I'm sure you already got the message before Brendan.
Yeah, I let Reggie have a minute like that.
Right. So I'm trying to figure out what is it that we can and can't say. That's all I need to know. If I know what the man is saying, what we can and can't say, then I can say, well, Reggie, I agree or I disagree. And it's up from here.
So he don't know how to get all the shit off your chest. I can't stay mad because I get it all off my chest. And then we go back to our neutral corners. You get all the shit off your chest. Right. And we just go back. Once you see you get it all out, he don't get it all out. He got to say, I can't stand your motherfucking ass, Corey. He got to tell you that.
Yeah.
He got to get it all off his chest and say, yo, when you say this about Dr. Ben, I can't stand you. Yo, you wrong. I can't stand you. He don't get it off his chest, yo. So he hold it in, yo. And he shouldn't hold that. Like, I don't hold mine in.
Yeah, he needs to get it off his chest.
Gotta get it off his chest,
but one thing I will say is that the whole thing, and this is my issue with you, right?
What's my issue? What's up?
My issue with you is, like, all right, if we talk about it, say, okay, Farrakhan is pseudo.
Yeah.
Right? So every time I bring up Farrakhan, whether he made a good point or not, you say, Chef, but I can't listen to him because of this. Because if the nigga is wrong on this, then he's not credible On nothing he say. I can find somebody better. This your exact words. I can find somebody better than him to say that.
Yeah, I agree.
So if that's, I gotta hold your feet to that fire across the board. If you gonna take my man Farrakhan out the game, you feel me? Then I gotta be able to take Dr. Ben and Diop off the motherfucking board, because it gotta be somebody that's saying what they saying, that but ain't saying the pseudo shit either. It gotta be. These niggas cannot exist in a vacuum saying the truth alone. If they're right on this point, it has to be somebody else saying the right thing on that point also. That don't got the bullshit, that don't got the two cradle theory, that don't got they came from the beginning of the Nile where the God happy dwell. You know what I mean? That don't got the blackology involved in it. It gotta be because that's something that you taught me. So you can't turn around and take Al Sharpton off the board, right? And then say I can throw brother James Smalls on the board. No.
Okay.
Listen, if it's somebody better to say what they saying without the bullshit, we gotta be able to push those people. We can't push a motherfucker who got pseudoisms to our community, because for some reason, our people is always going to gravitate toward the pseudoism in Dr. Ben more than his correct information. So when you push Dr. Ben, right, don't forget, our people are going to lean more into the bullshit that he said than the correct shit that he said. When you push our people towards Diop, our people are going to lean more towards the bullshit that Diop said versus his correct information. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I agree with you.
So that's
and
why
I like the way you said that though. So you don't hear me giving people Dr. Ben's work for evolution. I just don't. I explain the context of what I'm using, and I'm gonna give you Neil deGrasse, I'm gonna give you Dawkins, I'm gonna give you textbooks on the subject. And so I don't stand up to say that. And so we need to like manage, like what are we saying? So why would I throw out, say, a Farrakhan as opposed to a Dr. Ben? I throw out Farrakhan because he never gave us scientific literacy and never gave us the keys that we could critique that nigga. That nigga ain't never been wrong. But we can clearly look at the work of Dr. Ben and say, yeah, he's clearly wrong right there. And we can say, yo, he clearly used scientific information right here. Just outdated. He's wrong. So with that, if Dr. Ben was alive right now, he would have no choice but to do the same thing he's been doing. And that would use 2022 information. He would. But Farrakhan is still using shit from the 40s and 50s. And it's 2022 and he won't. And we know he's not changing it. Because he's still alive. He said the same thing in 1965 that he said in 2020. So that's my real issue.
He's using shit from the 30s.
So no, we're not going to promote outdated books with outdated sources. I'm not doing that. But for the reader who's very eloquent and sophistication, that like to see the history and the stages of fighting against academia, then I would always recommend those early authors. Like, look, this is the argument they was having. This way they went wrong. They pushed so hard that they had conferences based off the shit and just made they put niggas in museums and gave them fucking streets, yo. If 99% of the shit that they was wrong, fuck it. Most of them was gonna be wrong anyway, but they pushed you to the point where they was a force to be recognized, yo. And so, I mean, look, and Farrakhan too, and all his anti-scientific rhetoric and all his cult behavior, yo, he gonna go down in history. Like, you know what I'm saying? He gonna be more popular than my black ass. If that's the point we're making. So I'm not, I mean, he had black people working with him. He did this, they did shit. I ain't saying they didn't. I'm just saying that they keep us stuck in a time warp with that shit. I say Dr. Ben and Diop's and them, you know, they removed the time warp and allow us to go back and critique so that we can go forward in our shit. You can't move with Farrakhan and them niggas. So they still trying to have a whole fucking Islamic State some goddamn way. Away from everybody. No vaccines, no nothing. White man's the devil. Yo, we in a time warp fucking with them, dog. That's my point. Like, I'm never gonna put my people in a time warp. And I say the Nation of Islam time warp niggas. All the while using shit that takes us out the time warp, meaning like they gonna take advantage of Martin Luther King shit. Man, they was like, we don't fuck with Martin Luther King and them and that shit. No, we're not doing the devil shit. No, we're not. We want our own shit. Okay, well, Nation of Islam members go use banks, use cars, use stores, use food. You do all that, yo. So they become hypocrites against their own message. And so I'm not never teaching people who are hypocrites against their own message. So you will never get me on here and say, yeah, yo, I'm telling niggas to start with a Dr. Ben's book. Nah, nigga, that'd be crazy as shit. I wouldn't do that, Chef. I just get caught up because I have I have a love for people like AJ Gaskins or people like the Harlem History Club with John Henry Clark, right? And Black Socrates. I have a love for them dudes. Black Socrates stood on a soapbox and talked shit. Could speak Greek, could speak Hebrew. He was an atheist. I got love for them people, the Harlem History Club. John Henry Clark, the way he talked about pages and numbers and chapters and how, yo, we not black. So I got that we not black from him. He said it, and he still had lectures talking about the beauty of the black race. So I had to say, what the fuck is he saying? There was an elegance in that shit he said. Because he said, yo, ain't no black nation, yo. Where do you find that nation at? So I had to read to catch up with the nigga. And then had to get eloquent enough to know when he just was slapped wrong.
All right,
so I get it, bro. So right no, you, I get it. Like, I ain't tripping. I'm gonna let y'all rock out. But I know there's a certain level to reading all kinds of shit. But go ahead.
Now, on your point about John Henry Clark, when you said he said there is no black nation or no country called black. Now, the way I take that is he wasn't saying that he wasn't black or we wasn't black.
Right.
He was talking about black nationalism. Now, remember, if that's the case, he was saying, where is your state? Where is your nation? Right? You just can't use black in isolation, right? With no power behind it, right? That for now, there's no country called black country or no nation called the black nation, right? Because remember, John Henry Clark was a Pan-Africanist and he was a black nationalist. A lot of the information that Malcolm X used came actually from John Henry Clark, used to tutor him. And he was a black nationalist. So for me, I understand what he was saying on that point, but I don't think he was making an anthropological statement when he said that. I think he was speaking to his black nationalist stance. But go ahead.
So that'd be a good video to play on Sunday night, the movies. And to hear that, to really say, I say it was all above, and the based off the level of sophistication you get it. It was like, I think you can understand that.
Corey, you gotta mute out, Corey.
Yeah, I think it addressed all levels, yo. It's just based off of where you get in that and understanding that, yo. Okay. Yeah. So I think he was saying all that, yo. Like, come on, yo, figure out where you are, where you at. Yeah, and when I say Black Socrates, I'm talking about Hubert Harris. Look him up in Harlem History Club. Yeah, that's Hubert Harris. Yeah, I follow in them footsteps. And I know Hubert Harris, if he was alive in 2022, yo, he would not do none of that. He'd be like, he gonna follow the up-to-date shit. So I just think I picked a group of niggas that could, transform their shit. That's why I don't fuck with another group. Because they stuck. Yeah, I say the dudes I mentioned, John Jackson, right, and all his faults, Diop.
They were progressive.
All them dudes, yo, they I think right now, yo, they would sit on this panel, and they wouldn't be tripping. They would not be trying to bring some shit back from 1918, yo. It would sound foolish to them to try to do that.
That's what we believe, right? Because they at their time they were what we would call progressives. But everybody after a while gets caught into their own niche, right? And the older you get, sometimes you don't know how to move past where you was at in your heyday. And a person that I can honestly say nowadays who has done that is I think what's his name, Malefi Asante.
Yeah. They getting cussed out for it.
He getting cussed out now because the brother was able to progress past the thing that made him famous. Most people would have stayed with the thing that made them famous, right? He didn't actually progress past the thing that made him famous. And the community that he started is kicking him in the ass for it. It's crazy. So that's a good point.
I agree. Yeah, I totally agree with that. And I would say this, based off of watch this. So if we're gonna say that, I'm saying that dudes I decided to fuck with, they use source material. So you can't be a guy to use source material and then look at the 2022 source material and just ignore it. That I don't think they would do that, bro. I think they would stick to the source material. That's just my thing. Like if you got sources and you're using academic sources, then I'm saying in 2022, no matter how old they was, they had enough sense to understand the rigor of science and how science can change ideas, can come into being. And I think they would still, I actually think they would still do that. And for the record, I've changed. So I'm a working book. I'm a working personality. Like people say they hate the pseudo killers. Well, hell, I just halfway hate y'all niggas. Because I'm sophisticated enough to understand, yo. I just halfway hate niggas. I don't hate him. I don't hate Corey. I halfway hate Corey. On certain subjects, I hate him on certain subjects. On other subjects, I love his eloquency and his approach. Same with you. So, you know what I'm saying? But Reggie is stuck. Man, Reggie is in between worlds, yo. Yeah, Reggie in between worlds. So he ain't gonna, you gotta move slow with him. Why is they doing that?
We need Reggie. And can somebody contact Reggie and tell him he's needed on the pseudo killers?
Reggie suiting up.
Kent, what's up? My bad. What's up, Kent?
Hey, not man. What's happening, man? Yeah, you had me dying laughing earlier when your speech you was giving, yo. Fuck with it, yo. I'm glad, man. We finally got
Kent,
all the.
Kent, are you a part of the coalition? Did I convince you?
Yeah, I was confused when you was talking about the coalition because y'all ain't ever explained what it was. You know what I'm saying? So if that's what we doing, then okay. You know what I'm saying? We can bomb the unbombable. You know what I mean?
We've been doing that.
Right. You know what I'm saying?
No, Corey was Sheffrin.
I thought it was
was eloquent. He was eloquent. Right. He said, yo, we just, instead of, killing everything around, like the non-combatants and blowing up the whole city, you're gonna shoot the smart bomb right through the window and kill a motherfucker promoting that shit.
Yeah, I'm with the ruthlessness.
I'm with that. Yeah, definitely with
but
that.
I'm glad we got all the right parties on the I don't know if y'all gonna talk about it tonight, hopefully. I'm glad we got all the right parties on the panel right now. I think we just missing Ngozi. I want Ngozi to come on because I think it's a conversation that that needs to be had in a nice, calm tone.
Hold on, what conversation you talking about?
Hold on, I got 2 shows planned.
Okay.
All right. I wanted to do one with the one that I sent y'all last night.
Okay.
So I just threw this one up because Corey had put, go live.
Yeah, we gotta let Corey speak on this. You gotta let him. Because that's his thing. This is his thing. We want to make sure that everybody knows this is Corey thing right here. Okay. We want Corey. Where's Corey at? Corey, explain where you at. Where you at, Corey? Get it off. Where you at?
Corey been waking us up.
Sheffrin, you called my bluff on this one, right? I say hit the button, Sheffrin, and they hit the button.
You hit the button right after you said that shit.
Yeah. I went to the store. I would have to go to the grocery store and shit.
Hey, y'all, for the audience, for the listening audience, Corey has been on a mission for like a week or 2 now, yo. Every morning, waking us up. Like, yo, we going to war.
Mm-hmm. And we'll fight from sun up to sundown, and we cuss each other out, we hate each other, and then the next day we start over again. This is what we do. We talk so much shit that we got it all out. We can't even say nothing else to each other no more.
Yeah, and I just, I just want to I'm just down to get the truth. I'm just trying to get to the truth. That's it. You know what I mean? The objective truth.
I feel you, bro.
That's my whole
thing. You earn that. You're supposed to get that, yo. We all do. Yeah, we earn that, yo. It's hard to be mad at if you got it all the way out, yo. It's like we go to a psychiatrist and cuss each other out at the psychiatrist and be like, okay, this is what it is. Brendan to dive in and say, yo, what is this? What is y'all okay? Uh-huh. I don't know, yo. So yeah, I ain't gonna never step in the way of y'all objective truth, whatever y'all think it is, yo. I'm gonna let y'all do that. And just be known, just know, yo, when you do it, it's gotta be super tight because I'm coming. Just like the coalition is coming, I'm gonna always be coming, yo. So it's a good checks and balance, yo. Just like you put the video in there with Neil deGrasse and Wishbacon. You said they start arguing already, huh? Neil deGrasse and Wishbacon.
Oh man, it was a knockdown. It was a knockdown, drag out.
Yeah, see,
Lawrence basically accused Neil of flim flam, basically.
Nah, stop it.
I would, but you got to watch it.
They was both. Hey Corey, they was both right in what they were saying, though. Like both of them.
They were right.
More aggressive. He's like a Charles Dawkins.
I agree more with Lawrence. Y'all already know that.
Oh, I don't even know. No, I gotta watch that one, yo. I got.
But yeah, Neil. What Lawrence's problem is with Neil is he's not like you just said, he's not to the point when he's talking to people a lot of the time. He's worrying about, this is what Lawrence said. Neil is always worried about how people feel. He's worrying about whether he's going to offend somebody or not. You know what I'm saying? And so that's what Lawrence had a problem with. And Neil, and I'm going to say I'm not moved much, but slightly, right? But Neil explained his position very, very well. I don't have a problem with the way he explained it. I'm very clear on that.
Right.
But I'm not moved much. He might have moved me slightly, but not very much.
Corey, so you Krause and
similar.
That's where we at.
Neil.
Is that what we at?
So what Neil said, right? Because you'll call a motherfucker stupid in a minute, right? You like, man, you just dumb. You know what I mean?
That's Corey.
But look, so Neil's main point was, yo, you can't, like you say, get kicked out of the movie.
Yeah, don't get kicked out of the movie.
You don't want to offend somebody to where they just don't even listen to you no more.
Yep, Corey get kicked out of the movies. Come on, the Real Black Atheist Show, kicked right out. We couldn't even hear the nigga.
Right.
No, I fuck with him. No, he can hit the button and get back on. I ain't gonna kick him off again. Y'all know that. But he talks shit and get kicked out the movies. Yeah, he got kicked out of the movie because he threatened me. Yeah, kick me out, nigga. I said, good. Now you got kicked out. Corey been a real black atheist from day one. I can't kick the nigga out.
The thing is, I've been kicked out of better places. So
it
was no problem. There's no problem with me, man. You know what I mean?
Right. See what I'm saying? So yeah, you can actually kick me out of the coalition meetings, yo. I won't feel offended because that's your thing. And so, yo, if you kick me out,
the coalition. I'll go ahead because I'm gonna get into the coalition.
If you kick me out, right? I won't be mad because I've been kicked out.
I had the doors open for you. I pulled up on you. Everybody was saying, "Get in, come on, get in."
I ain't coming. What'd I say?
And you turn around and start running. So
I start running. Oh, okay,
yeah, you turn around and start running. Not only did you spit, not only did you spit on the windshield, but you turn around and start running. You know what I'm saying? It's cold-blooded, man.
I didn't spit on the windshield. I said y'all was driving down the street in a moving car and you spit out the one that was cars to spit to come back and get you is what I said. You didn't get the analogy.
Yeah, but the coalition, I see it's only a certain group of people. And I'm gonna get into it. I got some people that's be keeping it real. It is some people that keeps it 100, and the coalition is is gonna allow them not allow, because that sounds kind of aggressive or whatever. But the coalition is not looking at them. That they're not in our sights, right? But I'm gonna tell you, the coalition is gonna offend a lot of people. The coalition does not have elders. The coalition does not have a sacred thing that we can't say.
That supposed
The
to be the pseudo
coalition
killers.
don't have. Go ahead, Shepard.
That was supposed to be the pseudo killers.
It was supposed, but I see there's limitations to the pseudo killers.
Right.
There's certain boundaries that
like what
shouldn't be crossed.
Like, give me one boundary.
Right. So
Egypt.
With the coalition, though, right? There's none of that. You know, there's no conversation that we can't have, right, with the coalition, right? Because I saw before it's certain conversations that offend people. You know what I'm saying? And the pseudo killers have a guardrail that protects the ears of those people. You see what I'm saying? And so the coalition, right? We don't do nothing, right? The truth, right? Sometimes it's not good, right? Let me tell you.
Oh man.
No matter how nasty, fat, ugly, stanking, and contagious the truth is, right? The coalition welcomes that truth with open arms and puckered lips.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? We're embracing that fat nastiness, that ugliness, that stankiness. We want it uncut. You see what I'm saying? We don't want to put no coating on it. We don't want to put no lipstick on it and makeup and all of that. See, I think that's the problem, is too much lipstick and makeup in this community. You know what I mean? And we got to come out barefaced. You know what I'm saying? We want the truth with it. We want the truth the way it look when it wake up in the morning. You see what I'm saying?
No filters.
No filters. No filters. You see what I'm saying? So, and shout out to Smash Rockwell. Smash Rockwell is the realest member in the Amon Ra squad. Smash Rockwell will say what he mean and mean what he say, and he gonna stand on his ground. I saw it in the chat the other day. I can't even remember. I don't know if it was the Garfield's chat. It was one of them chats. He typed in the chat. I'm the last one standing that's saying Black Egypt. That was real talk right there. Smash ain't forgot what he been saying. You see what I'm saying? Even though I disagree with him, I respect him.
Right. We all know our
keeping it 100.
Yeah.
And don't worry about it, Smash. The coalition ain't looking at you. You can be part of even the coalition don't have to agree, Smash. You see what I'm saying? You can be part of even though I disagree with that, right? You can be part of the coalition because the coalition ain't a bunch of niggas that agree on everything. You see what I'm saying? The coalition ain't a bunch of niggas that have sacred things that we ain't supposed to say and shit like that. You know what I mean? So Smash, you've been keeping it 100. You know what I'm saying? And I just want to say, I appreciate you. Next person, Ngozi. I want to say, Ngozi been keeping it real. He one of the ones that don't want too much controversy. But really, he's been telling the truth the whole time, but y'all been over-talking him. Y'all been over-talking Ngozi. Y'all want to interrupt what he say, right? And I got a critique for Ngozi. You got so much information cram jammed up in that little head of yours, bro. You try to spit it all out in one sentence. You can't do that. Don't do it. Slow it down, Ngozi. Because I know I actually, now that I've done a little studying, right? I actually understand what you're saying. I hear you, Ngozi. I hear what you're saying. And now I know you've been saying it the whole time. But the thing is, a small critique, you have to be a little more aggressive. And the coalition recognize, just so you know, the coalition recognize what happened to Team Osiris. And the coalition gonna get y'all licked back. Well, you ain't even gotta be a part of it, Ngozi. The coalition is coming to get Team Osiris's lick back. You niggas wronged them. You niggas wronged them. All of you niggas wronged Team Osiris. And Ngozi been telling the truth. And you niggas threw tomatoes at him. You niggas ran them niggas off out of the community. Coalition ain't having that. The coalition recognized what happened. And the information been out here for the longest. And Ngozi been telling the truth about all these niggas for the longest, right?
They got a whole video series on the saw. They got a whole video series on the saw.
Don't nobody listen to them.
Yeah, they got a whole video series on Bujaho. How I knew how to attack them, I went back and looked at old goddamn Team Osiris videos that everybody ignored. Right? So, I mean, yeah, shout out Team Osiris. That's a fact. They was on all that.
Yeah. We here to get their lick back though. You know what I'm saying? They wrong them, and I don't appreciate that. I think it's some. Matter of fact, no, y'all don't owe them no apology. Y'all don't owe them no apology. But their voice gonna get heard.
Gullah say, what about him?
It's Gullah too. Gullah been right along the side. You know, Gullah. The other day, if y'all see, a lot of times, shit. See, when the pseudo killers, right? A lot of times, right, the show will go off or not go off, but people will get off the panel and the show will kind of die down a little bit. And at the end of the show, it's a lot of shit that gets said, and that's and a lot of clarity that gets made. So I listened. You know, I wasn't on the panel the other day, but I listened back to it. Gullet talked about how shit he was going off on Ngozi one time. This is just a couple days. This is on the pseudo killers a couple days ago when after I got kicked off the real black atheist, right? Gullah say, shit, I was trying to tell Ngozi, yo, these niggas ain't got the right information. You know what I'm saying? He said him and Ngozi was going back and forth for a minute. You know what I'm saying? And so I'm just wanting to like Gullah and Ngozi know that they got a voice over here. And when you get on this panel, Ngozi, and you start going in, I'm gonna make damn sure. First of all, nobody interrupts you until you're done talking. And if y'all need clarity, y'all talk to him. Y'all ask him when he's done. The problem is, because see, even on Sonetta the other day, he was finna go into the part about when they say they came from the South, right? And so he was like, yo, the thing about they came from the South, see, he was finna go into it. But they was like, oh, no. Then the other day on Garfield, right? He says something, he agreed with Uncle something about, yeah, they African, they homegrown African or whatever the bullshit Unc says, you know what I mean? And Ngozi agreed with it, but he wanted to explain. See, Ngozi's not irresponsible. That's something you don't say and then turn around, close the door, and walk away. Like, he wanted to give some explanation, some context behind that. You see what I'm saying? But what Unc said is, no, just leave it right there. Just leave it. They don't want to let him talk. They want to muffle him. But like I said, you got a voice over here in Gozy. And anytime you want to come and talk, and I'm on the panel, and the coalition members is on the panel, you're going to be uninterrupted. Because you're the only nigga, I figured it out. I figured it out in Gozy. You the only nigga that know what the hell you talking about when it comes to these human migrations, the genetics, all of these different facets of evolution, you know, sexual selection, natural selection, all of these different facets. Like, you the only one that understand it for real, that can put it together, not in an isolated manner, right? Gozy actually puts it together in a big picture. That's why he be going over you niggas' heads.
Multi-disciplinary.
Yes. He go all through all the discipline. When he's talking, he's not having a singular discipline conversation.
Well, you can't
he's
go
having
outside
a multi-discipline
right.
conversation.
Like they
see
make
what
what Unc does, he'll isolate the disciplines right where their limitation is at. Right?
Yeah.
He isolates it, right? So you can't speak past the limitation of that discipline. And he say, so since they can't go past that, all right, but geography tells the next part of that, right? And then human migration tells the part where geography, you know, is limited at. Then DNA tells the part where that is limited at. So you get the whole picture. What Unc want to do is he want to isolate them away from each other and speak on one thing and say, well, you see what they say right there? They can't go no further. So why you doing it? You can't make an apoplectic statement about this. Okay, yeah, using this discipline alone, you can't.
Right.
But go ahead, Corey. I'm with you.
Yeah, no,
and you know what, Corey?
Right.
And you know what, Corey, as well? Peace to the pseudo killers. We at war. And one of the powerful points, and Gozy was getting ready to make over on Side of this channel the other day, and it was a question that was asked about the West Eurasian DNA strand that you see in the Nubian population, right? And the brother was getting ready to go into the origins of that Western Eurasian DNA, and they cut him off, and we never got a chance to get back to that. But we're going to pick that conversation back up here, because that's a very powerful and important point that we need to get to the bottom of.
Absolutely.
Peace to all the brothers, and peace to all the brothers.
Peace, Brendan. Peace,
Brendan.
Definitely. Yeah. But yeah, so, you know, the coalition, we got an uphill battle, but it's easy. See, me and Brendan be talking, right? They make this shit sound like it's you need 20 years, and then you need to go through an initiation, and then you need to be hypnotized by the oracle 3 times. You know what I'm saying? That's what they make it seems like, right? But the shit, like most of this shit here, I done caught up on it reading in a matter of 3 days. And I figured out that these niggas been telling the whole story backwards, upside down, topsy-turvy. That don't know, none of them niggas know what that. When it come to Egypt, Reggie don't know what the fuck he talking about. Don't know what the hell he talking about. All these niggas is backwards. All of your Egypt niggas. Go get them. Go get the Egypt niggas. You know what I'm saying? None of these talking about for real. All you got to do is read the shit. And the thing is, Sheffrin, what I'm seeing now too, Sheffrin and Brendan, the goddamn sources that they've been pulling up, they just been reading them wrong and isolating sections of the goddamn what you call it, man, the source. You know what I'm saying? And so I figured out that everything that I found out is already in the sources that they've been sharing. I just didn't look into it that deep. You know what I'm saying? Now that I look into the shit, they sources been killing them the whole goddamn time. Every time Unc brought up the Badarians, every time that nigga brought the Badarians up, if you read the goddamn source the way it's supposed to be goddamn read, right? He kill himself, right? Then he convolutes it and jump time periods. He'll jump back and forth 10,000 year time periods. You know what I'm saying? You can't jump 10,000 year gaps and shit. That's crazy. You know what I'm saying? Blending all of this shit together in 10,000 year gaps. It just it's misleading. It's dishonest, and it's flim flam. I'm saying the coalition is here to put a stop to it. All it is, I done so much reading, Brendan. In my reading, I ain't seen not one source that says the words homegrown indigenous African. I ain't seen that. I have not seen that in the literature. Now, you might be able to go get me a Shikant Diop or a Dr. Ben book, and it might, and them clown ass niggas might say something, right?
Well, you know, I've been on a fact finding mission myself for the last several days down in the Sudan. So, you know,
what you see, Brendan? Did you see?
I'm dusting.
Did you see indigenous homegrown African?
Oh man, I tell you what, I told my brother Vance, if you don't hear back from me in 2 days, send a search and rescue party, bro. Because I didn't want to get stretched out down by the Wadi Halfa in the desert, right? So, but I'm back, right? But I'm gonna have to make another reconnaissance trip, because a lot of, especially when you're talking about Nubia and Lower Nubia, the conversation really gets somewhat complex, because when you're dealing with the chronology of it, because you have to line up the chronology of Lower Nubia in ancient times, you line it up with that of ancient Egypt as well, right? So when you line up the chronology between all the Nubian groups and all of that, it gives you that a way to keep your bearings and not get lost in the time frames, right? Because we always talk about people, places, and times, right?
Yeah.
So in all of the research that I've been doing, right, that's what I've been trying to sort of keep in mind. I've tried to make sure that I understand the geography, right, the different people groups, because again, a lot of these people are culturally different. Some of them are ethnically different, right, and some of them are biologically different, and some are biologically the same. And if you're not careful, right, you can lose your bearings in terms of where you're at with the research. But yeah, it's been interesting to me for the last several days to really sort of dig into the source information. And I think we've got a lot to share with the community sort of coming out of this.
Yeah, and I appreciate you doing the see, one thing about it, Brendan did the research, right? Because Brendan he don't believe me. You see what I'm saying? Brendan don't believe me. He like, yo, that sounds way too interesting for me. Let me do some digging. And the thing is, it's a way to cross confirm for me. And through that, he was able to catch a few errors through some things I said. You know what I'm saying? So I appreciate that, Brendan, for keeping it tight, for keeping it 100. And that's the thing. We about getting down to what the truth actually is, right? You know, when we ask these questions, like, who are the ancient Egyptians? You see what I'm saying? There's key words in that, right? Key word there is ancient Egyptians. You see what I'm saying?
You said
and then you when you talk about the ancient Nubians, right? That's a key word, ancient Nubians, right? And see, the thing is, when we say it's a problem, Brendan, and I see what the problem, and I see how it got flim-flammed a little bit. Because when we talk about the ancient, we have data to show when we're talking about the ancient Egyptians, right? We're talking about the ancestors of the modern day Egyptians, right? But see, the thing is, it's not like that when you're talking about Nubia. When you're talking about ancient Nubia, you're not talking about the modern day Nubian per se. You see what I'm saying? There's a lot of nuance in that area there that has to be explained, and it's been laid out to us as if, you know, these are all the same people here. You know what I'm saying? These time periods are bleeding into one another, right? You got, it's been given. We talk about the Green Sahara and shit, right? And as if a Paleolithic time, right, gave birth to Egyptian culture. They explained it to us like as if that they went 40,000 years ago, right? The culture that they practiced 40,000 years ago is what gave birth to Egypt. You know what I'm saying? It's misleading. Everything they've been teaching is all misleading, and it's crazy. But we're gonna get into it. I just wanted to throw a few things out there. We're gonna get into all of that. I think, I don't know if Sheffer said he got 2 shows. You just wanted me to, was this my rant show or what, Sheffer? I didn't know what this was.
Hey, look, listen, do you? I mean, we on now. We on.
I see. We got Gullah. We got Gullah in
Gullah
the house.
in the building. What up, Gullah, man?
Yeah. So I think we got a brother that can sort of cross confirm and add some clarities to some of these conversations when we do really get into it. Right. Exactly.
He can add some flavor to it.
Yeah, what's good with you, y'all? And I'll let y'all know too, I'm coming out with my own channel as well, where I actually show maps and break down the human migration and slow it way down. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We can have more time on it instead of everybody gets together and trying to get their point in. I'm gonna start making some presentations and, you know what I'm saying, and discussions with a small group, some small group of people, you know what I'm saying, without all the riffraff trying to jump in and nonsense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and definitely, and when you get it together, let us know. We gonna, how we do. We promote the brothers around here. You know what I mean? Shit, we can even do a show launch. We start over here and then bring everybody over there. So, you know what I'm saying? We can even do something like that. So that's all cool.
It'll be perfect. I appreciate that, brother. Right on.
Yeah, no doubt. I just like I said earlier, man, I just appreciate everything that you and Ngozi, that y'all bring to the table or whatever. Y'all really knowledgeable about the information in a real way. You know what I'm saying? Not in a segmented way. You know what I mean? Like I said, Ngozi really puts it all together in a big picture. So I just appreciate that much about it. Yeah.
I got a quick question for you, Gullah, because I know that you study a lot of information regarding both Egypt and Nubia. I can just hear it in some of your conversations. Are you familiar with the work of Bruce Trigger? Because that's what I've been actually using as my primary sort of source material. Specifically, this is his PhD dissertation that he wrote when he got his PhD at Yale University as an anthropologist, right? His dissertation was on the history and the settlement in Lower Nubia. Are you sort of familiar with that work?
I'm probably not familiar with his exact work, but I am familiar with a couple of others.
Yeah.
You probably, you know what I'm saying, that talk about the subject.
Right. Because, the reason, one of the reasons why I really, really do like his PhD dissertation is because it goes into very specific detail in terms of all the different Nubian groups, right? You're talking about in Lower Nubia in ancient times, right? He goes through all of the information in terms of Reisner's Nubian groups. We always talk about the A group, the B group, C group, right? Bruce Trigger's work actually does a real comprehensive overview of Reisner's classifications of those Nubian groups. And he also adds additional color on top of that with some additional archaeologists, right? And he talks about all the different sites, all the archaeological digs historically that have been done for Lower Nubia, and puts a lot of that in context, right? And that's one of the biggest pieces of information that I'm using, right, to sort of come up to speed, right, regarding the history of Lower Nubia.
Okay, because I got a paper I gotta read, PDF. It might be written by him. I gotta make sure. But the article I read too, as well, talking about the different people that was in India, the different people came in, the nuances and cultures, the different languages that was done.
Right. And so so I want to get into a little bit of that, because that's what I think a lot of that is what convolutes the argument, when we ask the question of who the ancient Egyptians were, right? And that's kind of the discussion that me and Unc had the other day, when we did our little back and forth or whatever on the pseudo killers, so the thing is that when you're talking about these Nubian A groups and these Nubian B groups, right? Nubian A, Nubian B, I guess Group A, Group B, Group C, and Group X, right? These people they already in an area where they have already had a genetic mutation already. This group of northern Africans, they already have a genetic mutation, and so as they getting this admixture coming in, flowing in, because they, everybody starts as it starts to dry up, everybody starts to head towards that Nile, right? And all through the whole time, you have this Eurasian, this Southwest Eurasian flow of genes coming in. I mean, for 40,000 years. On top of there already being a mutation that's already happened before that distinguishes those populations from sub-Saharan groups already. You see what I'm saying? And so this is, you're talking Paleolithic, you're talking 40,000, 40,000 times. There's no such thing as Egypt at this time. You see what I'm saying?
Go ahead,
Gullah.
I was going to say that the ad talking about wouldn't have been that far back. You know what I'm saying? The basic Eurasians come in and intermix with, East African population somewhere around 20,000 years ago. You know what I'm saying? 22 to 20,000.
No, I'm talking about the Green Sahara. I'm talking about in the Green Sahara.
Oh yeah. And then too, like Green Sahara, you would have different populations in the Green Sahara. Not like how Reggie say you got this one group that came out of Green Sahara. No, you had different populations there. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. Well, yeah. Let's not talk it to death. Let's see. Yeah. I've got a presentation here. I want to
got the presentation. Go ahead. I just wanted to kind of give an overview. You know what I'm saying, of kind of where I'm going with it.
Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. Right. Absolutely. Absolutely.
So let me read this before y'all do that.
No, we have a presentation we doing.
I know. I want to just gonna jump in the middle of our presentation, bro. Just want to read this. Can I read a statement?
No, I don't want to hear you done read. I don't want to hear what you read in the middle of our presentation.
I didn't know you. All right. I hollered y'all brothers later. Appreciate it.
No, brother, stay on. No, brother, stay on, because I think you can add a lot of color.
No, I don't want to add. I don't want to add. Y'all niggas said words, use my name. I have a statement from an anthropology book to read.
I don't want to hear it. I'm doing a presentation right now. When next time, when we done with our presentation, then you can come in and do your presentation. But you're not going to do a presentation in the middle of our presentation. You're not going to do that. That's not what you. That's not what's going to happen here.
Hey, Corey,
you're not going to do a presentation in the middle of our presentation.
So that's what you say I'm doing.
Stupid, and you can get the fuck on with it.
So that's what I'm doing.
Serious.
So you cussing already?
You're being disruptive. You being disruptive.
Hey, Ken, why the fuck you call me to put me on here with this ignorant ass nigga anyway? Ken, why you do that, dog? Why you do that though, Ken?
No, you being disruptive.
No, nigga, I'm not being nothing, yo.
Goddamn mic. Or get the
why you
fuck
do that
off
though,
the panel.
Hey, Corey, let him read the joint real quick, yo.
No, Kent, fuck that.
Why you do that though, yo?
You gonna let him interrupt now?
I ain't know y'all was doing a presentation.
What the fuck
right, who the fuck knew that, nigga?
What the fuck wrong with you, Kent? Let him interrupt me.
I thought y'all was having a conversation.
Let him interrupt me. No. Let him interrupt me. What kind of fucking shit is that?
The same shit you've been doing for 2 years straight, nigga.
I better not be the goddamn host. I bet not.
This nigga kicked me off, nigga. Since it's the corny ass correlation, nigga, corny me like that, nigga. Get me out of that.
Get the fuck on.
Corny,
what the
nigga.
Fuck you over here talking to us
right,
for?
because nigga, as much shit as you talk, Corey.
Okay, shut the fuck up and let me talk the shit. You come in after me. God damn, we having a presentation. So
what you want me to say? What you want me to? Hey, Corey. Hey, Corey, what you little disrespectful? You little disrespectful motherfucker. What you want me to say? You little disrespectful motherfucker. You want me to say shut the fuck up?
I don't want to hear your motherfucking ass.
Yeah, I know you don't because you lying now, nigga. Because you ain't lying, nigga. Ass. So I'm gonna let you check this out. This is how we gonna make this.
I don't give a fuck what you gonna let. You ain't gonna
listen. This is how we gonna do this.
Listen here, bro.
No. I'm gonna shut up. Listen.
Do a motherfucking thing.
Put your glasses back on, nigga.
You're not gonna let me do a motherfucking thing.
Nah, I'm gonna say,
you got shit fucked up.
Put your glasses back on,
Hold on, y'all.
Put your glasses back on, nigga.
Hey, look.
Hey, look.
No, can't you call me mistaken? You put me on here with this
rag
ass nigga. Nigga read one motherfucking article. Now he a geneticist. You put me on here with this
motherfucker is.
I was happy to let this nigga rock out so I can beat the shit out of him after he finished.
Look at
proud of that.
I didn't think it was gonna get like this, though.
Yeah, you knew it was gonna get like that. Yo, I wasn't trying to get on here with that crazy ass shit.
All he want to do is come on here with disrespect and disruption, Ken. We had a good show to this motherfucker show.
Corey,
I apologize, Corey. Hold on, let me. Hey, Corey, let me apologize.
Goddamn show, Ken.
Hey, Corey, let me apologize. Hold on, I would like to apologize.
We had a good goddamn show.
I apologize.
And this motherfucker showed up.
I apologize for acting like
I don't need your motherfucking apology. I need you to shut the fuck up.
I apologize for being like
mute your fucking mic or get off the goddamn panel. If you're sorry.
Want me to say fuck you first, or how you want me to do it?
Go ahead. Say fuck me.
I ain't got to do all that. Hold on now.
Go ahead. No, say it and then get the fuck on. Let him say it because he want to say it. Go ahead.
Hey, it's all
fuck you, Corey. I said it. Fuck you and your raggedy presentation.
Appreciate it. Now get
there
the
you
fuck
go.
out
So
of
now
here.
we good and even. Do your presentation, sir. I'm quiet.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Stop being disruptive, nigga.
I learned.
Hold on, but look, why I got to go? Why it always got to go?
Because you put me on here with this whacked out shit.
I'm tired of this nigga. Cool. I'm tired of arguing. This nigga, that's all he know how to do. We trying to get the information out here. This nigga want to do silly shit. I'm trying to do it. I came on here. We came on here because I wanted to get the information out here. I don't want a nigga on here over talking, coming in the middle, talking about let me do a presentation in the middle of our how the fuck that sound, Kent?
Nah, he just wanted to read the joint.
No, I don't give a fuck. What do you want to do? We in the middle of a goddamn Can I do that on a real black atheist?
Yo, if y'all
do that on a real black atheist?
When you go on a real black atheist, don't he let you say your thing?
Don't give me no motherfucking bullshit. You seen what happened when I went over there. He kicked me off the motherfucking panel. I can't get on his motherfucking panel and start doing a presentation in the middle of his goddamn presentation. What kind of shit is you to prove to me?
Nigga, so then build your own shit, then, nigga. Nigga, you ain't build this by yourself, nigga. Don't make me have to say it, nigga. Now you making me
I
sad,
don't give
nigga.
a fuck
You done
what
got
you
too
trying
slick,
to
nigga.
say.
Now
Go
you
say
too
it
slick,
somewhere
nigga.
else, nigga.
Now, nigga, build your own
Go
motherfucking
say
shit with
it
your own
somewhere,
motherfucking on this,
motherfucker.
nigga. And you can
You
pull
know
rank
what?
like
This
that,
shit
nigga.
don't
I
make me
wasn't
or
trying to
break
get
me.
in the middle of your stupid ass
Listen carefully.
presentation.
I need you
The
and
dumb
every
fuck,
motherfucker to
nigga.
hear this. I
Hey,
need all y'all
hey,
to
look,
hear
Yeah,
this
let
what
niggas
right
to
we'll
hear
here.
do
this
is
shit, nigga.
If
He was a
I
dumbass
don't
nigga for
never
that,
say
nigga.
another
Like
motherfucking
this
word on
all your shit.
YouTube,
This ain't all your
it
shit,
ain't gonna
nigga.
change my motherfucking life.
So what, nigga?
If I don't say another motherfucking
Well,
word on
shut the fuck
YouTube,
up then,
it
nigga.
ain't gonna change my
Well,
life,
shut
nigga.
the fuck up then. How about
Fuck
that,
you
nigga?
and everybody on YouTube, nigga. You think I give a fuck about this
I'm
shit?
not even gonna
I
let
don't
you
live
get
off
slick
no
out of this.
motherfucking
but
donation.
look. So
Nigga,
look,
I don't need no
before
motherfucking
y'all
donation
say
from
things,
none of you
hold
motherfuckers.
on, Corey. Before y'all say
No,
things,
Nah,
fuck that.
Kent,
No,
this
we
nigga
got
actually
always
think
hold on.
in his head,
look,
yo, in his
look,
twisted
we got
ass
a
mind,
comment.
No,
yo. I
go
wasn't
ahead.
trying to interrupt this nigga
I'm gonna let you
conversation,
have
yo,
it.
We got
because
a
I know he
comment.
gonna have a
Hold on,
stupid
before
conversation.
y'all,
Before y'all start saying some
I don't
things that
need
y'all
to say
can't take
nothing
back,
else on YouTube no more.
let's just go ahead and
You
if y'all
niggas,
doing a
if you
presentation,
niggas want to
Corey,
be Egyptians, if you niggas want to suck other niggas' dicks, if you niggas want to not be able to say, if you niggas want to not be able to talk, if you niggas want to have to bow down, if you niggas want a silly nigga to come interrupt you and then have a other nigga try to tell you how I need to have that, then fuck you. I'm gone. I don't need to be on this bullshit. Fuck all you niggas.
Now, nigga, go build your own audience, nigga, now. Now, go fuck yourself, nigga, now. Since I heard a homosexual reference, my nigga. Now, nigga, bye. Wild ass coon. Now, nigga. Now I can talk. I wasn't trying to interrupt that nigga. That nigga been interrupting me for 2 motherfucking years, yo. And all I said is, I didn't even know they was doing a presentation. Ken told me to get on here because they was enacting my motherfucking name. So
yeah,
I just wanted to come on here and read a statement. I didn't want to stop no
look,
presentations, yo.
when we talked yesterday, I said, yo, we
No,
need
and I said I'm not doing that silly ass shit with a nigga to read one article and then he's supreme geneticist. Like he fucking motherfucking Gullah. Been
But
reading
look,
this shit for 8 years.
if
That
y'all
nigga ain't read that
disagree,
shit for no 8
but
years.
look, even if y'all
Ain't no
disagree,
shit. That nigga
we
read it
should
for
still.
for 1 hour, nigga, and doing a full blown presentation. Where, yo? What world
Nah,
we getting, nigga? I'm the Mad Hatter now, somewhere in the Channel Forest. And all I said was, yo, let me read a statement after this nigga disrespectfully cut me off for 2 years straight. And now I'm supposed to give a fuck about his feelings and cutting a nigga off? Because I came on here and I say, okay, y'all doing, let me read a statement. He's supposed to say, not a problem, like I'm trying to dive into his presentation because he's scared. Scared money can't get no money.
No, I'm just saying. I feel like y'all can have a conversation
But
without it.
how, nigga? Where
A
we
whole
gonna
nother
have this
level.
conversation
This
at,
is about
nigga?
Egypt. This is about some
How,
dead
nigga? I'm reading for 15 years straight. How,
hundreds of
nigga?
years
You
ago.
got 1 hour
Look,
up. How?
we talking about some shit from hundreds and thousands of years ago, right?
No, how we gonna have a conversation, yo? Where's gonna match up
we
at?
can't. I mean, we a team. I don't see why we can't have a
Man,
conversation.
fuck that team shit. That team shit's stupid when it comes to this conversation. It's stupid. Because we got 1 year niggas in talking too much shit. How you gonna be mad at me cutting you off and that's all you do is cut a nigga off? I ain't mad for him cutting me off. I'm not mad at Corey cut me off.
I feel like y'all need to talk, man.
No, we don't talk about what?
I mean, behind the scene. I ain't talking about on here. I'm saying y'all might need
one
one-on-one
This ain't a
conversation.
new fuck you conversation. You act like that's some new shit we doing.
Nah,
We done this for the last month.
Yeah,
we did it with the feminist conversation when he
real.
bashed the black women and talked shit and ran out the thing. Niggas, this ain't new. I ain't gotta hide my shit, nigga. I don't sugarcoat nothing, Kent. I was like, yo, first of all, I had no idea that they was doing a presentation. Who knew that? So why would I come on here in the middle of a nigga presentation? I ain't never been that type of dude. I just sit back and watch it and pick that shit apart later on, yo.
All right, so look,
I blame Chef.
I stepped away. And I look back on YouTube. I go upstairs. I click on YouTube to listen. All hell broke loose. That's funny though. Hey, everybody, the pseudo killers is fine. Y'all can type all that slick shit. We do this on a regular basis. But I will say, Corey, come back on, do your presentation, bro.
Yeah, I didn't even know it was a presentation. I thought they were just, you know, we was having a discussion and Gullah was going in.
No, it's your fault, Kent, because you didn't let me know that the nigga was doing a stupid ass.
I didn't know it was a
fucking
presentation.
presentation. Who knew that, dog? And then he make it seem like I did. Yo, how the fuck I supposed to know that? I never
thought
got
they
the
were just
fucking memo, nigga.
I thought they were just talking, so I thought we was all having a discussion. I didn't know it was a presentation. I ain't see no slides in that. So my bad.
I already told you.
Hey, look,
I no longer want to talk about
y'all.
Egypt with niggas
Look,
that
today,
read something for 1 hour.
Look, today's
Why make me do it? I said the shit is gonna get ugly, yo.
Today's meltdown is my fault. Y'all blame me. I apologize. My bad.
No, it's not your fault. No, all of us have to be responsible for our behavior, yo. Okay, we all have to be responsible for our behavior, Ken.
I felt like we could all be in on the same conversation. Well, not me, but y'all.
And no, we can't. Kent, are you listening to me, Kent?
Yeah, I'm listening. Go ahead.
What's the difference between 2 years ago and right now, yo?
They ain't from the Mediterranean no more.
Right, but nobody admitted that. They tried to act like that ain't what. Like, come on, yo. How the fuck can I keep doing this like this, yo? Look like a madman, because I'm a fucking madman at this.
Go ahead, Gullah. You were saying something. You was explaining something, wasn't you?
I'm interested in Unk's reading right now. Right?
Because
I'm really interested in that.
You might as well go ahead and read it. Shit. We done had this.
Yeah, go ahead and put the information out there, because at the end of the day, I think this is the real reason why we do it, right? Again, it gets rough around the edges in terms of having our conversations. It gets even rougher in our back chats, right? So I would be interested in hearing what you got to read, huh?
So I just want to know, when have I ever been a person in the middle of somebody doing a presentation saying they can read the statement? That's fucking stupid, yo. That's the shit that gets to me. You're like, why would I do that to an individual who I'm fucking with, yo? Brendan, why would I come on in the middle of your presentation? Yo, let me read this. Who the fuck does that, yo, for the asshole?
Yeah, but that was sort of, again, this is sort of an ad hoc thing that we're doing anyways, right? It's not a real, what I put together isn't like a full-blown presentation top to bottom, right? What I wanted to do is put some context and some source material around the particular conversation we were having, because we were getting more in depth, right? So with us going more in depth with the conversation, right? I don't want it to be like, okay, we're just talking, right? And not using expert sources. So that was the whole gist around, right, getting the presentation up in front of the people.
All right, he coming back.
No, it's not. It's not like a deal breaker. It's not that serious.
Everybody go back to their neutral corners.
So here's the motherfucking statement I was going to read. Here's the statement.
Hold on. You can't read the statement yet, though, huh?
You ain't read the statement yet,
read the statement. Yo,
God damn, boy, you the most ornery ass nigga. You the only one can talk. You the only one can talk. You come on.
The brother was
with your motherfucking ass.
Yeah, the brother was just getting ready to read the statement, and then
now
we'll
I
go
gotta
into
be quiet and let him read his statement. But I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna be quiet and I'm gonna let this motherfucker read his goddamn statement.
Oh, fuck y'all statements. Hold on, Reggie is
in the building.
Hold on, we got other issues.
No, man, y'all got too many silly niggas on the panel. I don't want a bunch of niggas on the panel while I'm trying to do a motherfucking presentation. And you got a bunch of silly ass niggas on the panel.
Hold on.
I don't call them silly, like Corey. Come on, man.
Man, look, everybody can call me every motherfucking
I don't agree with that either. I don't agree with that either.
And you ain't said shit to them niggas. Stop talking to me, Kent, because you pissing me off.
Who called you silly on here?
I'm just saying, stop talking to me, Kent.
Go ahead, man.
I'm just asking you. Stop talking to me, please.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, let this silly nigga read his statement that he cried about. Go ahead, crybaby.
Okay.
Oh no, hold on. We gonna chill on this. Let's chill on this for 30 minutes. We need to breathe. We can cut y'all. Everybody too hostile right now. Let's deal with brother Reggie. Had a statement for us.
No, we're gonna bring that's gonna be the house. No.
Brother Reggie already
read
threatened me and my family. Now I'm supposed to sit up here and listen about what the fuck Brother Reggie say. See, y'all don't talk. Y'all don't say the real shit though. Brother Reggie done already sent threats to me and my motherfucking family. Now I'm supposed to sit up here and listen to what the fuck Brother Reggie got to say. Y'all serious?
No.
Y'all serious? Shut the fuck up, because that's your homie. Community. And you in the car with the bitch nigga. Nah, you in the car with the nigga. That's your favorite homie, and you'll let him come on here and say anything what the fuck he want to say, and you'll be kikiing and hi-hiing with the nigga. Yeah, Reggie, yeah. Get him, Reggie. Clapping your hands and shit. Clapping your hands and all the bullshit. Get him, Reggie, yeah.
Where you at, brother Reggie?
I've been reading your motherfucking statement while I was off the goddamn panel. Instead, you was talking shit about me. Instead, you was still talking shit about me. But you wanted to read your statement, and I wasn't on the panel, but you spent your motherfucking time talking shit about me.
I thought it was a good time well spent, Corey.
Huh?
Silly ass nigga. I said I thought it was a good ass compilation of speeches directed at you.
Man, you just rambling off at the mouth, incoherent now.
Okay, all right. So let me read this. This is not incoherent. So, all right. So right now, here's the statement.
No, that's not fair.
Here is local.
Oh, that's fair. Go ahead. Everything fair. As long as I'm quiet when he reads, everybody think it's fair. Go ahead, read.
It said the perspective taken here is that the locale biocultural history makes the subject of Africa that any migrating into Africa from outside at any time in which migrants have been largely assimilated has led to populations whose biology has been reworked by an African biocultural environment. Excluded are recent migrations from the colonial period or engamorous immigrants communities during the last 500 years. And that's Charles N. Rotney and Munster E. Ibidem. That's Genetic Population and Health and Disease, Cambridge Studies, Biology and Evolutionary Anthropology, page 84.
Oh, that's
simple
cool.
as that. That's all I want to say, yo. And for that shit, I got called a silly motherfucker.
Yeah, that was cool.
I didn't know you had all that shit for that, nigga. You's a wild ass nigga, yo. Just for the record, dog. So I'm gonna let you go ahead and make your whacked out presentation. Your ass probably needed some fucking help, nigga. So I'm gonna sit back and chill. And no one ain't cool with Reggie talking about your motherfucking family, nigga. No, nigga. Now you know how nigga now. Man up, nigga. Now we both got niggas that we fucking with, nigga. They say shit about our family. How I feel, nigga? Yeah, nigga. What goes around comes around this motherfucker. I'm all day, every day, nigga. I can take this, nigga. All day, every day. And I ain't even mad at your crazy motherfucking ass. I want to hear that whack ass shit you gonna put together so I can turn that shit all the way down like they do in motherfucking time. Yeah, present that whack shit. What? First I'll be with that shit, nigga. I want to take time to finish that particular shit off, nigga. Nigga, that's what I'm gonna do. The next one, nigga, I'm gonna study everything you put forth, nigga. And it better be right. Don't make no mistakes. You better have all the credit to common marks right in that motherfucker. Every aspect of science, this shit better be right, nigga. God killer's coming, nigga. Fuck the motherfucking coalition. With that shit on, nigga, silly ass nigga talking shit to me. Nigga, you better ask about me, nigga. God killer, motherfucking intellectual gunfighter, nigga. Okay, corral around this motherfucker, nigga. All day, every day.
See, we let you read a statement and you do this,
right.
We calm everything down.
Let
your ass read a statement.
I can't tell Corey not to call you silly and you call him silly, and then I tell you not to call him silly. Come on now, we got to keep it. We got to bring it back, man. Oh, he already gone.
If it was just about his statement, he should have just read it. Man, listen.
I blame you, Chef.
Where brother Reggie at? Reggie, get in here and defend yourself. You on some wild shit. Now Reggie's scared to click the link.
All right, let's go with this presentation, man. My bad, Corey. I didn't know it was a presentation, y'all. I thought y'all were just talking. But go ahead. Until Reggie come in here, and you can cuss him out.
Do you guys really want to hear this information now, or do we want to table this? What are we doing?
We didn't muddy that. We can do it later on tonight because this shit didn't. Nobody chat ain't even paying attention to. They just want to hear motherfuckers argue now.
We got 113 in the building. We gotta give them something.
What's going on, fella?
Are you not entertained?
Right? Are you not entertained? Crazy.
Hey, what's going on, Magic Mike? Did I text you back?
I don't think so. But I wanted to hop on and because I think I'm familiar with the article. If you guys are about to read a couple of articles in your presentation, I'm familiar with them, so I wanted to kind of add on as well. But this last 20 minutes or so has been explosive.
Yeah. I was wondering. I saw you jump on Magic Mike. I said, I hope the brother don't get hit by a stray bullet or something. I know he's jumping in at a hot moment, right?
I wanted to step in, but I didn't want to, potentially first. I just, but it's all good.
Right.
I think we have to be able to disagree without being disagreeable. And I think we also need to find a way that when we do disagree, how do we resolve the disagreement so we can move forward and keep the conversation going? Because I think Angie had mentioned talking about some of this stuff for the past 2 years. Well, one of the reasons that it's been going on for 2 years unresolved is because, someone keeps allowing the circular argument to just continue unresolved, unfinished, and you're never able to settle anything and move to the next point. So you don't even know what you disagree on. You're not even completely sure all the time on what you agree on or disagree on. And in the end, it just ends up being madness.
That's a fact.
Listen, y'all. Like I said, we was having a great discussion and we was trying to get somewhere before he came on. Like, I mean, y'all can talk, y'all can say I was wrong and this, that, and the other, right? But I'm a cordial guy. You see what I'm saying? I'm not a aggressive guy and nothing like that. I'm not a controversial guy. I'm, like I said, I'm just trying to get down to the truth. And for him to come on and be disruptive like that, that shows what he's trying to get. And the crazy part about it is I'm the only one be willing to say the shit. It's getting old to me. That's why I built the coalition. Because I'm trying to get away from people who don't want to say it. You know what I'm saying? It's getting old to me. The foolishness. This nigga come in and interrupt, and it's, Corey, let him go. I just got kicked off his show the other day, just for trying to add on to what Ngozi was saying. He kicked me off. You know what I'm saying? And then it's y'all hear me talking shit, talking crazy. Y'all don't hear Reggie talking shit about my family behind the scenes, relaying message and like it's anything he can show about my family that I ain't proud of. My family on the motherfucking thumbnail right now. Ain't nothing you can show about me that I'm ashamed of. Even if I regret doing it, I'm not ashamed of it. You silly ass nigga. Let me turn my camera on. I don't know what's wrong with you niggas, man. Nigga, this nigga come on here. He want to read something, right? And then he want to have Reggie come on, and then he want to bitch about me talking about Chief X. He did a whole speech about Chief X. Oh, he stole my business and crying and shit. but he cool with Reggie. See what I'm saying? I don't care that he cool. He can still be cool with Reggie. Reggie can come on here, but just not today. Not at least not right now. Maybe even later. Like
Reggie
I don't
joining as
get
we
paid from
speak.
this bullshit. I don't like if I never say another motherfucking word on YouTube, it's nothing gonna change in my life. You know what I'm saying? Nothing. So I don't give a fuck about lying to y'all. What I'm gonna lie to you niggas for? What the fuck I'm gonna lie to you niggas for? Reggie, you need a goddamn cash app, not me, nigga. I can say what the fuck I want to say on this motherfucker. I can cuss any nigga out I want to and ain't shit gonna happen. I ain't gonna lose a motherfucking thing. You niggas, you got me fucked up. Talking about you gonna expose my family for what? Being hardworking, upstanding, tax-paying citizens? You silly ass nigga. Thanks for the publicity. Put them out there. Expose them. We will. My family will appreciate the publicity. You silly ass nigga. Don't threaten me. Just do, nigga. Don't send no motherfucking threats or messages to me. What's wrong with you? You taking this shit too serious. And when niggas do shit like that, you know something. I'm not sending no threats to Reggie. I don't send threats to Reggie. I don't think about Reggie. When I click this motherfucker off, I won't be thinking about none of you motherfuckers. This shit is ridiculous to me. It's one nigga sending threats and one nigga trying to go for the truth. Y'all better start recognizing. Y'all better start motherfucking recognizing. That's all I'm gonna say. I don't even want to do this motherfucker. I don't even give a fuck about. Let these niggas be Egyptians. All you niggas. You niggas ain't no different than a flat earther. I'm putting all you niggas in the same car, Reggie. You niggas, you in the car with the flat earthers, the Moors, the Hebrews, the goddamn Abos, and all the rest of you silly ass niggas. All y'all just as silly. The Egypt nigga, all of you niggas just as silly as Jabari, and a nigga and another nigga squatting in a house talking about he got sovereignty. It's all the same to me. Or a nigga talking about it's flat earth. All the shit's the same to me. You niggas is all on the same level, bickering back and forth at each other. The Hebrew Israelites think they right, and the Egyptians think they right. Both of you niggas is silly. To tell you the honest to God truth, both you niggas is silly. and ain't nobody don't nobody tell you niggas that. Nobody tells you niggas that. Oh, Dr. Ben, the great teacher. If you learn anything from that nigga, you just as silly as he is. Like you niggas kill me with y'all silly shit. Kill me. Y'all kill me with the master teachers and the initiations. Then you niggas, it's so funny because you niggas, you Kemet niggas, right? Y'all the same niggas that went at the Abos and they were saying, well, you can't use DNA. The Abos were saying, you can't use DNA. And y'all was trying to get them to use DNA. And so now the Abos is right. Y'all trying to show them DNA, but can't no niggas show you Egyptian niggas DNA. Y'all niggas saying it ain't no, you can't use DNA no more. You niggas talk in circles. If you listen to you niggas talk in circles. It depends on where y'all at. Y'all need each other. The Hebrew Israelites need the Egyptian niggas. The Egyptian niggas need the flat earthers.
Go ahead, Reggie.
No, fuck Reggie. Reggie sent threats to my family. Now we gonna say go ahead to Reggie.
Nah, technically he ain't threatening your family.
I don't give a fuck. Don't talk about my family now. I wasn't even tripping, but Aunt got me hyped.
I don't know why.
You see what I'm saying? I was laughing at your silly ass, Reggie. I laughed at you. Ask him. I wasn't even mad. I laughed at you. Unc just got me hyped.
Priest brother Reggie, how you doing today, man?
Hey, brother kid, what's going on? What's this whole point of me threatening somebody's?
I think the message got a little crossed.
No, you sent the message and you made sure the message got to me, and it did get to me. So don't act like you don't know what the fucking message was, nigga.
No, I don't know what the message.
Stand up, and put your chest out. Stand up and own it, nigga.
What's the message?
Oh, you don't know the message.
No.
I hear you. That's what I'm saying. You niggas is phony. I asked your ass to stand up and put your chest out and own it.
What's the message?
And you flim-flamming me.
Tell the people what the message is.
I already said it.
I wasn't listening to you.
Well, good. Go play the replay.
The chat
play the replay, nigga. Play the replay.
Let me explain something to you, Corey.
You ain't explaining shit to me. You just gonna run your fucking mouth and I'm gonna
Let me explain something to you. You're not important.
I'm not.
You're not
Don't nobody
important
even
at all.
know
Corey,
me, Reggie.
Corey.
Don't nobody even know me.
Corey, you're not important.
I'm not important.
You have no work.
I don't.
Your education is in your business.
It's all I need. The education level that I have is good enough for me. You silly ass nigga.
Your mouth is sorted.
Yeah.
Right? You have a sorted mouth.
I got a mouth that'll eat your yellow ass up.
Okay.
Now,
what does that mean?
Keep talking.
What does that mean?
It mean whatever the fuck you want it to mean. Take it how you want to. I need to
know exactly.
Take it how you want to.
I need to know exactly what you mean.
It means take it how you want to.
Okay, so here's the thing. Here's the thing. Let me say it again.
Go ahead.
You're not important. You're not important in this work. You're on a platform. You're destroying the platform.
That's cool.
And you know why? Because of ignorance.
You said you said you was going to destroy it. You said you was going to nuke it. You said you was going to nuke it. So I'm just letting you know.
I could. If it wasn't for the collective, I would. I would take your.
I'm letting you know how much I give a fuck about you nuking it, nigga.
Yeah, I know because you don't care about.
I don't need to never say another fucking word on YouTube, Reggie. I don't need to say another fucking word on YouTube.
Listen, you have no intellectual capabilities.
I don't.
You have no writing.
Right.
You have no education in the field. Right. You are a
zero. And you know what? You know what? You've been.
And you know what? You can't.
You got all this education in the field, and you still don't know what the fuck you talking about.
And you can't eat it. I don't talk. I use sources to talk.
And you don't even know how to read them right.
No, Corey.
You've demonstrated it.
Corey.
You've demonstrated it.
Corey.
And we're going to show you.
You don't have any education. You don't have any education to make an analysis.
For 20 years,
Corey, you ain't been watching me for 20 years. You've been watching me for 20 years.
You don't know what the fuck you talking about.
You've been watching me for 20 years, Corey. I only been on YouTube for 8 years.
I'm saying you've been. I ain't watched your ass for 20 years. I'm saying you've been talking this shit for 20 years.
You don't know.
And you still don't know what the hell you talking about.
Corey, actually, if you want to count, it's more than 34 years.
Or whatever. I don't give a fuck how many years.
I know. Really. All right. So what I could do, what I wouldn't do is take your little silly rant, right, and post it, right? Post it to the larger community.
Go ahead.
Yeah. But here's the thing.
Go ahead.
Here's the thing.
I don't understand. Like you threatening me again. See, this is what I'm saying. Like, now you're gonna come over here and threaten me again. Like I give a fuck.
You take it. You take a. What do you mean by threat? What do you mean by threat?
I don't know because you're saying what you're gonna do as if it's gonna be some consequences.
Yeah. No, the consequences.
So I take that as a threat. I think that's
how
I take a threat.
You say about myself and particularly about the elders to the larger community.
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck.
I understand. But that's where That's
you need to
what
donate.
people do when they don't care about their
I
collective.
donated a few
I
dollars
didn't.
so you can put some minutes
I didn't.
on your phone, right? I'm gonna donate a few dollars to you so you can put some minutes on your phone so you can call a motherfucker who really give a fuck about what you saying.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you this. I'll tell you, the people that's closest.
Put your Cash App in there. Put your Cash App in there.
That's closest
so
to me, who care about me, they have education, right? My former wife and my son.
Listen, let's get to
the people next to me.
Why y'all got him on here? For what? Like,
right,
I thought
because
we
you're lying. I threaten your family.
Discussion.
Corey, I don't threaten nobody. That's who I am. I don't threaten anybody, Corey.
I know you don't.
Corey, I don't threaten anybody.
You really telling the truth. You really actually you are. You're telling the truth.
What you hear is maybe hearsay, right? But I have not come on any platform.
No, you're not gonna accuse my homie of hearsay in all the bullshit, right? So that
I just need to know. I need to know what they said to see if I said what they said.
And I'm not even gonna say his name and put his name out there, nothing. But you partially calling my homie a lie, and that's real fucked up.
Who's your homie?
Don't worry about it.
So this is the fake shit. You're using hearsay against me.
It's not hearsay. You sent a direct message. You sent a direct message. It's not hearsay. You sent a direct message, Reggie.
What message?
As if I was gonna give a fuck.
What I said.
As if I was gonna stop. As if I was gonna stop saying what the fuck I'm saying. Like you gonna stop. You gonna shut me up, nigga. You got me fucked up.
See, Corey, you are a bozo.
I know.
You're a bozo because you're listening to people.
I know.
You calling your homie.
No, you
that's
sent
gang
a direct
language.
Message, bro.
Right? And somebody sent a message.
You sent a direct message.
If anything, I had a conversation with Unc and I had a conversation with Brandon about the channel.
If y'all gonna get into some information, I'll stay on.
This is the thing. This dude is making accusations against me. And then when it comes down to the accusations, now he brings it to his family. Corey, it's not me that puts my family right on an icon, right, to express myself. I don't do that. You do that. You bring your family in, Corey.
Reggie.
You bring your family in.
No,
and then you want to hide behind your family. I threaten your family.
I'm not ashamed.
You're the one who puts up your icon on your family. You show your family. So
what are you gonna say? What are you gonna do? Show a picture of them or something? I don't know. What are you saying?
I wouldn't. I haven't done that. I don't have any history.
The picture is already up. You can just look at my icon.
So but I wouldn't do that. Or if I wanted to do, all I just need is just this one conversation. I have not threatened your family. And you're gonna have to define what a threat is.
I don't even want to talk to you.
I know. Because Corey, you are a liar.
I'll stay on and
Corey,
have a conversation.
You want people to be emotionally behind you.
I'm about to be out.
Good out. Goodbye. And there's that picture again. So here's the problem. The problem is a dude puts his whole family in the in the public. And then the dude wants to hide behind his family.
Hold on,
so he wants people to say something about his family. I'm not gonna say nothing about his pretty girl. I'm not gonna say nothing about his wife. I'm only gonna talk about him. But what I will say is it's very interesting that a dude walks around with a shirt with Notre Dame. Notre Dame don't give a damn about Corey, whatever his name is, right?
You know how much money Notre Dame been paying in the past 10 years?
And he's populating, and what he's doing,
You ain't never seen the kind of money Notre Dame paid me in the past 10 years. You've never seen the kind of money Notre Dame has paid me in the past 10 years. Shut the fuck up, boy.
Because Notre Dame pays you?
You silly.
Because Notre Dame pays you? Right, but you put this, even if Notre Dame is paying you, right? So what you want to do is you want to create an image like you're connected to them because they pay you?
Hold on.
Our employers pay you.
No, I'm not connected to them.
Or I got
you
to
are.
Build and
But what you are
maintain
doing,
their
Listen.
infrastructure, nigga.
yeah,
All right, everybody
right.
go. Everybody go to their neutral
I'm not
points.
connected to them.
If you were
I built
smart, you would
museums
post
for them
another
and shit.
picture.
What
If you were
the-
smart, you would post another picture, but you're not smart.
All right, so listen.
That's the image that you want to put out when we have these type of conversations.
Okay.
Now,
Man,
my
I'm proud of
conversation.
every step I
So,
take, nigga. Is you
listen,
tripping?
why? I have to ask.
You a
Chef
silly nigga.
Corey, why am I on this show?
I don't know. Get the fuck.
Why am I on the show? People
Go
ask,
ahead. Get the
I'm
fuck.
on the show, so I need to know, Ken,
is my mic muted?
Brendan, why am I on this show?
Can y'all
No,
hear me?
we hear you, Chef.
What
Magic
the
Mike, why am I on this show?
Reggie, can you hear me?
I'm not sure at this point, but let me ask you this.
Yes, Magic Mike.
This
So,
whole
Reggie,
deal
you can't
about
hear me, Reggie?
because Notre Dame is obviously an institution, but it's a brand. What's your issue with him or me or Chef or anyone else taking a picture and wearing Notre Dame or USC or Penn State, whatever, University of Alabama? What's the issue?
Magic Mike, the issue is an individual can show a picture of himself, like me. I have a New York Versace shirt on, right? It's a New York Versace shirt on, right? It's Sunday. I got something to do, right? So in about 15, 20 minutes, I'm going to have to leave because I have something to do, right? And so I want to go to a bar and see some people, and I just want to fit in and get in. I don't want to wear a dashiki because they're not wearing dashikis. So I'll wear a brand, right? Something that I can be issuing. But I am not going to use this image, right, when I talk about conscious material. I don't. I might wear a hat, a New York hat. I might wear a New York hat, but I'm not going to talk about it. But the point of what I am trying to say, Magic Mike, is that these are the portraits that the dude uses when he finds himself in these very, very divisive and chaotic conversations. He shouldn't use that. He should just use a picture of himself. He can have his own Notre Dame shirt on, that's fine, but he shouldn't put his family up, right? He shouldn't put it. Those are just rules. You shouldn't put your family up.
Well, okay, so is that your opinion, or is that something that you really feel passionate about, that you're breaking?
No. It's Magic Mike. Magic Mike. Come on, work with me. Work with me. We're cursing, screaming, hollering. Do you want your pictures of your family involved in these type of conversations?
All right. Well, look, Reggie, you had a message for the pseudo killers. That's why I had invited you.
Okay. So my message in general is that if it wasn't for you, Sheffrin, because I do respect you, even when you play devil's advocate, you've never called me any names. You might have just said I'm lying, but that's Sheffrin. You're a lineup dude. You never called me silly. You never called me out my name. And you never forced me to call you out your name because I know the rules. I know the rules. So I don't do that. I've had debates with Hebrews. I had a debate with Moors. I've had debate with flat earthers. I had debate with everybody. You don't see Brother Reggie cursing people out. That's not what I do. You don't see Brother Reggie threatening people. That's not what I do. So why now? Why now? Now, whatever he's saying is hearsay because I didn't say it directly to him. Now, I'm not so sure what I said in confidence to maybe Ankh and to Brendan in confidence, because those are the two people that actually call on the telephone. I have never really even spoken to Sheffrin, I think, on the telephone in confidence. So it must be those two. So whatever I said in confidence to them, I said in confidence to them. Now, wow. So if something that they said in confidence to them, well, I will tell you generally what I would say.
Okay.
The platform has become divisive. if it is a platform of information, let's talk about the information. If I am lying about my information, just show me what I am lying about. If I made a mistake, I could correct my mistake. If I'm wrong, I could correct my wrong. But Chief X is not part of your platform, but I did a video. I get another effing liar, effing this, that, the third. I get all of this. And then it carries on to people who seem to be fans of Chief X. And it's not now about information.
Okay, so I think I know what you're talking about. So I will say, you was on Sinetta with Chief X. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay, and you did your presentation before Chief X and them came on.
Yes.
Okay. Now I seen Chief X make a video and he played a clip of you saying that the Nubians was the ones that built the pyramids.
Yes.
Yeah. So he played that, and then he went into his information that disagreed with that. So that seemed like that's a scholarly disagreement. Do you agree? You said one thing, he presented something that said something different.
Yes.
Now that is up for debate. Either you stand on what you said and you're willing to defend it with your scholarship, or you misspoke and you know what I mean. Look, none of us are experts, so we all can misspeak from time to time. You could get happy on Sinetta. You know what I mean? Look like you got a little happy to me. You feel me? And your
Chef, let me just say this
good.
so I can close the argument. I can close that argument real quick. If I misspoke and said the Nubians built the pyramids, well, I should have put it in better context.
Right.
The ancient Egyptian people came from the south. They came from originally the western desert of Egypt, the Gilf Kebir, right? And they took the Abu Balas Trail and the Wadi Hawar Trail into the Nile as their rivers, their lakes were drying up.
Some Egyptians.
And yes?
It would be better to say some Egyptians. Some of the people who made up the Egyptian population or genetic pool came from these areas.
Well, maybe
it would be better to say it that way for me.
All right, but maybe.
Without having to call you a liar.
You would have to call me a liar?
No, I said without me having to call you a liar.
And I will say,
I would have to clarify what you're saying.
And I will say respectfully to you, as in my presentations, yes, there were populations in the Delta area, which I said in my populations. However, those populations, as far as culture, was replaced by the new ancient Egyptian culture. So my presentation wasn't about race. It wasn't about race. It was about peopling, and it was about culture. And I didn't talk about ancient Egypt that much, if anything. Now in the shit show, people want to talk about what they want to know, what they know, they think they know, which is ancient Egypt. My presentation was about the peopling, the origins of ancient Egypt, and not ancient Egypt. Where I ended my presentation on was the writing. The writing came from the south, most likely from the western desert to the south. And Nubit, if you go to Smasher's program, Nubit is where Nubia is derived from, the city of gold, right? And the whole term Nubia is fictitious. Nobody called themselves Nubians until the later Greek people called them Ethiopians, and then the modern Petri and them began to separate the upper and the lower Egypt and started using these names, and we get into a convention using Nubia. If I use Nubia in the proper context of it, is that these people are Akkadians or from Nuwet, right? And there's two groupings of Nuwet, and these groups are in the region of Egypt, ancient Egypt, before the ancient Egyptians. So where do we get into it?
Oh, well, let me say this right quick, Chef. So, Reggie, I heard what you said, and I completely understand what you're saying. But if you go back to the beginning when you said, if I misspoke, I think that ended up being part of the issue. I think you're acknowledging that you made a mistake and you misspoke.
I should have been more clearer. Did I speak that in my presentation or in the shit show?
In the presentation. And I think what Chef is saying is okay to say I misspoke. But if you say if I misspoke, then some may think that you're being a little disingenuous or less than genuous. Okay. I think you can just say I misspoke.
Well, I really want to clarify. If I misspoke, I probably had something in my mind, and then I didn't get a chance to push it out properly. Do you understand basically what I'm saying? The people in the
I understand what you're saying now. Right. Yeah, but I understand what you're saying now.
So in our dialogues, Chief X is looking for sound bites, right? So now I'm on the platform and I get a chance to say, and you can go to Smash's show and you can go to other shows and you find that Nubia is basically a fictitious word. I should have said the peoples in the Nile Valley. I should have said that. So if that is the issue, I will give that up. I misspoke. Okay. Now, but that doesn't take away from my thinking that the people came from the Western Desert, the group of people that at one time.
So then you're saying the same thing. Hold on. So if you're not saying that in word, then you're pointing to a direction in the people. So you're still saying it.
Oh, well, no, because then you have to say that Nubia is not a fictitious term created by scientific racism to separate Egypt from the people that that founded Egypt.
So the great pyramids of Giza, right? Yes. Is in Giza, which is modern day Cairo. Hold on.
Pyramid. Prior to that, the Step Pyramid, the Red Pyramid, the Bent Pyramid, all those the early works of Senefero, right? But the concept of the pyramid actually came from the Western Desert in Gilf Kabir, where you have the Cave of Swimmers. So the Cave of Swimmers, the rock formation, where inside of it, right, was the encyclopedia, one of the encyclopedias of those peoples. So it was a natural formation and natural mountain. Dr. Salim Raji, he says that the tumuli or the precursors of the pyramid, and I read that, and he is still talking about the areas in which I'm talking about, which is what you call Upper Egypt and this fictitious term called Nubia. So I get a chance to clarify it, but won't you just let me clarify? Won't you just call me on instead of all of this lying type of stuff? Now the difference is, come on, y'all.
Hey Reggie.
Yes, sir.
I don't remember me and you having a conversation, so I'm gonna leave it at that.
Okay, good.
I'm from Baltimore. I don't remember the conversation.
Okay.
Magic Mike is being disingenuous because at no time did he ever correct niggas for acting like the culture came out the fucking Mediterranean. No one corrected that, Reggie. Now we're hearing everybody say it. So ain't nobody playing it fair if that's the point. And by the way, we knew motherfucking well you wasn't saying that the Nubians built the goddamn pyramids. You were saying that the structures and the elements that would later on be put into building the goddamn pyramids came out of the Sahara.
No, that's not what he said.
That's not what he was saying.
That's not what
And
he said.
I know.
He put up a picture of people. Hold on,
No.
hold on. He put up a picture of people, and he described who these people was and said who these people was, and then he said, "These are the pyramid builders."
Right.
See?
Right.
See?
But look at that.
All right, so
These
then
are
why did you go
I'm talking
through
about the peopling. I'm talking about the culture.
Oh my God.
Well, but see,
I
again,
didn't think
Reggie,
he meant that, Magic Mike. Hey, Magic Mike. So I actually, based off of my level of understanding, you know, that'd be a jack crazy statement right there. But if niggas is fighting in the army, yo, I couldn't imagine them not working. That's not unimaginable, yo. They stood around and looked at motherfuckers doing it, yo. Anybody from Palestine, all the population helped in building that, yo. I wouldn't never say that the Nubians did it, dog. That's crazy.
What I would say
the Nubians only built the pyramids. Even if I said that,
well, then why would you stop there? See, this is the issue with this community. Right? If there's more information for clarity, why stop at a point that makes people that's already in the community, that's already misinformed, why not give them the whole? But I don't understand what you niggas do. Like I really don't. And
that's
then
your
y'all
job,
act
though.
like
that's your job, though, Corey.
No, because then it's like we're arguing with Reggie when we don't have to.
Yeah, you don't have to argue. You don't have to argue with me, right? The Dr. Salim Faraji said
he's pseudo.
That
but go ahead.
Reggie, let me help you, Reggie. Let me help you.
No, Magic Mike. At this point, see now I'm on you. So Magic Mike, when I see your name come up, you know I try to speak to you in a space and time. But you one of those Mediterranean people.
Reggie. Yeah, he is. He's Mike.
So Magic Mike, I dare you to put up a presentation, Magic Mike. See now, so what the thing about is I made a presentation. I sourced what I was saying, right? The slides weren't mine. They were sourced to Kohler. Gatto's work was involved, right? And Salim Faraji's statement, Sheilawood's statements. A lot of statements was formed. But Magic Mike, I don't want to talk to you anymore. I thought at first you were being unbiased, but you are one of those Mediterranean people. And so until you put up a presentation proving anything that you said or thought in the past, I'm not trying to hear it.
I'll respond.
Respond with a presentation. I don't believe you.
Well, let me know when you're done talking and I'll respond.
You gotta tell him to open his eyes up, Magic Mike. Open your eyes up, Reggie.
Yeah. So Reggie,
I'm trying to slow it down. I'm just trying to slow down my conversation.
But I'm mad at you, Reggie, because we want to fucking hear Corey presentation. Where the fuck you at, Corey? Stop running. Because I'm gonna tear that shit down. I want to hear the ignorant
dude's presentation.
Where is he at?
I want to know.
And I wanted to say something too as well when I get a chance.
I'm silly. I'm ignorant. I want to hear who he cites. Right?
Yeah, I want to hear that. I want
anything outside of something that you can
talking, Reggie.
Okay, I'm gonna get a pizza.
I'm gonna
get a pizza too.
Where is Corey? I'm gonna get a pizza.
I can't let y'all talk crazy about my brother while he not in the building, man.
He talked crazy while I wasn't in the building, did he not?
Yeah, I mean, but you know,
don't be like him.
Okay, so I just want to be like him. Everybody tired of hearing me and Corey cuss each other out like we hate each other because we don't. Everybody tired of hearing Reggie cry. We know Reggie ain't really threatened nobody's family. I'll tell you that much.
Nah, he didn't.
However, that got misconstrued. It's fine. But what we really want to hear on the pseudo killers is that nigga presentation. I dare you. I dare you get back on this motherfucker and do that, nigga. Surprise me, nigga. Because I'm waiting in the weeds. Hey, Magic Mike, don't you want to see the presentation?
Yeah, but let me
I want to see the presentation. But what I would say is there's already been enough presentations. So I would never do a presentation. Listen to me. There's enough information already out that you guys have put out over the last, let's call it 6 months to a year. There's already enough. So There's nothing else to add.
Right,
Mike, like I'm not listening to y'all. Mike, like I'm not listening
through
to
the
y'all.
shit that's already put out there.
There's nothing else to add to the conversation. Everything.
Yeah, y'all
else
the experts.
Oh man, but I will say this if I can get a word in, right? Because I had this conversation with the brothers and the pseudo killers, and this is about the diplomatic conversations and communications that I've been having, right? And again, right, I was talking with Brother Reggie, right? We had some conversations there, right? And there was some clear messages that needed to be conveyed over to Brother Corey and the rest of the pseudo killers. Before I conveyed the message, right, I made the exact statement. I said that this is always in ancient times, being the messenger was very precarious because oftentimes the messenger ends up with his head in a basket, right? And at this point, it feels like I have to be careful because it feels like I'm going to end up with my head in a basket, right?
Yep. What message?
But
Hey, Brendan.
But I'm up to the charge. But let me get this in. If there was anything that was said in confidence, brother Reggie, that wasn't conveyed. The things that were conveyed are some direct messages, right, that you wanted to be conveyed to the brother, right? Things like you have to use source material. We're bringing down the educational level and the quality of the channel. Be careful, right? Because a strike is imminent. These are communications again.
And you said you was gonna kidnap his family, yo.
Right. We want to hear about the kidnapping part.
The kidnapping and
we want to hear about that part, yo.
But again, that's why I'm in my bunker today. You see me in my camouflage. I'm in an undisclosed location because again, right, we at war, and again, right, we have to keep communications open. That's why I hate when the brothers jump off, right, and we can't have a dialogue or a fruitful dialogue, right? That I would say, and
I ain't trying to say he kidnapped his. I was going to kidnap his.
No. We were just being.
We got the recording.
We were teasing, right? But again, if Brother Reggie, if you think I said anything in confidence, I don't think I did say anything to the brother in confidence.
I think what he did was he misused. He misused your confidence.
He misunderstood it. He just misunderstood it.
Because Unc is from Baltimore. So me and Unc we didn't have a conversation.
Yeah, I ain't told Corey shit about what you said. I don't even remember the conversation. I forgot.
Right.
Did we have a conversation?
I told him because Reggie told me to tell him.
All right.
Reggie told me to tell him.
But it is though, Brendan. He didn't really mean for you to tell him.
Oh yeah,
but he didn't mean it.
Hey. Well, again, when you say you tell him,
right? You did what you supposed to do.
I said, okay, I'll tell you. Go ahead. I'm gonna jot it down.
What you want me to tell him? I was gonna kidnap his family.
No.
Right? But however, when people do look him up,
got some on your lip, Reggie.
When people do look him up,
on the camera looking.
Your lip twitching, yo.
Yeah, you got some on your lip. You gotta stop eating the sandwich, man.
Hey, Reggie, then you got me cussed out, yo.
Huh?
He saying you got me cussed out because he's saying I'm on a panel with a nigga that threatened his family, right? He brought bitch ass X on this motherfucker, yo. After he done did all that shit to me, so I say, good, nigga, feel how I feel. See, I knew he didn't really threaten his family, but I don't like this shit to play out in real time because one thing I've worked on with this community is my honesty and loyalty to the listening audience. I don't gotta lie. See, people act like I don't fuck with Chief X because of Egypt. Man, this conversation between me and Gozy and Gullah and all that shit been going on for 8 solid years. So I don't fuck with Chief X because he called business bureau, whatever the fuck, on my business. See, y'all don't know that. He talks shit about me. He act like he was coming to my town. Yeah, I didn't watch whole video. I realized he was talking about boxing. I ain't know, nigga, but I will box when we from. I stopped boxing niggas when I beat a nigga up and knocked him out. And the nigga homeboy shot our ass up. fucking hands. I ain't saying I got Christian hands. No, I'm not saying I got Christian hands now. But I'm saying I guarantee you they walk the way, but I know. Check this out, yo. Like I tell niggas, I bet niggas ain't walking away to blow my niggas. I ain't saying I can stand up and go toe to toe with the young niggas. Because I ain't fought in 15, 30 years. I ain't fighting. But my point is, yo, the reason I don't fuck with Chief X, yo, because he actually had no decorum for the truth. I can't even say, yo, you got this point right, Chief X. I can't even say it. I can't do it.
That's what the coalition is for.
Y'all know why I don't fuck with Chief X. Yeah, that's what the coalition is. Go deal with that. This motherfucker Bounce had a great conversation. Y'all can check it out. Go back. The last show we did, y'all had a great conversation. Me and Corey just get there. You know, and y'all know why me and Corey get there? This is what y'all gotta know. Me and Corey get there for the same reason they fought World War II, yo. And for the same reason they enslaved millions of Africans, yo, because of this thing they call race, yo. So we actually argued over the race of the Nubians and Egyptians and what our Leo and various. This shit is crazy to me, dog. I already know it. I tell you what y'all won't do. I bet you $5. None of y'all niggas will argue about SARS, COVID-2. And I bet you won't argue about none of the variants. Ain't nobody on this show gonna say, yeah, yo, I'm the clown, yo, that's not SARS-CoV-2. That's different. No, it's an allele, it's a variation, it's a mutation. That's all it is. So you know we actually arguing over mutations, right? That's some crazy shit. No scientific community is not doing that, yo. Nobody's arguing over one variation of a light-skinned allele or hair variation. Yo, we some crazy-ass people, dog. For 2 years, yo, we argued over race, yo. 2 years. 2 long years over a click here and a click there, yo. As if the ancient population had motherfucking holy groups hovering over their fucking head. As if that made a goddamn difference. We really have disdain for a different variation. When the shit we count itself, the mistake is the goddamn mutation. Do you know we actually beefing over that, yo? Over a mutation, yo? Ain't no fucking way y'all think I'm gonna keep doing this shit, yo. My range is far greater than that, yo. No fucking way. There's only one person that can benefit from this conversation. And that's your man. Right. That's your man. Because he don't got the range.
This is what I have to deal with. Wait.
Well, you need to mute your shit out, though, Reggie. You should mute your shit out, Reggie. So, yeah, I'm arguing over this bitch over Omicron. Yeah, none of y'all would be mad. If we talked about the population in terms of the coronavirus, then you would clearly understand it, yo. Because you don't give a fuck about the coronavirus and how it is mutated. That's all we talk about here is how something mutates. Don't figure that shit out for me. Y'all audience really think about that for me. They were arguing over Omicron, yo. We're arguing over the original variant, which mutated right from the jump. It mutated. Yeah, yo, that's the same conversation, just so y'all know. Now y'all see how silly niggas be. Silly as fuck.
Let me ask you this, Aunt. How do you continue, if you continue, how do you continue to have the conversation without going into that level of arguing, or is that even possible?
Yes, as long as we don't mix race with it. That's why I ask people, well, are white Africans black? The eloquent speakers will say, no, they're not. Because they're not. We have to have this conversation. If we're going to have the racial conversation and the whole shit going to get torn down, because that's what race do. It make you fight a whole war and it make you enslave motherfuckers. Or we're going to have the anthropological scientific study and realize what variations is, what alleles is, why back migrations is, what we talking. We talking about slave variations, a mutation is nothing but when you have a baby, it copies a mistake, yo. That's a mutation, yo. And so we can have that conversation, but that's the conversation that me and Goldie and Geller been having for 8 years. This is not the new conversation, yo. Like there's nuance to the conversation. So
can I share? Yeah. Can I share what an archaeologist and an ethnohistorian says about this so-called quote unquote race of the ancient Nubians?
Yeah, go ahead.
When we talk about that.
That's what I really wanted y'all to get into, yo.
Right. Because I want to let me show you this. right? And you guys let me know if you can see my screen. All right. And right here, the first thing I have, let me know if you guys can see this.
We can see it.
Okay. Right. I always like to lead off some really good points with geography so that we know where we're at, right, in terms of these conversations, right? So if you look at the very far left, right, that's somewhat of a map. I don't know how blurry this may be, but I'll bring this into context, right? This is a map of what you call Lower Nubia in this early Nubian sequence here, right? These are all the small little dots that you end up seeing here. These are different either archaeological sites or historical sites, right? You have the modern day Aswan, you have Kastul here, you have all these different places. But what I really wanted to do is zoom out in the very center here. This is a snapshot of Google Earth, right? And everything that you see on the far left in Lower Nubia is circled here, right? On Google Earth. If you can see this small little dot here that I've got highlighted, that's Aswan, right? Because when you talk about Lower Nubia, right, the very beginning of it, the very northern part, right, begins a little bit north of Aswan, right? In reality, I can actually take this circle and move it just a bit to the south as well. But this is all of ancient and Lower Nubia that we talk about, right? One of the interesting things, if you see this, do you see how much of Lower Nubia, ancient Lower Nubia, is in the modern day borders of Egypt?
Man, Smash been saying that though.
Look at this.
But go ahead, though.
Yep,
Go ahead,
exactly. Bro. Right. And also these other two maps over here to the right, I wanted to make sure that these are 2 points of interest. We call about Nakata. We talk about Nakata 1 and 2, right? Nakata is actually a little bit north, right, of Lower Nubia, and as well as Thinis, right, which is even north of Nakata. So Thinis is interesting because we talk about that being the central city of the pharaoh Narmer. When they say that Narmer is from the south, right, the city of Thinis is even north of Lower Nubia, right? So I wanted to actually put that sort of into context. But this next slide, this is talking about concerning the race of the ancient Nubians, right? And again, this is from the PhD work from Bruce Trigger, right? History and Settlement in Lower Nubia, right? And this particular portion, this is on page 17 for those that want to actually go and grab it. Actually, I'm thinking about buying this book because this is a really, really interesting read here, right? And he's going through on this particular segment. He's talking about
the name?
Right. His name is Bruce G. Trigger, right? He's an anthropologist and an ethnohistorian. I think he got his PhD from Yale University, and this is his
Canadian.
PhD. Yeah, he's a Canadian, and this is his PhD thesis, right? This is from his PhD thesis, and what he says it is hardly surprising that those dealing with the problem have a hard time deciding whether these people were primarily Negroid or Caucasoid, right? The first reference that he says Arkell believes that the basic population of Nubia to be white and attributes the Negroid characteristics of modern Nubians to be the introduction of slaves who multiplied in a climate better suited to them than to their owners, right? That's one of the first theories. Now he says Herzog, which is another, he says, however, believes that the desert climate is so favorable to Negroes that the majority of them
unfavorable.
I'm sorry, brother. It's unfavorable. Well, let me start that. So he says Herzog, however, believes that the desert climate is so unfavorable to Negroes that the majority of them quickly perished in it. Right? Others, he says Murdoch, he says, have felt that the Nubians are Negroid in origin, as their language indicates, but show a strong Caucasian admixture, right? But this part at the very end, right, I circled this in red because this is the author's contribution. He says the historical evidence indicates that for many centuries, the population of Nubia has intermarried with individuals or groups from outside who are of many different types, The resulting population is one that can only be described as Nubian and not as a mixture of any one type with another. Such speculations in any case are of little value for the study of cultural development in Lower Nubia. Race, language, and culture cannot be assumed to have any congruent histories, and above all, the development of culture cannot be related to purely racial factors. Right? And he says again, I want that last sentence: race, language, and culture cannot be assumed to have any congruent histories, and above all, the development of culture cannot be related to purely racial factors. So that is a very, very telling statement, and that's all I end up saying, right? When we introduce race, right, and all this stuff, these people weren't black, they weren't white, they were Nubian.
Yeah, they was all.
That's what the expert is saying.
Yeah, they was all mixed up. The person that the paper that I got, Brandon, is from his name Julian Cooper. That's the one I got. He talked about the toponyms of Nubia. You know what I'm saying?
Right, and they recognize the admixture, right? And we know where it comes from, right? We know where the Western Eurasian admixture comes from with the back migrations, and even some of the more modern, right? People are coming in and out of that region.
Yeah,
of course. Right? We know.
I want to say too. Most of the consensus today say even the C group cultures they spoke. That was an Afro-Asiatic speaking people. It wasn't Egyptian, but they spoke an Afro-Asiatic language that probably belonged to Cushitic group. You know what I'm saying? It's on the branch. You know what I'm saying? Not Beja, but related to the Beja.
Right. And this sort of like me. If you look at, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Yep.
Why do I have a fucking headache? I've been saying this for 2 years, yo. I got a fucking headache, dog. Like, why, yo? Why I gotta go through this, yo? This shit ain't fair, yo. No, I don't like it, because the fair is where they sell motherfucking pigs. What I'm trying to say is Omnicron, goddammit. Omnicron. Think Omnicron.
Right. Again, people are picking and choosing, right? You want to pick and choose and say, yeah, they're Caucasoid, and then the other pick and choose, yeah, they're Negroid. Again, anytime I hear those terms, that again, black and white and all this, somebody's gonna make a mistake very soon, right? And again, that's why I love how this particular this archaeologist sort of clarified and says that no, right? We understand the admixture, we understand the people groups. They were Nubian. Knock it off.
You put that back up there, Brandon.
Mr. Rich
put it back up.
He said, Brendan, you too new to this.
Beat up Bruce Trigger, the PhD out of Yale. Beat him up.
They said we don't know. Away from us.
And this is why Brother Corey is mad.
He said y'all can play all in Egypt all y'all want.
We can't.
But y'all will not take Nubia.
How could you possibly believe, right? The archaeologist out of Yale University who did this, right? So let's go back.
You will not take Nubia, is what they saying.
Yeah, but I put this up. I wanted to put this up for brother. Yep.
Brother, that's why Chef mad at me. He's saying I don't get on the kids when they say that. Dude, I got a headache from all y'all niggas. I've been trying to say, yo, the study is in anthropology. He's making an anthropological statement against the race. That's why Kyrie Irving is a fucking nut.
Hey, I'm not even listening to you. You're mixing it up now.
Hey,
for
Brandon,
no good
Brandon. This article is I'm gonna tell you why you're having a headache, This article is essentially saying that even the Nubians, or at least the area that they're talking about, were neither black or white.
Exactly.
Nubian,
right.
Correct.
Even the Nubians.
I don't know how I got all that other shit out of it.
What is it saying?
It's not saying that. It's saying that if you go to North Africa, if you go to Ghana, West Africa, you would have to come to the same conclusion. Is what it's really saying. How about that? Because he could never say it was a race, because then he'd be going against anthropology. And I don't think a person in today's world, Harvard and Yale, would actually do that, bro.
Do you think this shit on purpose?
think you just agreed. You said no, and then you just agreed with us.
Right.
No.
Brandon.
No, I've never said these distance was black though, bro. So see, that's why you don't do me like that.
No. I'm not saying you did.
You're not in the
I'm
conversation. All right, from now on, yo, you are not in the conversation. You get it? You need to get on the sideline then, bro.
Boom.
You just need to go, yo. Please. Because what the hell? Because you're messing up good articles with your shit that you want.
How am I messing up good articles?
Because
listen, I've been saying for 2 years.
No,
so how am I messing it up?
I'm saying you're messing. I'm saying you might have all good intentions, right? I'm not even trying to argue with you. But when these articles are saying things about Negroids and Caucasoids, they're talking about types and variations of human beings. That's all they're saying. And they're saying that that type, they wasn't them and they wasn't this type. They were a mixture at best of both of those types, whether those types are not what you call it, genetically correct or whatever. What we see as a Negroid, they saying on the ground, those Nubians were a mixture between the two types. It was a variation. That's all it's saying. You're saying ain't nobody black or white. Who cares?
But again, Brendan, again.
Hold.
Go ahead. Y'all go ahead.
And then you go.
Two types of what though? Hold on. 2 types of what though?
Well, it's in the first sentence. It's in the first sentence. But before you see either, I'm not going to even read it.
Types of what though, yo? How is he not talking about white and black people, yo?
Yo, argue with him then, yo. Argue with the article, yo. I ain't doing it, yo. I'm not doing it, yo.
He's using words to try to keep you. He's using words so y'all can kind of rock with him.
Right.
But in the same book, he will tell you that race is a social construct, so he's trying to wean you off this shit.
I agree.
Damn, yo.
So, listen, you don't have to keep listen, bro. You don't have to keep making. We're trying to get to a point. You keep.
We've been to the point. Y'all are off the point.
All right, so don't get in the conversation, then. That's what I'm saying.
So don't try to say that man is trying to make it a race, or if it ain't both of them, then you know what you said, Chef? You said, yo, see, them Nubians ain't. You wanted to say them Nubians ain't Negro, or the Nubians ain't black. That's what you wanted to say. But that man ain't right.
Keep in mind, we messing it up because look here what he really says. He says the resulting population is one that can only be described as Nubian and not as a mixture of any one type with another. Not as a mixture. So you can't call them a mixture of Negroid and Caucasoid or a mixture of it. They said that there are a unique population.
And he didn't deny Negroid or Caucasoid in his article,
I'll put a pin right there. Omnicron. I'm done.
No, the dude from Yale did not deny either one of these groups in his article.
Yeah, he said Omnicron, and you didn't get it.
Listen, he didn't say that Negroids wasn't real.
Omnicron.
And he didn't say Caucasoids wasn't real. He said
Brendan, you don't know what Omnicron is, Brendan?
Let's keep it in the rails because I don't want to go off. I don't want to go off to virology. We're in archaeology, not virology.
We talking biology, though, Brendan.
Hold up.
The man said Omicron, nigga. If y'all don't get it, then y'all don't get that.
Yeah.
I'm done.
But I just wanted to add, Brendan. That's definitely a good source of it. And I like the way he worded it myself, because it's pretty clear. And then, like I said, we want to make sure, because they're talking about the end result, right? We have to distinguish the ancient population from the modern population. You see what I'm saying? So there's still yet a distinguishment. And if you bring that map back up for a second, Brendan, because I like that map.
You pull that up. Okay.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Yeah. That map shows what you have outlined is modern day Egypt. Am I correct with that, Brendan?
Right. The black border is
The
modern
black
day
border.
Egypt, but
Yeah,
the red
yeah.
is ancient Lower Nubia.
Yes, but see that ancient Egypt is not where.
Hey, yo,
that
show a
black
source or shut up.
Oh, no. You're going a minute, Reggie. Please.
Show a source. I don't
No.
believe you.
The source is in front of us, right?
Hold up.
I'm talking about the source that's in front of us.
No, the other stuff that you started talking about, the populations and all of that other stuff, the source we can read. Everything else you're adding on to it, I don't believe it.
Listen, I'm gonna let y'all go ahead. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Corey. Stop. Go ahead, Corey. Hey, Reggie, don't interrupt no more, yo. Let this man talk.
No, I gotta go. But listen, I gotta go.
You gotta go, Reggie.
But I wanted to show a source before I go. Can I show one source?
No, yo, you doing exactly what niggas trying to say I was trying to do.
I'm not a nigga. I'm just saying, please, I have to go. I do.
Then you have to go then, Reggie. They're in the middle of talking about one item. You done cut Corey off. I know he's been ignorant as fuck today, but he came back cordial. So at least be that, bro.
No, after all the shit he said to me about me, I gotta be cordial with him.
Come on, brothers. Come on.
Hey, everybody, just
because he softened his voice. Nah,
Reggie, we done already.
Reggie, man.
So you should hold on, Reggie. You should have manned up and did like Brother Unk did. Nigga, I said everything I wanted to say in a minute, so I'm not even mad at him. So you should have manned up and said the fuck you want to say, because it's over with, Reggie. Let the man talk, yo. We're in a real safe place right now.
No, you're dictating the safe place. He's going to continue to call me a liar. He's going to continue to say false things about what I said about him. He's going to continue to do that.
Reggie, all right, okay. So I thought we cleared it up what you said, what you didn't say.
No, can I just please show one source?
Oh no.
Wait,
no.
I'll wait. I'll leave after I show my source. Go ahead.
No.
Wait. Thank you, Reggie. Dang. Go ahead, Corey.
Shit's crazy, man. Anyway, man. So I like I was saying, Brendan, what you got outlined, man, is modern day Egypt, and I wanted to point out that ancient Egypt was more just south of that first cataract there. You see what I'm saying? If you go to that first cataract, ancient Egypt was up there. So and I just wanted to point out. So this is where Thinis is. This is and Thinis, right, has not been excavated, right? It's a site that hasn't been excavated, but they have a good idea where it's at, and where that's at is modern day Luxor, right? And so Namer was the king of Thinis before he united the upper and lower Egypt. Because see, this is lower Egypt that upper Egypt that we talking about here, you know, and so when they talk about the culture came from the south, they are not meaning down there at that borderline where you have in modern day Egypt, right? They're talking more about modern day Luxor, right? But also, right, I'm going to pull up a source here in a second. The Fayum, right, is where the culture actually comes from, right? The culture actually, the what we call Old Kingdom, Old Egypt, right? Dynasty Zero, the first dynastic period, into the end of the Neolithic period, right? Around 5500, right? This culture in the Fayum is where the Egyptian culture was born, and a lot of the a lot of the culture.
No, Mr. Rich, leave him alone. Rich, leave this man alone, yo. Let
Go
them
ahead.
rock
And I'm gonna back up everything I'm saying. I just want to lay out what I always like to be clear about what I'm saying. I don't want to flim flam because when I'm wrong, right, I don't want no way out of it. You know what I mean? So I want to lay out what I'm saying. So it's clear. You know what I mean?
All right,
and so the Fayum is where the culture comes from, right? And and also they had a lot of influence from Mesopotamia also.
Okay.
So you know, I'm gonna let you somebody else wanted to say something or whatever.
No.
Nah, go ahead.
I'm about to get in.
Hold on, Mr. Rich. I just want to make
go
sure we
ahead
sure.
while I get my shit.
Yeah, I'm so glad y'all brothers finally had
it's a cordial conversation. Everybody,
yeah, we good. No, we good. We got it. So
right
yeah, I just want to highlight this.
We
Corey
crazy as
said
shit.
the
Go
culture
ahead.
actually comes from Fayum. Brendan, can you pull up the map? So we just want to see these spots. Hey, Reggie, don't
you
you
see
jump
that
out
lake area? So on the
Okay.
map right there.
All right, go ahead. All right, we can't see.
On the
We can't
map
see,
right
Corey.
there, you see that Brendan has it highlighted right there. It's a lake
All right, let me
area
see.
right there. That's the
Okay.
Fayum right there. Yeah,
The lake
they had
area,
industry going on. They got industry back then in 5500.
Okay, I see it. You see it right there, right? Okay, I see it.
Yeah.
Got you.
Yeah.
All right, we good. Okay, I like that.
Yeah.
I like
Yeah,
that.
that's
And
and
they
when
were
they're talking
influenced by the
about the culture
Mediterranean
came
culture,
from the
right?
south, that's what they mean. That's
And
what
they
they
were
mean.
influenced by the Mediterranean
okay.
culture, right, Corey?
Yeah. Well,
And
no,
that's the
they are
beginning
a
of the Egyptian
Mediterranean
culture.
No, they are a Mediterranean culture. They're one of them.
Oh, they are the Mediterranean culture.
Man.
Wow.
Oh,
Damn, I
man.
know we already displayed that. Well, go ahead.
No,
You
let
still
them
on
have
that?
it. Let them have it.
All right, cool. They still on that.
Hey, you gotta let them have that, yo. Now you good, yo. We appreciate that, Corey. Good work, yo. Hey,
Corey.
Yeah. Just go ahead, because I'm trying to. Go ahead. I'm hearing you. I'm just trying to pull up my sources real quick.
I partially do agree with you. You know what I'm saying? Some of the culture did come from the Fayum, but you do have to realize too.
No.
I can't hear you. You muffled. You real muffled.
You gotta let them finish, before you interject on it. Though.
No, I'm trying to Gullah, we gonna go and get Gullah. We gonna
I was trying to hear what Gullah said.
Go ahead, Gullah.
Hey, Gullah, we going on your channel, yo, and we gonna break it down. We're not doing it right now. Let them work.
Man, you can't tell. You always trying to dictate what somebody say. Gullah came on here. I invited Gullah on here to add his input.
Now y'all was doing good. Now go ahead, Gullah. Go ahead, Gullah.
Man.
No, I'm gonna show it on my channel too. But all I was saying was the Fayum hate culture. You know what I'm saying? Actually, we the ancestors of the Proto-Semitic people. But and partially, you know what I'm saying, some Egyptians too. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, Gullah, let me ask you, Gullah.
But the Fayum culture is contemporary with other cultures that developed and made the Egyptian culture, like the Badari.
Yeah, like the Badarian. The Badarians
they was
is
going on the same time as the Fayum. You got the Merimidi.
But Gullah, let me ask
I've been waiting before I go.
I'm gonna stop sharing this and see if I can pull up a better map with some of the cultures.
So Brendan, can I just present a few seconds before?
Go ahead, brother. Yeah, go ahead while I pull up this other slide.
This is okay. So thank you so much. So I'm gonna share my screen, and so this was in my presentation. I think everybody knows this was in my presentation.
So are we disagreeing?
Please keep it concise though, because
I'm keeping
if he's gonna do it, yeah.
Right.
Hey, brother Reggie.
Whatever that dude said, without any sources. I can at least show a source from Silowitz to say that what he said was not true. So this is from Christoph Silowitz. First of all, it seems that the Lower Egyptian society was much more stratified than it was previously supported. At its head stood a local elite, which supervised trade with the East and South and established the basis for future relationships. The first Akkadians came to Tel El Farqa in the Fayum as tradesmen or settlers, but with the permission of the Lower Egyptian elite. And we're talking about geographically, Lower Egyptian elite. In all three groups of Akkadians connected with different political centers, probably settled at Tel El Farqa during the late pre-dynastic and proto-dynastic times. Further changes related to the inner migration within the Delta and shift to the economy of the site took place during the second part of the first dynasty. So a lot is said in here. Basically, no one's saying that there were not groups of people here, But what they are saying is, in fact, that these groups of people replaced and added to the culture of these people to become Egyptians.
What you read did not just say that.
It didn't go downwards, right? It went upwards. I want to show this, and I'll leave.
Come on, bro.
Wait, I'm just giving you the data.
Yeah, but what you just read.
Okay, I'll put that back up.
What do you want to pull it back? We can do this lady, Reggie. We good, Reggie. I got you.
Okay, so you saying what he read is saying what he said it said?
Right.
No, Reggie's not saying that at all.
What? Oh, you don't even make sense right now.
Now Reggie's not. So the culture didn't come from the North.
No,
there are cultural elements in the North.
Y'all do whatever the fuck y'all doing.
That added to Egyptian culture, but the primary trappings. So go ahead, Corey. Go ahead, name this shit, yo. That became Egyptian culture, yo. Go ahead.
This shit is so confusing.
No, I'm finna pull up my. I'm just trying to get my shit. This
While he's doing that,
Source Wars.
He's doing that.
Reggie, read that first sentence. Read that first sentence, Reggie.
Right, you can't listen to that.
Well, while he's pulling up some source that he is not, and he has to show the date of the source and the time period of the source, right?
Yeah, that's gonna be.
When he pulls that up, I want to show one thing, and I think it's a good time to for me to leave after I show this. So in this article, if you can see, there is a article from J.D. Walker of Oxford University, and he does a whole piece on the misrepresentations of Diop's views, right? The late Sheikh Anta Diop was perhaps the strongest opponent of Africa of basis in historical scholarly broadly defined. His work and purpose has been frequently misunderstood and misinterpreted. It is also very likely that his views, or some of them, have been seriously misrepresented. The purpose of this brief essay is to examine in a preliminary fashion recent statements or implications about Diop by a team of the universities of Michigan, Ann Arbor, and Washington, Seattle. Diop's work is not defended or refuted. The concern is about Diop, what he really said, what he said or he did. And so in this, he just says, Brace's 1993 state that Diop's writing, among others, is the case of inverted racism. They also state that his definition of Black or African by implications includes only those within the stereotype caricatures of West African. ? Physiognomy described in some literature as a true Negro, which is sometimes coterminous with the forest Negro, and sometimes not. So in this article, they break down what Diop actually said. Last part, I just want to show, because these are white scholars talking about Diop's work, since Diop is a liar, to some people who have misread or who have not read, or have not read the white people that they think are on their side but are not on their side, right? So,
Reggie, before you read that,
review of Diop's statements indicate that he included a range of people and phenotypes under the designation Negro. Diop made a point of addressing characteristics of certain Pule and Nubian groups as being a part of the range of indigenous African traits. Diop also explicitly said that the Egyptians absorbed whites during the Umayyad period. The second pre-dynastic phrase, once viewed as the earliest definitive Proto-Egyptian culture. Diop, though he did not express it clearly, thought in terms of biogeography and biohistory for his definition. He also defined populations in an ethnic or ethno-geographical fashion. Nile Valley populations absorbed foreign genes, but this did not change their Africanity. Okay, I'll stop.
Yeah, hey, Reggie, I showed you, if y'all want to get it, just read Cairo Symposium, read book 2, and they actually give you his argument and how he said from the beginning. So the funny part about this whole thing, Reggie, is that the Afrocentric and the Blackology community, they too have misrepresented Diop's work. Correct. That's the funniest thing ever. The nigga said from day one you had white people that mixed in. So that's why I was yelling to the top of my lungs, hold on, dog. So I got my presentation where I read that work where he say from day one they was mixed. No one. That's what I'm saying, yo. Like they always said that. So go ahead. Hey Reggie, I really appreciate you doing that because this supports me reading. I read book 2 to the audience the other day when I said everything that Diaz talked about and how they was mixed from the beginning. So I appreciate that, bro. So stand up with those guys like Diaz who actually in the fucking museum. Stand up.
So
appreciate that, Reggie.
I will say that I think we jump around too much.
Yeah, let me say it for you, Chef.
Go ahead.
In the last 15, 20 minutes, okay, this is why you have a headache. I wanted to say this earlier, just in the last 15 minutes alone, we've went from Brandon's article that had 3 different quotes from it and then a synopsis at the end that he had kind of highlighted. Then we went to Corey talking about his presentation he was going to present it. He was kind of giving you a foundation of it before he presented it. Then we had Reggie go in and kind of dispute some of what Corey's going to present that he hasn't really presented yet. Then, hold up. And then we went to Dion. So that's 4 different areas. And
no,
really
Dion, we're talking about the same thing.
That's why you have a headache.
See, we're talking about the same point. We're just backing it up.
No, we let y'all talk. Why the man can't get if he's wrong, get him at the end.
Talking about the same thing though. No, are y'all serious right now?
Get him at the end, yo. We let Reggie go through.
You doing bullshit now. We talking about the same thing that Brendan read. Reggie just read the same thing. Is y'all just fucking dysfunctional or something right now?
You dysfunctional.
What the fuck is going on here?
Why wouldn't you just let him finish?
You don't realize that the niggas said that they all read from different people talking about the same time period, yo. It's no way you don't catch. Hey, Mike, you know what I know now? Reggie was right. You doing this shit on purpose, yo. I swear to God, you doing this shit on purpose, Mike. You don't act like you didn't hear what Brendan said about the niggas. Then you're gonna fucking act like you ain't read what Reggie said, Deion Smith about the fucking niggas. All saying the same shit. It's no way, dog.
Can we stop trying to interpret?
Because of people like you, Mike.
No.
Because Mike, you act like we jumped around. We didn't jump around, Mike.
You are.
No. I'm not. Listen to me.
Corey was on point because Corey talked about Fayoum. We talked about the same premise.
Why you arguing, bro? Why?
Listen to me. It's all loosely related. But my point is, listen to me. What I'm saying is, what I'm saying is,
now I don't want to hear, Mike. No, you're proving yourself to be dishonest right now. No, now all of a sudden it's loosely behavior. All right, bro.
The whole conversation is loosely. But my point is,
the whole conversation about the Nubians is a conversation. What are you talking about?
Listen, if you stop talking,
Nubia.
Okay, my point is, listen to me. I'm your friend, Doc. Chill out. Brandon's article, what he was talking about was not resolved before we went to the next, and then that was not resolved before you went to the next. The whole conversation is related in some way, but my point is that you never get a chance to finish and close something out before you move to the next, and that's why you have a headache.
I got a headache because the guy that Brendan read closed it out.
Man,
there's no more
somebody else
on that. It's closed.
Just let me say this to you, bro. Like, you can't dictate the whole conversation. You can't dictate how the conversation flows. You have to let the conversation flow naturally, man. Like, it's getting to the point, bro, where you overbearing. You overbearing, man.
So okay. So now I'm fucking overbearing when Magic Mike act like we jumping around when we
are jumping around.
How you the only one jumped around if that's the point? Because we was
you know
in
what?
You
go ahead, man. I give up. Y'all just
give up. Please quit. Get out of here. You unread, unstudied, biased.
Let's bring it back. Let's bring it back to the info. Let's bring it back to
you only gotta do that though, Reggie. Because the truth is, yo, hey Corey, I thought we was talking about Nubia. Yo, you went up to Fayoum, yo. You the only one jumped around, yo. I'm not unbearing. Don't get mad at me because I put rails on the conversation. We was in Nubia. Reggie read about Nubia. Brendan read about Nubia. You hollered out Now you mischaracterized Diaz. Now you realize you did, and then you feel a certain way about that, bro. You can't fake me out. I've been here with Reggie Red. I've been read that to the audience.
Let Magic Mike
people can go right back to Real Black Agents and see me read what the nigga was saying. Everybody heard that, dog. So when Brendan read what he read, everybody been knew Diaz was saying the same thing to that white boy. That white boy wasn't knowing what he was saying.
So is the fact that you cut Magic Mike off, you should have let him.
He ain't got no sources. Everybody else put up sources that's not for Magic Mike and the other dude that y'all ran.
He got a source.
Hey, listen, I'm out of here.
I think you got a source, Reggie. Hold on, Reggie. You got a source. He's just waiting for y'all to be quiet. Go ahead, Magic.
No, so I can put up a source. That's not the point. And there are many people that come on this platform that don't put up sources. Again, my contention, and I told you this probably 8 or 9 months ago when you were saying the Egypt conversation is really about focusing on Michael Jackson. You remember that conversation, Reggie? You were saying that people were focusing on this topic too much and treating it like it's Michael Jackson.
And not talking about his parents. Not talking about his Joseph and his wife.
I understand that, but my point is that your point then, anyway, I'm not even going to go there. My point is there's been enough sources, even the source that Unc read probably an hour ago, where he, during all that explosion, it wasn't anything additional to the conversation of other sources that have already been put out. There's already been enough.
To this show, to this point, Magic, what we're doing, right, is we're zooming in on what people have said and the misrepresentations that other people have said. And so we're zeroing it in with modern day sources. Lots of people said things in the past, right? But Unc is correct. We were talking about Nubia. Brendan showed a source on Nubia. Unc was talking about Nubia. I showed a source on Nubia. Then we jumped to Fayum for no reason. And I'll review the show, but I bet you won't have a source that says in any way, fashion, that the Northerners absorbed the African culture.
Man, I ain't even listening to that, man. I'm saying, so I'm an overburned dude because Magic Mike act like we.
No, man. Y'all, hey, listen, come on, man.
That's horrible, yo. And the funny part about it is Diop said the exact same thing that the goddamn Yale nigga said. Prove me wrong, Magic Mike. Prove me the Diop didn't say the same. They said the same thing. I read the shit. The problem is most people ain't read it.
Yeah,
man. The only one can talk.
No, go ahead, Corey.
Crazy, man. It's nuts, man.
Wow. Hey, Corey, we still waiting on that the Mediterranean culture, how they influence the Nubians.
Talking about,
as Corey was saying, the Mediterranean culture influenced them. We just wanted to get the contributions.
Oh man.
Go ahead, Corey. Corey can explain that to you.
All right, go ahead.
I think he was getting ready to present something.
You have that source, Corey?
Yeah, the source. But okay, he does. If you don't have a source, I would like to go back to my original source, right? To give some additional context to what we're talking about. But I see Gulla's sharing something. Maybe I can do it after Gulla goes in.
Gulla just gorilla.
No, that's fine. That's because he's been sort of waiting, and I know he always has some interesting conversation. It's the proto-beige, yo. Because this, what I was actually going to start, really discuss was more of a high level. Wanted to kind of zoom out and just for the listening audience, so that we can re-vector this conversation so that they can understand and maybe follow what we're talking about. I think a lot of times we take for granted that we've done some rudimentary studies. Of course, everybody is different in their level of information and education about this stuff, right? Reggie's been studying this stuff for years. You guys been studying this stuff for years. Gullah has well, right? Me, myself, maybe not so much, right? Corey, he's sort of like in the boat with me. We're learning this stuff as we go, right? But for the listening audience, right, to sort of give them a backdrop in terms of share the information as well. I think it's important so that we don't lose or leave them behind in the conversation. So is it okay for me to just share this piece? Right, I'm going to go ahead and do that.
Hey, Brendan. Brendan, why does it? So if we argue for 2 years, and everybody heard the argument for 2 years, there was a whole Mediterranean argument how the culture came out the Mediterranean. We showed curated sources, right? We talk about the real people that studied Ben. It was different types of scholars. I did a whole thing on
Nobody
the racism
said
and how
the
they
culture came out of the Mediterranean.
when is somebody got to say, yo, I was fucking wrong.
Nobody said the culture came out of the Mediterranean.
Right. I want to table. I want to table the Mediterranean conversation because now
that's what we gonna do now.
We gotta table that because we're jumping around again.
Because when the conversation going
we're jumping around to the Mediterranean. We're talking about
the
Mediterranean. Let Brendan finish.
Brendan, you're making my point.
Hold on, man.
Now we're going to go on a diatribe about the Mediterranean.
Yep. That's what I meant by jumping around.
I'm not doing that, Mike. I'm not doing that, Mike. I'm out there.
You see,
you still waiting on Corey, right?
You see, no.
When they interject,
you see where we're at. You see this map.
When ain't nobody throwing shots,
right? This is where we're at.
Hold on, Brendan. When nobody throwing shots,
Chef, you got to let Brendan get it out, Chef.
No, fuck that.
We've just traveled a few thousand miles, right?
In a moment
of minutes, right?
Motherfuckers throw shots for no good reason.
Go ahead.
Conversation going
I muted all them, so
you did.
The conversation be going good.
Right, so let me
a shot comes out of no goddamn way
here, right?
Nowhere.
I'm just trying to play referee. I don't got nothing.
This isn't as much as a presentation. This is more of my study notes here, right? And a review of the guy's information. This is his PhD thesis, right? And one of the I think the interesting or the important part, right, that we have to share for the listening audience, right? We talk about the places, right? We talked about the maps, right? We also have to talk about the chronology, right? Because it's very important. And I think Corey he hinted on this right earlier, because we always, when we talk about Nubia, we talk about it as if it was a single span of time, right? As if it was a single cultural population, and it was a single, I guess you would say, biological group as well. None of those things are correct, right? So we have to actually vector ourselves in the conversation and talk about this in a bit of a greater detail. So what I wanted to do is share this piece, and this comes from Reisner's sequence of the different cultures of Nubia, right? And we've always talked about Nubia A group, B group, C group, right? I wanted to put this on the table for the listening audience so that they're clear in terms of what this is, right? So I'll go ahead and read. I think it's from the.
Could you tell us who Reisner is, please? Can you tell us who Reisner is?
Right, he's an archaeologist who did the first surveys of the major different excavation sites for Lower Nubia, right? So when we talk about Reisner's groups, right? All of the data, the overwhelming majority of the archaeological information, right? Reisner and some of the groups, like you say, some of the archaeological groups that he led, right, in his studies actually collected this information, right? And Reisner,
let him have it. We know about Reisner.
And Reisner actually, he's, again, I'm not saying that the man is infallible, right? I'm putting it out here.
But we're just asking if he practiced scientific racism. That's all.
Again,
no, I don't want it. No, we good. I just wanted to know who, so the audience would know.
And again, we'll get into Reisner because it actually talks about, instead of let me talk about it, let's see what the article says about Reisner. He says Reisner's sequence of cultures have been refined by subsequent work, but has not been found to contain any major errors. The earliest cultures or groups were essentially the same as those then known in Egypt, and like them were called early, middle, and late dynastic, right? I mentioned this earlier when you talk about the Nubian groups, right? One of those things you have to keep in mind, you have to actually align those with the dynastic dynastic cultures of Egypt as well. And so it says the local culture in the early dynastic period was essentially a continuation of the late pre-dynastic culture of Nubia and was called the A group. The next phase, which correlates to the Old Kingdom, was called the B group, right? Really, in reality, when you talk about the A and the B group, right, we can get into this into greater detail, but really they were really the same groups, right? What they say that the B group was sort of a degraded or a poorer version of the A group. So a lot of times what you'll see, people skip talking about the B group because they really lump the A and the B group together. But again, it says the C group was seen as coeval with the first intermediate period and the Middle Kingdom. The New Kingdom remains labeled the D group, but indistinguishable from the New Kingdom material in Egypt, where discovered and interpreted as results from Egyptian migrations into Nubia during and after the second intermediate period. There was little evidence of any sort of occupation after the New Kingdom until the Ptolemaic period, when Greco-Roman remains appeared, right? Leaving a sequence of letters for the intervening period, Reisner labeled this the W group, right? And the new and distinctively un-Egyptian culture, which followed it, the X group. After the X group, Christians remain, right? The Nubian Christians are considered the Y group. They appeared, which cover a period from approximately 540 AD to the late 12th century. It says, unfortunately, Reiser was not interested in the latter period, feeling that the life at that time differed little from the life in modern Nubia, right? So that's one of the limitations of Reisner's research, right? He didn't really delve into the modern population, right? But what I did, all this information here, I culminated this, right? And I put this together in a sequence, right? That makes it a little bit easier to understand, right? So at the very top, you have the oldest group, the Nubian A group, right? Which essentially spans from the pre-dynastic period to the early dynastic period, right? Nubian B group, this is the Old Kingdom. Nubian C, that's the first intermediate period to the Middle Kingdom, right? The D group, that's specifically the New Kingdom there. And you have the W group, which is at the very bottom. These are the latter groups, right? The W group goes from the Ptolemaic Roman period to the Meroitic phase. You got the Nubian X group, right? 400 to 600 AD, right? Of course, that's a lot more modern. And then that Nubian Y group, that's the what we call that Nubian Christian group, or the very more modern group from 450 to the 12th century AD there. Right. But I just wanted to sort of put that on the table. And again, like people who are chronology and history buffs, give me about maybe 100 to 200, years variable there, right? Because it could be either way, right? But again, the chronology that I used was from, actually, this is the Encyclopedia of Ancient Egypt. This is a source that was referenced to me from Brother Reggie, and I sort of used this, right? All of these dynastic periods to line up with the Nubian groups that Reisner sort of describes, or that Trigger sort of describes in his PhD thesis here. So that's just for the listening audience to give us some chronology regarding these groups. I'll stop sharing.
Reisner, right?
Yep, that's Reisner.
All right, Reisner, here you go. Did Corey want to get into something? Because I would like to go to Penn State. I don't want to cut nobody off.
No, go ahead, bro. Go ahead. And again, you say, I know, brother, like say brothers like Brother Smash and all these guys, they can explain this stuff a lot better than I can. So I'm somewhat new to it, but I figured I wanted to kind of get some of the research out that I've been doing as well.
No, I think it's good to have a fresh. I appreciate that, bro. And just to see how far I'm off or how close I am. So we're gonna come to Rising right here. We're gonna come to Penn State. This is the university. I want to come to source. Y'all see the screen? Egyptica 106, Morton Cranial Egyptica, page 56 to 66. This is I'm gonna show you the source of this. Hold on. That's Rising right there that he's talking about. All right, no, this is Morton right here. Y'all know who Morton was. We call him the father of science.
Oh, that's the wild man Morton.
That's Morton. Yep. So see this is Penn Museum. Okay. So this how we do this. And yeah, Morton, Samuel, Samuel George Morton. Right. Let's see what Morton has to say real fast. And he's going. Let's go to Egyptica. Go to see these are the skulls they was doing. So when y'all start hearing people talk about skulls, Morton and them, who is definitely calling him the father of scientific racism, he actually, he did the drawings and stuff like that. And they was making certain determinations off these skulls, right? So I also have the reports of the archaeologists of that time. So anybody in the Black community or the racist community, whatever we want to do, just trying to act like that they wasn't having this debate, the same shit we having, is crazy. So 106 right here. So I want to come right here. It says it says Morton. It says so Rising was sending the skulls to Morton and them. Here you go. It says thus it was Morton's long-standing assertion that racial division of humanity had been in place since ancient Egypt. Okay? It say without changing since then. He also concluded that ancient Egypt was originally peopled by a branch of Caucasian race who ruled as kings of Egypt. He further asserted that Negroes were numerous in Egypt. Brendan, you want to look up the word numerous real quick for me? Can I get that?
More than a few, right?
I think too. You saying Morton had that craniology thing?
This
going
is
on?
Morton, right?
Yes.
This is
yeah.
Okay.
Craniology, right?
Was this
Yes.
Okay. So this is Morton, right?
This is Morton, right? But he's getting the skulls from Rising and them. We dealing with Rising. He's an archaeologist. They were sending the fucking skulls to Morton, who is actually the father of scientific racism. Okay, so anybody that knows the study knows that everybody they was debating over how much of the mix was on some wild ass shit. So can you pull up the word numerous for a minute? So let me finish. It says, after looking at the skulls, it says that without changing, it says he also concluded that ancient Egypt was originally peopled by a branch of Caucasian race who ruled as the kings of Egypt. He further asserted that Negroes were numerous in Egypt, but their social position in ancient times was the same that it now is, that of servants and slaves. So the point I want to make here is that they all said that it was what they called Negroes in Egypt. So any argument that Dr. Ben and Diaz was using, it would have had to been coming from these dudes. So it wasn't like Diop's and them made the shit up. It's not like it's a wild statement. Y'all, that's not true. The anthropologists of the day, they could not omit at no point could they not omit what they was calling Negroes. Today, we omit it. Today, so now we shifted Negroes to like some type of genetic marker and you pushed them out. It's funny to me. But at no point did these early archaeologists try that. As a matter of fact, Brendan read a whole goddamn source that talked about the fucking sword fighting they was doing. Morton, craniology. So they was all confused. And remember, to him, to see a quote unquote Negro in that position was mind boggling because it actually usurped their religion and it usurped their idea of the intelligence that they felt like the Negro had. Remember, the Negroes were stupid. So ain't no way they didn't build some shit that we never did in our world. So they obviously are Caucasians. As a matter of fact, they say what you're hearing people say now. They was black white people or white black people. Thus the Caucasian race. So I've been saying this from day one. I don't know what more anybody wants me to do. I don't even care to have a conversation anymore for me. Because it's madness at this point.
Right.
Complete.
So one more thing about Rising.
No, but just in terms of the interpretation of the archaeological evidence, right? Those primary sources and stuff. It's always been problematic, and right, and it's a lot of it is tainted by the scientific racism. When you're talking about the Negroid and Caucasoid and all that stuff, you know, we have these conversations. And what I always say in these scientific articles, anytime you see these experts, when they interject those particular terms, right, somewhere close they're going to make a mistake. Right, somewhere close they're gonna get ready to jump out the window and say something, and that's why I always say that these terms are outdated, right, and that they belong in the dustbin of history, right? Because again, they mean things that when we say a Negroid, quote unquote black, or Caucasoid, quote unquote white, right? When we say it, we don't mean what those early scientists who developed those terms, how they said it. We don't say it in those terms. When they said it, they said that this idea that a Negroid race and a Caucasoid race and the phenotypical things that you saw on the outside were signals of deep biological differences between the human populations. And we know that's not true. That's why I say to continue to use it, right, is pseudo, is inappropriate, right? And you're going to make a mistake, just like they have.
So,
but still, in terms of Reisner's groupings, how I just use Reisner in terms of his information, the groupings, right, of the Nubian A, B, C to the Y group, right? We know that that's still used today, right? So we can still use pieces of the information without throwing the baby out with the bathwater.
Yeah, you see? Can you see this right here?
Yep. I see. Morton. Yeah.
Reisner, 1819. This is his statements. He said the native Negroid race had never developed either its trade or any industry worthy of mention, and owed their cultural position to the Egyptian immigrants and to the important Egyptian civilization. It was inconceivable to him and his colleagues that a black civilization could have attained victories over the white one. So they went into this whole situation, bro. Right? This guy, hold on. They went into the whole situation with cultural nuances. Morton had many scholars from ancient Egypt and concluded that the ancient Egyptians were not African, but were Caucasian. So that's why we fight hard for that, regardless of their diversity and regardless of the mixing of it. Samuel Morton is often thought of as the originator of American school of ethnography. It's a school thought in antebellum America since that claimed the difference between humans was one of species rather than variety, and is seen by some as what? The origin of scientific racism. So we can't leave that off the table when we're talking about ancient Africa and ancient Egypt and the whole piece. So I would warn people to try to bring a balanced approach to the conversation. And the only thing that brings balance for me would be understanding science and scientific terms and leave out that aspects of race. But whatever we think we're talking about, these dudes always at all times, right, never took away, quote unquote, what you want to say, Negro or whatever the hell you thought it was, or sub-Saharan type. They tried to get rid of it, but they couldn't get rid of that skull. And they couldn't get rid of that fact. And Diop's talked about that. And all the anthropologists of their day actually talked about that. It's in the works. Y'all can pull it up online. It's free. You can pull up UNESCO 9-volume set. Go read book 2, Africa, right? The first book is about methodology, right? And the second book squarely has Egypt been talking about Africa, and they get it in, and they give you the views from anthropologists that came out of that scientific conference. Yo, you could just read it. So anybody, once again, anybody saying that the source Brendan read about having this mixed skulls and different skulls and all that, yo, you lying. That's not what the experts say. right? Anybody thinking that an African is a person that's not mixed, yo, you lying. That's what it means to be African.
Well said.
But I'm gonna tell you, it that's what it means to be African. It means that you mixed.
And just because you see that admixture, that doesn't mean they're not African, right? We know where that admixture comes from.
So I want to show this and get it off my chest, yo. You see this, right, Brendan?
Yep, I see the Kerma, the C group, Pangrave. Yeah.
Okay, so we know these to be part of the Nubian culture, right? Different groups, right? So this is how we actually see it in our mind. This has been divided by racism. We can't see it. Human beings like borders and real safe areas. So this is why we argue so much, because we like the safe space where there's a clear round circle and we can say, yeah, this is what it is. You know, Sheffrin say, yeah, we're gonna pin these niggas down. The problem with Egypt is you can't pin a nigga down. It has to be balanced. This is what we think we want to see on. This is what our mind says it is. There's Karma, there's Pangrave. They distinctly separate groups. Okay. Here's where the rubber starts to meet the road. We're comfortable with this. I'm going to introduce 6 Nubian groups that I know none of y'all didn't know about. Karma, that had Dissian, the C group, the Pangraves, the Jebel, Mugram, and Gash group. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. These are 6 what they classified as Nubian groups, and there go Egypt. Look at the circles. So we can basically see that these groups was crossing over into each other. So I think everybody is pretty much comfortable with this. At this point, y'all don't have a problem with that. But I hate to tell you that actually on the ground, it wouldn't have looked like this. On the ground, when they did the real archaeological surveys with modern shit and modern genes, this ain't even a picture. It's not even that clear. Watch this. Okay, now we're getting a little bit closer. Look at the different colors. Look how you got from the blue, the dark blue, the light blue. Look how it's going. Although you can see certain clusters, but look how they intermingle with the different variations of colors. This is actually what it looked like in Egypt. This is a survey of Egypt. Now y'all starting to get a little confused for all the black geologists and all the motherfucking racist white supremacists. Now you kind of fucked up a little bit. Yeah, and I'm saying I can prove this. I'll bludgeon anybody to play this game. But guess what, ladies and gentlemen? This is not the picture. By the time you really get on the ground and really do the homework, this is the picture right here. Yes. So we're actually trying to argue about a situation that's all blurred out. You can barely make distinctions. And when you really study, you realize that there are anthropologists, archaeologists that are saying, man, watch this statement. What we thought was all Egyptian was really Nubian shit we was finding. And they could wish they could go back in the museums and reorganize all that shit. It's too late. So Egypt doesn't fit into anybody's radar of what we really thought it was. It was heavily mixed, heavily multicultural, and the lines was always blurred. Because you're going to always say sugar you like, yo, and holler at it, yo. No matter what we think, human beings are producers of babies. There's no getting around that. The most powerful force on planet Earth is the sexual urges of Homo sapiens sapien and the mixing of Homo sapiens sapien. So this is the picture actually on the ground. It's very murky, and none of us have the expert superior skills to actually go to Egypt to an archaeological find and look at the object and say, yeah, it's Egyptian. So these are actually how the population would have been right here. And I showed you all the groups distinct. This is what it looked like. And now we want to argue that. So when I make the statement, wait a minute, let's get away from people. I said Omicron. Nobody is arguing whether Omicron is really SARS-CoV-2. The novel SARS-CoV-2. We know what that is. And we know what Omicron is. So when you're looking in terms of populations in Egypt, look at Omicron and how it's mutated. As a matter of fact, the SARS-CoV-2 mutated right from the back. Anybody that was actually studying the material. So we're actually arguing over a mutation, y'all. So if you think about it, human population is 99.99 the same. Oh, Unc, I don't like that. What you saying? Hold on now. I said 99.99. So actually, it's 1.1%. So watch this, y'all. If the Native American population is 1.1% of her and African population being the same, right? Or you go all the way to Sweden some damn where, and all the way up to the Catskill Mountains some damn where, and there's still 1.1% the same. What the hell do you think is going to happen in an area where the river is not a barrier, but a corridor of genetic transferring? You're going to get this picture right here. So at this point, I'm no longer arguing with y'all niggas. I promise you. I'm no longer putting my friendships on the line for an argument that none of us can get past. There's no way to understand this but to understand the SARS-CoV-2 and how different variations of mutation is simply a mistake. When the virus mutates, it's a mistake in the program. So when a human being actually mutates and an allele is it's a mistake. That's what a mutation actually is. Can you hear me, Brendan?
Yeah, I'm right with you, right? In
so
terms
that's all.
of,
So we arguing over mutations, yo.
Yeah, and
that
also
shit is hilarious now.
And also I'll share this. And when we're talking about the differences between the Nubian groups, and this is one of the articles I shared with the brothers earlier about, when you have to be careful when you're talking about, okay, well, this is Nubia A, Nubian B, and Nubian C, right? But because this particular article talks about the biological continuity between these groups, right? So we just talked about how, there's a chronological difference between the A group, the B group, and the C group, right? There's distinctions there culturally, right? And previously, not only did the scientists think that these groups were different culturally, they thought they were different as well biologically. But this is a report from a recent study that they actually did dental and craniological studies on some burial sites between some Nubian A and Nubian C groups, right? Bodies. And what they noticed through the dental morphological records, they were able to prove that really the Nubian A group people and the Nubian C group, right, were actually biologically the same. These are, they have that biological continuity between Nubian A, B, and C, right? So we can no longer say from previously how scientists said that these were completely different cultural groups. They may have came in, replaced each other through migration and things like that. We say, they're culturally different, but biologically, these people, this is the evidence that say biologically, these people have a continuity there.
Yeah. I would say, Brandon, the A, B through C, the A group is really the ancestor to the C groups. You know what I'm saying? Later on, you know what I'm saying? They're the same people.
Yeah.
But when you're dealing with like the Kerma population,
that's way further south, right? The Kerma population is way further south, right? And this is just lower Nubia. Again, that's why places are important. Gullah, we have to confine our conversation to specific geographical areas, right? Because if we start moving, right, we're gonna get off target. Yep, exactly.
Yeah. That's what I would say. Like later on, the people from Kerma, from Upper Nubia came and annexed those groups. But that was later on during the intermediate period. You know what I'm saying? Right before the 18th dynasty.
Yeah. I was actually doing some research on the Kerma group, right? And this was one of those the groups that actually went with, I guess you would say, the power of Nubia was sort of arising in that Kerma group, because it was sitting there sort of as that central point of trade, right? And because you had people like the ships and everything coming up and down the Nile. You had the people exchanging goods, and that ended up becoming a power center there in Kerma, right? And as Nubia sort of rose in power, right, that's where the power center sort of came from Kerma and sort of moved north, right, to start actually rivaling ancient Egypt, right, as a power rival in the area. So yeah.
Yeah, and then the Kerma groups would have been like more of a non-Saharian speaking regime, and like
Yeah.
C group, A, B, C through C group, they would have been Afro-Asiatic speakers.
So where Magic Mike at?
I'm here, man. I was waiting for you guys. I actually would say, Brother Unc, what you just presented, and what Brandon was presenting, I don't think anyone, no one should really disagree with that. I think that is kind of the summary and the final analysis of the whole argument. I think if everyone stayed kind of in that area and stopped fighting for white or black or fighting for this or that or the other, and realized that it is that mixture, then I think that the temperature could really cool down overall. But I think that, again, once you're trying to fight for one side or the other, then it just feeds into, the chaos.
You
right,
know,
Mike.
Mike, I said the same thing the other day on a call with the brothers. I said, when we get the source material out there and we actually talk about it, right, in the way that the scientists and the experts talk about it, we all agree, right? It's only when the sources come down off the screen, right, and then we begin to interjecting and having our own conversations, that's when all the contentions start. Because being honest, we all agree on the source material, or the overwhelming majority of us agree on the source material, right?
So, but I get mad when everybody trying to pull me in their group on that shit. When I've been, my thing is science, man. My thing is to make sure Mike can come on here and we can have this intelligent conversation on the source I presented. Not to take him on a wild goose chase and mischaracterize what he's saying, what I'm saying. My shit is super clear, yo. I've been saying this for 2 years, though, Mike. There's no way everybody act like I ain't said that for 2 years, yo. It's no fucking way now we're going to come to the end of the race and now all of a sudden I ain't been saying the same thing for 2 years. It's the most craziest thing ever. Y'all been reading the same shit for 2 fucking years, yo.
What ends up happening is, as you're a part of different conversations that have different agendas, different angles, and you're trying to correct someone or trying to re-clarify your position, it seems like you're kind of all over the place. But when I first came on this channel almost a year ago or so, you told me that you thought that the ancient Egyptians were an indigenous African society, population, culture, whatever you want to say, that were neither black or white.
Thank you.
As we understand it today, black or white. And I agree with that. And I think most people in this argument agrees with that. Now, maybe some of the people on Sinetta don't agree with that. But I think that just needs to be your core position. And I think even some of the people that you may think are your enemies in the community agree on that as well. So just stay there, man. There's no need to go and delve off into all these other areas. And fussing and fighting, in my opinion.
I appreciate that advice, yo. I'm gonna take you up on that. Yeah, and I know exactly what you're saying. Yeah.
The problem is I don't think Chef believes you.
Right. I don't believe.
No. I believe Chef agrees with that.
Oh man.
No,
in terms of I don't want to. I'm being facetious and kind of kidding as well. But again, I think we always get into the argument when he say, "We really think you do. We do think you believe that."
Right, yo. That's the point, yo.
But I'll take your word for it. I take your word for what you say.
No, listen, because I like the fact that we're all in a position where you don't have to take our word for it. So watch this. So how do we know that Brother Unc never was talking about the Egyptians being black or race? Because at least on the surface, I claim to understand evolution. I'm the dude who brought evolution to the channel. When I say channel, I'm talking about the conscious community. So in case y'all just start tuning in, right, I got to toot my own fucking horn. Niggas thought I was crazy talking about evolution. Nigga, you talking about white boy shit. That's the white man science. When I came to me, they was on crystals and they was on Sarah Stupicetti, who denies evolution, but yet say Africa is the homeland of Homo sapiens sapiens. There's no way to prove that Africa is the homeland of Homo sapiens sapiens, not unless you use evolution. So I set a rule. And I didn't know, but the rule was actually for these moments right here. So you could always know what I was talking about. So if I'm talking about evolution and I'm talking about the anthropological study, ain't no fucking way I could ever be saying they was black or white or any type of race, because science has guarded against that. I taught Charles Darwin for this very moment. Charles Darwin said, after circumnavigating the globe, that we all the same, just a variation. And guess what? He did the same shit I just did to y'all. I got off of the Egyptians and I jumped on Omicron, which is nothing but a couple of mutations away from the same thing, but it's still the same thing. Novel SARS-CoV-2, the original variant, ain't Omicron, so we could say that, right? But it's the same damn thing. It's just a couple mistakes, a couple recopies different. It's a small little at the micro level mutation, yo. So if I'm howling to the top of my lungs, evolution, then I already know that Charles Darwin. Matter of fact, fucking, I was on each one teach. They cussed me out for that Charles Darwin shit. Yo, remember that? Y'all all remember that on Garfield. Oh, Charles Darwin's more important. I said, yeah, nigga, Charles Darwin did more for black people than a nigga you trying to name. Why was you talking about? I said, because he did it for humanity. So we could never make the mistake and think that I'm saying, how can I, if I fuck with Charles Darwin, who erased race and start having white people feel crazy about themselves and no longer could support the slave trade because they start to realize that they're enslaving people who are really just as human as them, then why would I fuck with some Egyptian shit? I was in a cult that said the Egyptians was black. And as soon as I got my hands on some scientific material, I knew I was wrong with that. And I would not come into this community and lie to y'all, even though niggas hate me for teaching evolution. Now I got the other side acting like I'm doing what I actually came into the community to teach against. That shit is the most frustrating shit to me. This is not my first, second, or third rodeo. I go back at least 15 years in this community. I go back to 2006, 2005 when I left the fucking Nuance. Where the Sumerians was fucking black, the Native Americans was fucking black, everybody was black. So I come from the blackity black environment. The way I got out of that was reading John Henry Clark, Dr. Ben, Albert Churchwood, John Jackson. It got me out of that shit. So I say, what the fuck is they reading? John Henry Clark said, yo, the first thing you do with a good book is just go to the back and read the bibliography. This community didn't know about that. SETI game so motherfucking tight, yo. Y'all crazy, yo. Like SETI was my man. That's still my man for real. But he don't fuck with me and I don't fuck with him. But for real, yo, like fucking with this nigga, yo, like I learned how to have a stage motherfucking presence. Nigga, we say, ho, don't go out there yet. Chill. We're gonna chill. Let the momentum build up. Yo, this nigga be late, make the momentum build up. Yo, we go out there, yo, the crowd be roaring, Sadie, I'm like, oh shit, this nigga understand entertainment value to this thing. And the nigga raised his voice and got that voice, yeah, what I'm saying is, dog, this is such a, boom, man, shit, them crackers. Yo, he had niggas going. I was like, oh shit. Guess what we fell out on over? The same shit we about to fall out over this month. The same shit I fell out with a Sonum over, science. Because I drive a hard fucking line. I drive my line so motherfucking hard that niggas can't fuck with me. So I don't fuck with SETI because of evolution. I'm mad at Corey because he act like I don't understand evolution. Because I'm saying these niggas is really arguing over a fucking mutation. No fucking way, dog. No fucking way. I argue with Gullah and motherfucking yo, we argue nuance shit. We ain't talking about whether it was black and white argument. We argued over terms, variations, the whole y'all don't have nigga. Y'all want to talk about Gullah and fucking Ngozi been talking about Egypt for 8 straight years, yo, and it's so offensive that now niggas is starting to say, yo, they start the conversation. Really? For 8 years, I argue with these dudes. Yo, you misuse that scientific term. No, you misuse the scientific. Yo, we argue that way. So, at this point, Nobody should be saying that I'm saying that they fucking black or white, or even think there's a remote fucking race somewhere. How? I have reconditioned my mind not to believe. I have reconditioned my mind, right, to realize that science is counterintuitive. I've gotten away from the stereotypes that was reinforced by scientific racism. I've worked on that shit. So I know I come off crazy sometime. I come off crazy because, the world we live in is fucking crazy. They fought a whole fucking world war over this stupid ass conversation over race. Y'all didn't know that Hitler, attacked the world, over race. He said we the Alpine race. We are the superior race. The blonde hair and blue eyes. That nigga wasn't even that. And they are the superior race. And black people on the bottom of the totem pole. And he put people in the oven. So when Kyrie Irving said something about Jewish people, go look at this book, go look at this video with Divine Suspect on the motherfucker. Did y'all know that? Ain't no way, dog. So you saying Kyrie Irving is looking at material that Divine Suspect is a part of, yo? We've been put that fire out, yo.
The original pseudo sophisticate.
Come on, dog. I've been beat that nigga up.
He killed it, man. He actually he thinks he's supporting those that are kind of in his circle. He's actually making it harder for them because now this is even exposed on a higher level, and those that are truly intellectual and scientific are just summarily dismissing it as foolishness. And I think it's actually going to be harder for that community to grow now. Now that this is really coming out mainstream and everyone's just kicking it down.
Well, now you're right. What's funny? Everybody listening to the show, the pseudo killers, the Amara Squad, everybody else, like we've been saying this, yo. This is not new. Yo, I done argued at these niggas for 15 years, yo. Now, guess what, yo? See? Now motherfuckers is losing millions because the champ is here now. See, when the white boys and the Jewish people and the academia step all the way up, yo. Now, like you said, Magic Mike, now they looking crazy. I've been saying it. I say, Divine, yo, you crazy as fuck with that made up shit you doing, bro. So now it's mainstream. So I need everybody, yo. I need everybody that understands science, yo, to go educate your damn community, yo. Yo, I'm literally willing to start whole new friendships off of this shit of ours, yo. Like the greater African American community need brothers and sisters that is dedicated to science, no matter what the fucking answer is, yo. You got to be dedicated to that shit because Hitler fought a war over that shit, and your fucking ancestors lost their life over pseudoscience. Did you know that Africans, by the millions, actually was enslaved by the millions for a pseudoscientific concept called race? Did you hear that, Brendan?
Absolutely.
I'm gonna say it again.
We always say that pseudoisms will get you killed.
Do you know how many black people lost their life fucking with Amlacron? Think about that, yo. How many family members passed the virus on to weaker older people? So y'all think so? Yes, right, yo. I might gotta lose some friends along the way, yo. Welcome to my fucking world. I done got the death threats. I done got the crazy shit. I'm arguing with Corey for just to the bitter end over terms, scientific shit. You know what I'm saying? The whole 9 yards, yo. I make some mistakes. He makes some mistakes. Brendan makes some mistakes. We all make mistakes, yo. That's because we love the people, yo. And I'm willing to sacrifice my fucking friendships to make sure the whole African American community can hear his message. Because the shit is mainstream now. And we know it's mainstream when they on Good Morning Fucking America, where young Pharaoh is about to speak for the fucking president of the United States. You know how bad I beat that nigga up?
Man, crazy.
What the fuck is we talking about, yo? Come on, do you realize, yo, prior to the fucking infection, the virus called SARS-CoV-2, yo, that I had the black community talking about vaccines, yo? It wasn't no coronavirus when I was talking about that shit on Garfield's show, on Sarnet's show. on the pseudo killers on the rip. Why no? Y'all was like, this nigga talking about vaccines. I'm in Baltimore, Maryland, yo, talking to a whole group of black people, yo. And Chef to tell you, yo, I'm in Baltimore, Maryland. Yo, these niggas, the only nigga that would support me was Chef, Dr. Mayat, Sinjetti and them. I had a whole room in the church. I lie to you not. The day before the debate against crazy ass white people, because that's what they was. I'm in a whole room for the black people, sitting up there trying to tell me how white people trying to kill them with vaccines. They was booing me, yo. And you know what I said to them? This what I got them with. I say, well, black people, last time I checked, we have conversations about, yo, you know, Tommy got locked up, yo. Yeah, that nigga got 50 years, yo. Yo, you know, the rapper, yo, just got his head blown off, yo. Hey, yo, you know, Tommy, yo, he just got raped in the alley, yo. The sister Joanne got raped by her father. Yo, you know, Greg and them, yo, they got that good dope up on Emerson Avenue, yo. And yo, you know, the feds just kicked them niggas' doors in, yo. And yo, you know, Shorty ain't even making the college. Yo, lost his life. He was 17, yo. Yeah, that's the shit we talk about. And I said, y'all know what? I ain't never heard y'all say, hey, man, Tommy died from a vaccine. I said, I've never heard that conversation. I said, and all y'all is hypocrites because all of you are vaccinated. They looked at each other. At that point, yo, you realize, yo, that a voice came out the sky. You know you fucked up, right? They knew they had fucked up. The shit that somebody told them was crazy. But this is before the fucking pandemic. Yo, this is the same month of the pandemic that nobody knew about, dog. So I never want to hear niggas try to tell me how much I care about people. Just call me fucking lucky. But really call me scientifically literate. And being scientifically literate, I was reading books and could hear what Bill Gates and them was saying and understanding how pathogens like pandemics be rolling every 100 years. So I knew we was kind of in that sweet spot, yo. And so I started the campaign. And guess who I started the campaign against? Divine Suspect. Beat the brakes off him about vaccines. 8 months before the conversation in Baltimore, Maryland, a day before the conversation in Harlem amongst a rabid, crazy-ass group of white people. They was loud and they was disruptive and they wanted to call me a nigga in there. They had a real fucking scientist on the team. And I say, shit. I said, dang. Fuck I'm gonna do. I said, okay. We had the rules set. We're gonna sit here real proper. Dang, I gotta be proper. Fuck. And we doing, and they cheat. Because the moderator was an anti-vaxxer. The fucking timekeeper was an anti-vaxxer. So every time I saw them be talking, or they'd be like, time! And the crowd will roar, ah! Back up 2 minutes. Before we went on stage, I'm talking to the scientists. It's me and Divine Suspect, and we talking to the scientists. I say, Divine, this ain't your conversation, dog. You only fuck with evolution. So the scientist white boy laughed at him. Ha ha. See, that's what white people do to us. They laugh when they realize you have no sophistication on subject matter. Ha ha. Laughed at him. He left. So me and the white boy was talking. I say, yo, I'm outmatched right now. I got a legitimate, this nigga has a doctorate in fucking biological human evolution. I was like, shit. Okay. I gotta get this white boy before he get up on stage. So I'm already plotting to get him before he get on that. See, I had to do that shit. I said, yo, you're an evolutionary scientist, right? And we had a good half an hour conversation. He said, yeah, bro. He said, what school did you get your doctorate in? I said, well, yo, Baltimore, Maryland, just reading books. He was like, what? I said, yeah. I say, but let me ask you a question, yo. I say, so why? I say, why are you getting up there acting like vaccines is killing people and don't work? I say, you study biology. You study evolution. He's like, what? I'm not against vaccines. I say, but why are you on the anti-vax side? No. I'm trying to make sure vaccines are safer. I said, what? I said, yo. I say, so do you take vaccines? He said, yeah, my whole family take vaccines. I say, well, I dare you say that when you get up there. See how I tricked him? The crazy white boy got right up there and said, ha, he said I wouldn't say it. Yes, I give my family vaccines and Really, nigga, you the only scientist on the team. That's my first mark. The second mark was they was actually beating us up the first 2 rounds because they was cheating. And so it's the fucking fourth quarter and we down. Asar, he not rolling. Garfield ain't got hot yet because he can't get it out of his mind that, yo, there's a lot of motherfuckers here. Garfield, I snatched him out the crowd to help because Dr. I couldn't make it. We had a white scientist on our side. She's so goddamn quiet, it don't even matter. I'm thinking she's saying she ain't going against white people at this point. She's just trying to be a scientist, neutral. Just like Gozy. Gozy tried to be neutral because that's what scientists do. It's a neutral thing. I'm saying we in trouble in this motherfucker, yo. I said, damn. The white boy made that one mistake. Dale Bigtree. Who is Dale Bigtree? Now, you know we still talking about evolution. We still talking about the same conversations y'all think I'm getting away from. Nope, we talking evolution. Dale Bigtree is the largest anti-vax leader in the world. Look him up. He did the 2 movies, Vaxxed. He's funded by John Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Fund this man. Y'all can look it all up. And the white boy is super nice with his speech and what he's saying. But his strong suit is his skill to communicate at a level, at a pitch that's very demanding and controlling. So actually him sitting down wasn't really his game. His game was standing up. And he made that fucking mistake and he stood up and he started roaring like a fucking lion. Because he was like, they sunk. I got him. I got the movie. Boom, 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 boom. He's speaking like the white boy about 6'5", yo. He's 6'5". You know, that's that championship shit for white people. When you 6'5", you make great salesmen, and he thick and he talking that shit. I did the movies. Boom, 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 boom. I say, yo, did he just stand up and get slick? I say they in trouble. Yo, we in the 4th fucking quarter. Oh man, it was my turn. Matter of fact, I cut in. Oh, hold on. I say, what you mean? Hold on. No. I said his time is up. Wait a minute. I said his time is up. I started doing all that shit. I grabbed the mic and I started roaring. I started saying, yo, really, y'all spread a lot of diseases. I started banging on them. I said, yeah, Tazari, I said I wouldn't bang on y'all. And I banged on them. Black man ain't scared to bang on you with real accurate information. And I banged and I banged and I banged and I banged and I banged. I banged so motherfucking hard when the shit was over with, the white boy came and gave me my fucking respect. And I ain't do it for me. I did it for y'all. He was like, I ain't never seen a person with energy like that. He said, nobody has ever matched me like that. Never. I had a line full of white people saying, I don't know about that shit. He was talking. Yo, what books you got? They was sneaking, yo. He was like, oh, shit, let me see. Oh, yeah. And guess what the black people did? They booed me. Boo. My own community. Boo. All the natural food salesmen around the event and saw that. Boo. That's how they did me, yo. When white people gave my fucking due reverence to what I just did in that motherfucker. So when I got to get on here and argue with dudes about this shit right here and who I am, just because you might have just tuned into the channel for the first time, dog, nigga, put some fucking respect on my damn name. I'm done.
Yeah, so how long we been going in? If you Chef, you got something to add? I don't know how much longer we want to keep this one going, but I think we've covered everything that we wanted to do tonight. At least in terms of the Nubian conversation, right? Again, it gets very complex because even what we talked about tonight, this could be like the first part of a 3-part series because we only brushed the surface of the early Nubian sequences. Right, we didn't get into the middle or the late either. Right, that's just how complex and how nuanced the conversation can end up being. Right, and I didn't know until I start peeling back the layers of the onion, so to speak. You know, sort of doing the research with this stuff. Right, so I my hat's off to anybody that really sort of delves into this particular piece of information from an archaeological perspective and all of that, because the interesting thing about Nubia is that the majority of the information regarding the culture comes from the archaeological record, right? because you have to be careful because the literature piece comes from its rival Egypt, right? So there could be some skewed nuances there, right? So you have to always lean towards the archaeological evidence. And brother, you always talk about that, right? So it's sort of new to me, sort of going through the surveys, talking about the material culture. What are they finding in the grave sites? How do they match and say that, okay, well, yes, what this looks like continuity here. No, this is a different culture and all of that. So again, right, we could take this could be stretched out in a couple different videos, but I think this was a really good primer to sort of start the conversation for a really good deep dive. So yeah, anybody else want to end off with anything? And I really do want to lean on Brother Gullah Geechee in some of these conversations. What I may do, I may reach out to you one-on-one, brother, and to just go over some source material and maybe exchange some thoughts, right? If you're free sometime, maybe in the next week or so, right? To really to pick your mind on this, because I know this is something that's top of mind for you, right? So yeah, I think it'd be great.
Yeah, that's something I love to discuss, the nuances of the Sudan and Nubia area.
Yeah.
It's very, really interesting, the actual reality is. And even a lot of the perspective that we do used to get that you was right. What is Egypt? Even by us calling Kerma culture Kush, they didn't call themselves Kushites, originally.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That's a term that the Egyptians called themselves. But eventually, certain groups, they started, they became Egyptianized where they did, start calling themselves, Kushites, the way we call ourselves Black in America, you know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And we were talking about, we say that they were rivals with Egypt. And right, some people say, no, Nubia was never a rival in terms of the grandeur of ancient Nubia. But what we're talking about is a rival. They were a rival in their own right in terms of the battle for natural resources and control of trade and that kind of things. So that's what we mean when we say rival. Right.
During the 17th dynasty, even though it was in the immediate period, the Kerma Empire damn near destroyed what was left of Egypt. You know what I'm saying? That's why they say and like even why they say the vow Kush or whatever, it's because the Kermites almost put a beating in their ass. They were so embarrassed that they tried to write it out of history. You know what I mean? Right before the 18th dynasty. And
absolutely. And when you're talking about for instance, when you look at the archaeological evidence, they talk about the weakening, the weakening of some of those cultural areas, like the Buhin area. This is one of those archaeological sites, or that Brother Smash Rockwell was talking about. This is a couple days on his channel, right? But I was actually, what's ironic, I was doing some subsequent or some parallel research on the Buhin as well, and talking about how it was weakened by a lot of the mass exportations of both people and natural resources like cattle and all that stuff, right? Because Buhin was very important because that's where they were doing the copper smelting, right? And that's where the natural resources were coming out of that area. And what say, I guess you was called, this is this is Upper Egypt, right? Upper Egypt was closer to Lower Nubia, right? So Upper Egypt, right? They deliberately weakened that area, right? To basically squelch opposition, right, to those natural resources in the area. So and those are some of those early sort of rivalries, or those early contentions between Nubia in Egypt, in terms of the formation of the early Egyptian city state. So yeah, again, to me, it's fascinating reading, and when you get into it, right, it's very interesting. Right? I found myself sort of getting pulled into it. So yeah, it's very, very intriguing.
Yeah, because even whenever we get a chance, I want to share with you the information I got from Julian Cooper. And he talked about the toponym, the toponyms of Nubia and Sudan,
right?
Different language forms that are there. It's pretty interesting. What he put down.
Right, and from what I understand in terms of the term Nubia, right? There's several different I guess you would say origins of it, right? One comes from the word noob, which is gold, right? I think that came from the Greco-Roman period, right? Because that's where the gold came from. So we're going to call it noob, right? The other one is the Nuba people, right? The people who actually populated that area, right? That was another sort of name for it. So it was noob, Nuba, or the people, right? So it could either mean gold, it could be the people there. And then, of course, the more popular sort of name that we always hear is what we say, Taseti, is the land of the boat, right? That's the most popular name, or that's what they call the area in their time, Taseti.
But you know, even the Nuba people or the Nobate people, you know what I'm saying? That was a name that was given to them even by the Romans. They just kind of like, you know what I'm saying, made, you know, they so they put it in their own dialect. It's called the Nobate, but the etymology of them even saying it still comes from the Romans, because a lot of them even before they like the military regime, before they like took over certain areas, you know, the Nobate themselves were like vassals to the Romans, and they took over the other Nubian groups like the Morocco and all the other groups.
Right, but that would make sense. That would absolutely make sense, right? Because you have that the name for the gold with the noob and the nuba and all that. So yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Again, you always add really good color to the conversation.
Yeah, because even the language that we call Nubian today is really a Nilo-Saharan language that they call themselves Ma. You know what I'm saying? But you know, colloquially it's called Nubian language.
Right. So can I just share my screen, yo? This goes out to the chat. We got some North Africans in the chat, supposed to be North Africans. I ain't seen no damn license, and they've been talking shit all show, right? And they trying to they gaslighting, ain't that what y'all call it? Gaslighting shit, you know. And this is the problem, yo, with planet Earth at this point. So I just want to let y'all know, I'm not walking down the street in America and pulling up an African American and thinking he understand what I understand about African history and the slave trade. I'm not thinking that at all. Just because you're an African American, you know your damn story. I'm not even thinking that. I'm gonna go to an anthropologist that studied the slave trade, Berkeley University, and get the documents. So I don't know why people who are claiming to be from North Africa, that's my culture, that's cool, dude. But why you think you can come over here and trick me into thinking just because you live slap dab on top of the damn pyramids, that mean you understand anything about the goddamn pyramids? See, don't play with me. I ain't the one to be played with. I'm not the mark in the middle of the fucking desert that you can talk to and think you can throw shots at people in the crowd like you that more intelligent. Because if you was that goddamn intelligent, you bring your happy ass up on the platform and had a conversation. I turn my shit all the way down. I got a couple gigs. I'm gonna come at you like you come at me. So if you come on here with elegance and grace, then you're gonna get elegance and grace. If you come on here roaring, I'm gonna be the biggest lion around this motherfucker till you kill me. Simple. No in between. So all that racial rhetoric that you throw into the group, the black this, they ain't this, the sub-Saharan African, we smart around here, yo. We know the term sub-Saharan African don't even come into the lexicon until about 1964 in fucking books. So who you think you really talking to? So all that chatty patty in the chat, knock it off. Or come on here and have the intelligent conversation. Just don't come on here with that nonsense. Come on and explain why you qualify because you live on top of the pyramid. Explain to us why you know more than we know. Reading the same shit we know. Explain to me why you think you can usurp the experts. I'm just listening. Just because you live on top of the pyramid. What that mean? I live on top of Baltimore, Maryland. What that mean? That don't mean I know the history of Baltimore in detail. My ancestors was in the transcontinental slave trade. That don't mean I know the nuances of the shit. Most African Americans think that Africans sold themselves into slavery, not knowing that it never was an homogenous group in Africa. So when the Zing and them was getting it in, they was getting it in like the Romans and the Brits was getting it in. The Romans had no idea that there was some kind of genetic marker mutation going on with the people in the British Isles. They call it Britannica. And people in Germanica that fought against the daggone Romans didn't know that they had biological affiliation. They didn't know that. And the Rus, which later on became the Russians, and the Franks, which later on became the French, had no idea. When you talk about the Romans and all that shit, they didn't know. There is no homogenous human population, bro. Nowhere. Not in Asia and not in Africa. And I'm going to say this. There's no one way to be African. Only racism, white supremacy will stir and guide you to thinking that there's a race and you got to look this way or that way.
Yeah. Again, we always say, don't get out of the tank, right? So the entire conversation, right, while we wanted to center it with around the source material, was for this very reason, right? If you want to beat something up, beat up the source material, right? Beat up the PhD from Yale University, right? Beat up his PhD thesis. You know, where are we going wrong there, right? I'm not jumping out. I'm not saying anything different what the experts are saying. I'm either agreeing or disagreeing on certain points, but I'm not making my own. I'm not postulating my own theories here. So not at all.
You see the screen, Brendan?
Yep, I see it.
What we looking at, yo?
Oh, I think you're looking at two sisters, right?
Twins. Not only sisters, but twins.
Oh, okay.
Twins.
Well,
one of them got blue eyes, sort of blonde and mixed brunette hair. The other one looked like, okay, we're going to say she mixed, whatever it is. But look at her hair. Look at her hair. Look at her hair. Look at her skin tone. Look at her nose. Look at her lips. Look at them two. Look at them two sisters. And you tell me y'all know what the hell y'all talking about any goddamn population. Talk to me. So can the twin that you perceive ethnically as being white, she can walk through this world and say she white. And y'all comfortable with that. And the other twin on the right, it look like she a sister. You're comfortable with her saying she black. But as soon as the twin on the right say, no, I'm white, I'm rocking with that, yo, then she a sellout. As soon as the one that you perceive to be white saying, no, I'm black, then you got a problem. But they got a white mother and a white father, dog, and they came out the same womb. Nature don't work the way y'all want nature to work. They fought a war over this very thing right here because they looked at that and they couldn't understand that right there. And they killed people over that. Yeah, y'all tripping. Get the magazine, yo. National Geographic. Marcia and Molly Biggs say they've never been subjected to racism, just curiosity and surprise that twins could have such different skin colors. That's the color. National Geographic, get that one, yo.
Right. And you know what I always say, Unc, and I think it's something that's somewhat profound, if I can pat myself on the back, right? Because a lot of us pat ourselves on the back, right? What I say is that science and the scientific method is the only thing that prevents this big Homo sapien brain from fooling us.
Ooh. Boy, that's profound right there, bro.
Because you know, when you walk out your door, right, and you look outside, yeah, it looks like the earth is flat. Right? Yeah, everything looks flat. Right? What do you mean this force called gravity? Right? What do you mean that there's microscopic sort of subatomic particles, right, that make up something, you're right, in terms of all the materials that we see around us? What do you mean that the universe is probabilistic, right? In terms from a quantum mechanics perspective, right? Those things are counterintuitive, right? But the scientific method keeps that big brain of yours from making a fool of yourself, being wrong, right? Because in terms, our minds are built to be intuitive, right? Having an intuitive mind on the plains of the Sahara in Africa, that was your benefit, right? To be able to look out and say, okay, well, I can say, I may be able to predict, okay, maybe a lion over here or something over here. I need to be very careful, right? That's the intuitive nature of the mind. But in modern day, right? In modern day time, advancement, right? That big brain, that intuitive mind can betray you. And that's why we have the scientific method.
And, after you go through that scientific method, and I think this would be helpful for you guys, you have to be able to separate what's truth and what's opinion. Because it's okay to have an opinion as long as you're not trying to force it on somebody. Now, I'm fine with people having opinions that they're not trying to force in a negative way on anyone. But you guys, the facts are what the facts are. And if you can coalesce around the facts and say, okay, we agree here, and, we agree on 80, 85%, and then you can have your 15 or 20% opinions, and we can still kind of get along and be cool. But when you're fighting over the 15% that's unsettled, that's unnecessarily controversial, and that's not unequivocally proven to be facts, then you just stay fighting amongst each other.
Right. And that was the whole purpose of Monday Night Madness, right? The purpose of Monday Night Madness, we would get on, right, at some of the early times. We would get on, the brothers would present information, scientific information, right? Going through having factual conversations. And at the very end, we would open up the panels and debate opinion, right? At the very end, we didn't let debating the opinion become the major piece, right? That was dessert. That wasn't the meal, right? That was the dessert. And I think that's what I think we have to get back to that, right? But yeah, I think this has been a great show. I'm gonna go ahead and I think we've all made some really good points. Again, I think we're gonna do this. We'll have another subsequent show that's sort of, I guess you would say, aligned against this same particular conversation. We'll do some additional research because I know I have a lot more source material that I want to go over. And again, Gullah, I'll reach out to you in terms of that. Hey, Chef, do you have the controls? And we want to go ahead and end this out, or you guys want to stay on?
Yeah, I got the controls. I was just listening in. Yeah, there was good show. Some things that we learned. I know we always seem like, we go around the mulberry bush. So I just want to review some of the things that we went over. To keep the show where where we actually learned something new. All right. What I got out of this is that when Reggie and Unc scream Nubia and say the culture came from the South, Lower Nubia, which is in modern day Egypt, in that area in northern Sudan, that area of Nubians is not a well-defined area. The anthropology says that those people were a mixture, right, of more than one group and didn't have no set, in anthropology, no set stereotype for their features. They were a mixed group. So right there lets you know that whatever culture came out of there, right, that went into the dynastic period or the pre-dynastic period, is not what Reggie and Unc and them had led us to believe. So right there, I hope that point stays right there. And the other thing, far as race, when these anthropologists, right, and there are times when they were speaking of Negro or Negroid and Caucasoid, they were trying to explain phenotype. So anybody who's listening to Unc and them they're actually tripping, because it doesn't mean that old information is wrong. It doesn't mean that. It means that no, we have more clear ways to look at the data. That's what it's saying. So some terms they don't use no more, but if you read back in those times, the terms and stuff give you the general idea of what they were talking about. So when they used Negroid, they were talking about a classification of features, right, that we loosely called a race. So when Dr. Ben and them said the Egyptians were black, they were talking about Negroid. Those features, people who mainly inhabited sub-Saharan Africa. That's what everybody was saying. We're finding out now that that isn't the case. So Unc and them want to argue that race don't exist, this, that, and the third. It was fine as long as they could try to get over that the Nubians and the Egyptians were somehow black. They ain't have a problem with race when, before we brought up this argument that the Egyptians wasn't black, they had no problem with race. All through Kemet on trial and all of these other debates, they had no problem with the Egyptians being black. The moment we come, right, and we plant a flag saying the Egyptians wasn't black and we bring the information, now he got to backtrack. Now he trying to say that race don't exist at all. Okay, fine. Fine. Whatever you want to call them. If race don't exist, the old anthropologists said that they wasn't Negroid. If you want to use new anthropologists using genetics and all of that, it's saying that they wasn't sub-Saharan African. So however you classify it, whichever discipline you want to use, you're wrong. And that's the main thing. Gully, you still on here? You got any last words? Gully asleep. Yeah, y'all. So Immortal Truth said, I'm confused now. How? It wasn't nobody confused last year. This the shit that's tripping me out. Wasn't nobody confused last year about what the conversation was. Hasn't nobody been confused over all of the years we've been looking at Dr. Ben and them videos, right? And listening to Asar Imhotep and the Amun-Ra squad. Wasn't nobody confused that they were saying that the Egyptians was black. And we all knew what black meant. So now y'all making an argument. Now Unc is making an argument that race don't exist. Now, since he's making that argument, y'all all forgetting that y'all understood what the Amun-Ra squad with Smash Rockwell, with Asar Imhotep, and with Dr. Ben and Diop and them was saying about black. Now Unc is making this argument. Y'all don't understand what they were saying. What's the word that y'all keep using? Disingenuous. I find the chat to be disingenuous. Now, I will say that, my bad. It's definitely wild, Pan-African. I will say, like Corey said, I have no problem with Smash's stance. Have no problem with it. Because at least he's saying what everybody else been saying. He letting me know that I ain't crazy. Uncle lead you to believe that we all then went crazy. Now everybody in the chat don't know what a black person is. Now nobody in the chat don't know what a sub-Saharan African is. This is crazy to me now. I'm telling you, it's because they couldn't hold the line no more on the Egyptians being black or sub-Saharan African. That's why I feel as though he's going with the whole there's no race situation. That's why he's pushing that in this conversation. Now they'll sit here and say that the Ghanaians aren't black. Like, what the fuck? I just don't get it, but it's the chat that's the chat. Y'all have to keep us honest. This show is not for me and man, and Corey can argue on the phone, right? We don't need cheerleaders. We don't. The pseudo killers argue on the phone more than we argue online. So when we come online, we want y'all to keep us honest in the conversation. If I'm wrong, I can stand on that. I can change. But now the chat then made me see we in a weird internet space where y'all not even keeping it real. Y'all letting people lie about their original arguments. And like we ain't been listening to these niggas for years. The pseudo killers is new. Why the fuck y'all think I started listening to the Armin Raw Squad? Why? Because they was saying the shit that Dr. Ben and them was saying. These were some younger, newer, fresher guys that was pumping that blackology shit that I grew up listening to. That's why we start liking the Armin Raw Squad. That's why we was listening to them. Now Uncle them is saying that they never was saying that? And y'all rocking with that? It's crazy to me. Crazy. The chat, the pseudo killer chat. Y'all don't gotta keep it nowhere. If y'all don't keep it real nowhere else, at least keep it real over here. Hey, my bad. I thought I'd let you on the panel. Matter of fact, I definitely want to hear you out. James, hold on. Let me do that. Let me do this for you. Let me start this. Let me send you a link right now. All right, here we go. James, I'm about to send you over. I mean, craziness, man. How you thinking you going crazy around here?
Hello?
James, what's happening, bro?
Yeah, peace. Yeah, I'm on my phone today, so
Okay.
yeah, man, I wouldn't have never said that because I don't know what's wrong with me. What do you mean it ain't no race?
It ain't no what?
They saying that it's not a race, but the very genetics that the mutation causes the race. So when they mutated into Neanderthal, that caused a different race. When they mutated off of the Denisovans, that caused a different race based on the climate. So when they come back in with the admixture that they're talking about, they come back in as a different race. Like, so what are they talking about? They have phenotypical differences that you can see. You see what I'm saying? So what they saying don't make sense. There is a racist and such thing. You know what I'm saying? Based on climate, the climate change made people change. Whether they want to say we all Africans or not, that's we know that's not true because they call themselves European today. Like, are we tripping?
Listen.
Do people call themselves Indians, Arabs, Africans, Ethiopians? We've all differentiated based on phenotypical differences. That's how you call them Ethiopians because they look a certain distinct way, right?
Right.
This is crazy. I got to put that in there because they act like that we can't do that, and then look at what the documentation say that it was. And what is Nubian, Chef? Are we tripping?
I'm now. We just read that the Nubians wasn't what you would consider black either. So
okay, watch this. I'm gonna use my own DNA right now. Watch this. I'm 92% African. I'm 5% European, and I got 2% what you call Native American, right? When you go look at, and we can do this right now. You can pull up see, and they don't like when you do simplify stuff like this. You can go look at the DNA of the Ethiopians right now. Their percentage of African or sub-Saharan African is going to be higher than an Arab. That's how you start, and you through that, and that higher percentage is going to give them a different phenotypical look than the Arab. That's how you differentiate. Yeah. How are they picking slaves in Libya right today, Chef? What do they use?
Race.
Man, come on, man! Like, what are we doing? See, so when you start saying stuff that's simple, and just take it, and then you can go into what Smash been going into lately, and he's telling you, see, like if they just want to talk about the culture, and then you can see, and then when you look at what Dr. Ben said about the culture starts at Aswad. You know what that is, Chef? That's right there what a Badarian culture is.
You said in Aswan?
No, Aswad. It's ASYUT. That is the border that separate them from what you call the other cultures. And I'm talking about just in the nucleus. The border eventually went as far as when you have the cultural preferences, start the highest you can go probably to the Bulgarian. When you start interjecting what's going on?
Oh, and goes.
Yeah,
when you start
interjecting like the Fayum, that is a different culture. That's further north. That doesn't have the Badarian is the furthest north you can go is going to be included off in that culture, the neutral culture of what the nucleus of that culture is, which is Dakota, Abydos, and all of that.
And you know what, though, brother? I think that the scientific terminology for Egypt and North Africa makes better sense. Middle East, North Africa, because it is what it is. The Badarians and the Kata, those people are North Africans, and it has nothing. But what I'm saying is that there has been a genetic continuity between North Africa and people from the Middle East for thousands of years.
Hold on. Hold
on. Don't cut him off, James. Don't cut him off.
Even the late Middle Stone Age populations in North Africa were distinct from populations that we distinct. I'm talking about the mutations and allele or gene expressions, the population that we descend from directly. So what I'm saying is that North Africa has its own unique history, its own unique clustering, its own unique human leukoantigens, population turnovers, and it's been consistent for over 23,000 years. It's been consistent for over 23,000 years. You start following those. Okay. People say you don't want to deal with genetics, so you bring up your DNA from 23andMe. 23andMe does not go back in ancient times. 23andMe only goes back.
You don't have to go back that far. That's what that's what's great about it.
But hold on, but look though, King, listen to me, my brother. Your DNA matches up with populations that's bordered or labeled as sub-Saharan Africa, and it's consistent. You are mainly of sub-Saharan African descent, or what they classify, or what's classified as that. You represent populations that was snatched from those borders. So you're largely Nigerian, Ghanaian, Sierra Leone. You're autosomally that. And it's a beautiful thing that you're at 92%. Your paternal marker, which is EP2.
Hold on, and go, when you start to talk about I already understand that. I don't need you to tell me how to understand DNA. This is what's crazy about it. You keep doing that as if I don't understand my own DNA.
No, I'm just trying to explain it to the audience, bro.
So hold on, let me explain something to you. See,
go ahead.
Because you can't do that. Because watch this. The Ethiopian DNA that they have is different from the Arab DNA. And how you know that? Because when you start to phenotypically look at these people, they're going to have more melanin than the Arab. And then when you start to cluster that, you're going to cluster that as a group of am I lying? So we can do that. You can do that right now.
Hold on. The allele or the gene expression for uromelanin, which abstracts when you deal with melanin, you have two types of melanin: pheomelanin and uromelanin. And you have neuromelanin. That's another thing. 3 types: neuromelanin, pheomelanin, and uromelanin. Uromelanin, or when a leukocyte extract itself in form of uromelanin to make you darker, that doesn't determine a phenotype, because you got a man in India who's a Tamil speaker who's more darker in pigmentation than me, but he wouldn't be classified as a sub-Saharan African or a black or what.
Okay, watch this. And go. What I'm saying is this. Let me just, because you're taking it somewhere don't need to be taken.
No. We want to talk about skin, because you brought up uromelanin, which is the main component. You know, the polymer or the main component of what you speak of when it comes to this dark skin. And dark skin is not enough, because you have darker skin populations who are morphologically distinct and wouldn't be classified as you. And you have people, even African Americans, if you look it up, and this stuff is on Wiki, some African Americans got that SLC245 at a lower extent, but they still be classed morphologically, right? So-called West African. So if you look at a person like Sarah Seti, it's obvious that this man don't have a high level of darker pigmentation than the average African American. But when you look at his morphology, he fits into the taxonomy that's bound as what we cluster into. So what I'm saying is that scan, again, and I'm not talking about you, brother, because I'm not teaching you anything. We all just talking. We all got a right to speak. We all got a voice. No big eyes and little U's here. I hear everything that you're saying. But I think race has fucked us up so bad. You right? Because when we see things that look unfamiliar, we try to make it less than as if it's not. And it don't have to be like that. So I'm not going to banner everybody, even those Nilotic Africans in the Sudan, tall, dark, Dinka, and Nerves. I'm distantly far from them. And the Nigerians is distantly far from them. We're not the same. You know what I'm saying? So
hold on, let me ask you this. How do they hold these distinct phenotypical things that everybody's mixing up? How do they continue to hold on for this long, these same phenotypical differences that they holding on to, if everybody is mixed up? How do they do that?
I think that proximity and borders, a geographical location plays a major role. For example,
that's what I'm saying.
So look, when we developed, it's not because they were racist or borderline that blocked people off. We're just talking about people.
No, the people that look like each other have the same affinity for each other. Don't mix with other people.
With us in Western Central Africa, when you study those Anunarian cultures, those early Central West African hunter-gatherers, the ghost populations, and even the Paleo-Saharan North Africans that inserted themselves into you, that gave you that E marker that comes from Kefian populations, who were wanderers of the Green Sahara at one time, who went south. You represent your own unique combined situation, which makes you you. Those people in North Africa, especially when you look at that Gaza Strip that's hidden on the belt of Egypt, you tend to see those people right next to Palestine. Even in the Horn of Africa, when you go towards northern Ethiopia, Eritrea, Djibouti, it touches the other side of Yemen. It touches the other side of Yemen. So it makes sense that they'll have a continuity genetically mixing with one another, and those people in the Horn will have a lot of ties with East Africa or the Middle East. It makes sense.
But see, you can't do that at the same time, right there. See what I'm saying? What you're doing, you're double talking. Because I'm asking you a question and you still talking about.
What's your question, brother? What is your question?
You have a thing called localized trends. Localized trends.
What I'm asking you is, we can look at people's DNA that's living today. They do this all the time. They're so excited, just like myself, to take a DNA test and see what's actually off of my personal genetics. So you have Ethiopians, which you can pull a video of, and when you start looking at the Ethiopian DNA, you're going to start to notice one thing, that they're going to be clustered closer to the sub-Saharan than an Arab. That's all I'm saying. And
Okay,
that's
but
as
look,
simple as that. It don't take all
hold on,
that, all
hold
of
on.
the.
But
Okay.
let's look at the Amharic and the Habesha speakers, or those people in Ethiopia on the Horn, even though Somali, they are 40% Eurasian, and their layer of sub-Saharan, even though it's bordered as that, is Omatic. That's very distinct from the Congoid populations that we descend from in Central and West Africa. So when you start looking at us, you have to start dealing with the Mindi, the Yoruba, the Igbo, those Niger Congo speakers from those portions that would be classified as
I'm not
Congo.
talking about West
Hey,
Africa.
what's good and goes.
What up, Gunner?
This girl, I
Let me
just want
just
to say.
finish this right quick. Let me finish this right quick, Gunner. Let me just finish this.
Damn.
So what I'm saying is that the Omatic, no, I'm trying to finish. I didn't land. The Omatic component that those Ethiopians that you just brought up, that even that layer of what's classified as sub-Saharan or whatever is still distinct from our direct ancestors that formed in Central and West Africa. You
I'm
can't
not
get
even
past
talking
that.
about.
Nobody.
Hold on, why are you talking about West Africa? We ain't talking about. I'm not talking about them having a relationship with West Africa at all. I'm talking about them having a relationship with the people south of them, which would be Kenyans.
What about the 40%? So what about the 40% of the Ethiopian DNA that's Eurasian?
Hold on, I'm asking you why you interjecting West Africa. We're not talking about that.
But James, it's different. It's different. It's different people that migrated into Kenya. The original people of Kenya is fine. There wasn't nobody there before them. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So hold up. So you saying, hold on, because your mic kind of broke out. You saying what happened in Kenya?
Hold on.
Hello?
I mean, why do we? Go ahead, Golo. I'm sorry.
I said the people of Kenya was different people that migrated to Kenya anyway. The original people of Kenya is the Khoisan. There wasn't nobody there before them. You got different populations that migrated to Kenya. You got the southern Kushites, so you got the Nilo-Saharis that migrated in there. Then you got the eastern Kushites that migrated to Kenya. Then you got the Bantu people that migrated in their last.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the migration patterns of Africa.
But I'm saying kind
of what y'all saying, but what I'm trying.
Listen, James, the Amharic group diverged from Nilo-Saharan and Niger Congo groups 50,000 years ago in East Africa. This is how show you how vast and how big the continent is.
How come people keep cutting me off when I'm trying to say what I'm saying? What I'm saying is I'm in agreement with the admixture of the Badarian culture. But what I'm saying is their admixture is going to be more towards the African side than the Arab side. That's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to make this, because y'all know I try to keep it simple. And y'all know that what I'm saying makes absolute sense. The Badarian culture, they have an affinity with the Akkadian culture. Badarian is as far north as you can go, which y'all agree with that.
But you gotta realize underneath all that, they still North Eritreans.
Calm down, Gullah. I'm asking you a question. Would you agree that the Badarian culture, right, is the furthest most north that you can associate with the nucleus, with the culture, that the nucleus of that culture, which is in the Abydos area and the Nakada area? Would you agree with that? That's the furthest north that you can go, that they have affinity with the nucleus culture. Yes or no?
They were connected to that portion of Afro-Libertine, bro. They still were distinct by far.
Oh,
They're
man.
indigenous.
I'm gonna say, hold on, can you just answer yes or no?
But
the answer is no, bro. The answer is no. The answer is no, my brother.
So you disagree. Hold on. So you saying the Badarian culture is not the furthest north that you can go, right there where we call modern day
No, that's the further north, but you asked a question. I'm trying to break
asking you. I'm asking the question. Let's see.
But listen, James, the only people The
This is
only people
crazy.
the only people in Lower Nubia that they would have been closely related to is probably the A groups and the C groups just by them being Afroasiatic groups. They had a great portion of Eurasian workers themselves.
Okay, well listen to what you just said. Listen to what I'm saying. Aswan is the first cataract or whatever they call it, right? And then the area we already know from the first cataract all the way down to the second cataract, or what we call the modern day um, Egypt today, that was once the Nubian territory. That encompasses the nucleus of that whole civilization. You can't leave that out. What happened? Especially Donald.
No,
Hello?
no, you
We
culture
make a
came.
mistake when we try to use the modern concept of race and just apply it over the shit, over like
See, that's the
haplogroups. That's the problem right there. Because our modern concepts of race, it makes a black race, it makes a white race, it makes a Chinese or whatever, however you want to look at it. However, if we were to break it down genetically, there will be more types of black people than there would be anything else if we were to break it down genetically. So to the person that was saying that these are different races, that's bullshit. Everyone is a type of African, period. Everyone varies from Africa. I find it odd so much that when we look at people like Ethiopians, we look and say that they're mixed with Arabs. We don't look at Arabs and say that they're mixed with Ethiopians. I would imagine that they would be
yes, we
mixed
do.
with Ethiopians. No, very rarely. Very rarely is it discussed from that angle. It's always they're mixed with Arabs because they don't have that we are accustomed to
Because
seeing.
you're doing it from the south going north.
Right, and why wouldn't I look at it
If
like
you're
that?
doing it from the
Because
south, if you're doing it from the north going south, then you
Cujo,
would say that. Yeah.
Hey, come on, John. Let me say this real quick. All I want to say is, even before you get to the Arabs mixing in with the Horners, you had a Bayesian Eurasian component that they was mixed in 20,000 years ago, mixing with the
right, but
Semitic
why?
component that was
How do
up
we
and
know
down.
how they looked?
You said what?
How do we know how they looked? We can't just assume that they happen to look like
No.
modern day.
I ain't saying they was even light skinned. I mean, based on
Yeah,
the
they are
consensus,
the same people, but
based
my
on
thing
the
is,
consensus,
why
they
do we
probably look like some
assume?
like South Asian people, like Middle East.
Why do you assume that? Why would they look any different from the Andaman Islanders for several thousands of years? Because the only proof we have of people leaving Africa maintaining a phenotype are the people, the Negritos, and we have the Andaman Islanders. So we have knowledge that when people left Africa, they maintained a phenotype. We have knowledge.
But
We can survive
based on
that
new
happen.
research, the Andaman Islanders left a little late, left a little late from Africa. It was already in East Asia 55,000 years ago. They left.
Yeah, but
They left
So what
late.
would that mean,
that
John?
pales in
What that mean?
comparison to the amount of time the Homo sapiens were in Africa. That pales in comparison. It pales in comparison. Actually, the entire evolutionary period of human beings occurred in Africa, not outside of Africa. Not outside of Africa. None of it occurred outside of Africa.
Hold on, that's the tricky. That's tricky right there. What you just said,
That's
right
the truth.
You had diversity in East Africa right even before people migrated out.
Hold on. What about you said the entire? That's the trick. That's the trick right there because you got to say that the Neanderthals.
Oh, I'm not talking about them. I said Homo sapiens.
Yeah. I see. I get it. I'm just trying to make sure me and you on the same. I know what you're saying, but I'm just trying to make sure that we on the same page.
Neanderthal more than likely would have been black as well.
Yeah, when they first
left. A large component of them. They came from Africa as well. But I'm saying, when we have these discussions, it's all we talk about it from such a Western standpoint. We talk about it from such a Western standpoint. We give Arabs way too much credence. Arabs are not even a fucking people, dude. They fucking they fucking old world Hispanics. That's all they fucking are. Ain't no such thing as an Arab. They joined on and became Arabs. They came up under this shit, through Islam. That created that whole Arab identity. I'm not going to give these people props like, yeah, the Arab. No, they ain't no fucking. You talking about these silly little Bedouin tribes? Fuck that. Come on, man. We got to really understand the history, contextually, what was going on in these places and stop just superimposing our modern concept of race onto this shit. It's way deeper than that. Everybody is a type of African, period. That's what I think. Well, I don't know what Unc means. I'm not speaking for him.
Can I say something? Can I say something, please? Because this argument, hold on, I've been holding on. This argument was a Mediterranean argument, and it devolved into a race argument. Sheffrin, why you don't bring the argument back to what it originally is, or are you understanding that it is a race argument first before it's a Mediterranean argument? Because that's all Chef was saying, that Egyptians is a Mediterranean culture. And that was the consensus of the argument. Then it devolved down into a race argument until I went and looked at the Nubians now. And I
think it's improper to say that Egypt was a Mediterranean culture. I think that Egypt was the predecessor of Mediterranean cultures.
So Egypt is the formation of the Mediterranean culture.
Yeah, I think the Mediterranean culture developed around Egypt. But right, to say that Egypt was a Mediterranean culture is a bit fucking much. It's a bit much.
Why is it?
Ignoring where Egypt actually developed. It didn't develop in Alexandria. Egypt didn't develop in Alexandria. It didn't develop on the Mediterranean. It did not. But I would say, I would agree.
Let me ask you a question. Was Egypt before Nama?
No,
I don't think so.
So when Nama went up geographical north, or up to Lower Egypt, and over time, Egypt transitioned its capital and its monument from south, geographical south, to geographical north. Would you agree with me on that?
No.
So Egypt over time transitioned the capital from where it is.
So they came from south to north, is what you're saying. Yeah, I agree.
They came from south to north, and they manifested the greatness.
No, it was always people in the north.
Manifested greatness. I mean, come on, you can't throw your opinion. To be honest, greatness only means big. So that means nothing to me. So what? Fuck what they did. Let's talk about the facts.
Let me finish. They got bigger up geographical north.
So?
Hold on.
So if they got bigger up north,
let me interject something real quick, Cedric. That's not necessarily the truth, because most of their monuments are built in the south. Now they do have the pyramid. They do have the pyramid field. Hold up, listen. They do have the pyramid fields in the north, but that's only to a certain point. What you calling Lower Egypt? Y'all have to look this up. The Lower Egypt only includes the Delta. All of the monuments are built. Listen. All of the monuments are built south of the Delta, which is in what you call Upper Kemet. So that's all I'm gonna say. Y'all keep going on.
The fact.
Let me finish. Please, because I got cut. Let me finish.
But I mean, how are you gonna call that a Mediterranean culture, though? It's not a Mediterranean culture.
Who just said that Egypt was a predecessor to the Mediterranean culture?
I said that.
Right? So Egypt was in the Mediterranean, developing that culture.
Part of the Mediterranean.
Became a part.
The Mediterranean.
I don't have time for how y'all feel. Like, if you look it up, ancient Egypt was a Mediterranean culture. However y'all feel about that,
it was not.
Is irrelevant. I don't understand.
It became one. But how can you say it was a Mediterranean culture when there was no precedent in the Mediterranean before Egypt?
Because that's what the experts say.
Hey, Cujo.
What expert?
Hey, Cujo. Even
so what?
Listen. Even Christopher Ayres say. He said starting in the beginning of the Heliocene. You know what I'm saying? When northern Afro-Asiatic speakers first started going up north to the Nile, he said the Mediterranean basin and savannas and flora and fauna stretched all the way to southern Egypt. He said that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm aware.
Right. So I'm trying to figure out, do y'all feel like hold on.
There is no culture.
Hold on, Kojo. So I'm trying to figure out, do y'all feel as though that something is taken away from Black Africa when we acknowledge the geography of Africa? Like, the Mediterranean is a part of the African continent.
I think it does. Because
hold on.
Because it excludes
it
Black
doesn't
people.
exclude nobody. It encompasses.
It shouldn't, but it does.
That is an encompassation. It is not an exclusion. But y'all take it as an exclusion because we know that sub-Saharan Africans.
And you know what? It excludes Black Africans.
Hold on.
Unlike it excludes Northern Europeans.
Hold on.
Because Northern Europeans were excluded from the Mediterranean as well.
Okay,
you didn't have
fine,
a sizable amount of sub-Saharan, like y'all like to say.
Right.
That's some ridiculous ass shit too. But anyway.
Right. So sub-Saharan African gets pushed further out of the picture when people claim Mediterranean. So that's really why y'all fucking fighting it. Y'all don't
I don't care about it. I think it's wonderful. I think our modern culture is a result of the Mediterranean cultures. I have no hangups with saying that that Alexander the Great was a great person. I have no hangups with that. I read about the Greeks. I love the history. I have no problem with it whatsoever. However, I can't just say that there were no Black people there. I can't.
Ain't nobody say there was no Black people.
Because that's not the truth.
See, nobody ever said that.
But it's the thing. That's my thing.
Nobody ever said that. Nobody ever said that there were no Black people there.
Oh, it's insinuating.
And you just said something a while ago.
It's insinuating because I'm talking about maybe in the circle you speak in is not like that.
Hold on. You just said something a while ago what I agree with. Alexander the Great
was an awesome dude.
No. Alexander the Great tell you what was happening in the world at his time. If you look at Alexander, nothing was going on up north. And nothing was going on Western Europe or Northern Europe.
Nothing to speak of. They had history.
Let me finish talking.
You don't know a lot about it.
Because if anything was going on there, Alexander would have raided there. I said this to somebody the other day. Alexander raided Persia first. It took him 3 years to conquer Persia. After he left Persia, he went into Egypt. He went all the way down to almost the first cataract or the second cataract. He went all the way down. He did not go into Nuba because there wasn't any fucking thing there.
No, that's not true.
No, that's not true. There was something new. There was something new. No, that's not true. No, he went to Egypt first. Actually, he went to Egypt first. After he cut the Gideon knot.
I thought Nubia was where the gold was at.
What was down in Nubia? Who could stop Alexander in Nubia?
Nah, it ain't about who could stop him. It's about how plausible it was to go there. It really wasn't.
Stop. That's a lie. That's a lie.
You know, he did plan on doing that. When he died in Arabia? He died in Arabia.
Hold on. Stop that. You know why that's a lie? He left Egypt and he went all the way to India. When he left Egypt,
because that's where the money was. That's the biggest money.
So why didn't he go to Nubia? Why didn't you go to Nubia?
Because the Persians ran everything. The Persians ran everything, bro. The Persians ran everything. The Persians ran everything. Why the hell are you gonna go to Nubia? For what?
Didn't Alexander destroy the Persians?
No, he didn't destroy them. He didn't destroy them.
One mic.
They popped back up.
He did what?
They popped
he didn't destroy the Persians. Stupid. The Persians became the Parthians after.
Yeah, the Parthians. Actually, the Suklid Empire was really a Persian empire.
When Alexander was alive, that's after he died. They became all that bullshit.
But he died when he was 33.
Hold on. Stop talking. Let me finish. Because I tell him something. When Alexander was alive, Alexander was a real big man, stepping in Persian land. Those fuckers cowered before him.
No, they did not.
Was the part. Wait a minute, I did not. After stepping them throat for 3 years, after he went to Egypt, I took Egypt from them. After he went all across.
They burned Persepolis. When they burned Persepolis.
Wait telling me, when Alexander stepped in, if Alexander lived 10 more years, the Persian wouldn't have existed.
What? No, he left Persia. What are you talking about? He was coming back. He wanted to come back. He wanted to come back and take Nubia.
He got what he wanted.
And take all of Arabia. He wanted all those little. There was no Mecca. He wanted those Yemeni towns.
Why did he leave? Why did he leave Egypt to go all the way to India? To come back from India and go all the way to India?
That's where the money was. The trade was coming from the east. That's the trade that they wanted. The trade that came into the Mediterranean.
You understand what you're saying? You're saying Alexander was next door to Nubia.
I didn't say he was next door to Nubia. I didn't say that. To be quite honest, as far as roads and shit go, it would have been closer to go Persia from Egypt than Nubia. It would have been more. It would have been more. It would have been the easier route because it was a more traveled route to go from from Egypt to Persia.
Alexander built a bridge across a sea to tell his the fucker that I can
built
come.
The bridge across what?
Alexander built a bridge across a sea. So don't tell me about any.
What sea? You talking about when he attacked Tyre? That was awesome.
Alexander built a bridge across a sea.
Yeah, so when he attacked Tyre or Tyre, I don't know how y'all want to pronounce.
Geography.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that. That was amazing.
Alexander.
That was amazing.
So don't use the term geography to stop Alexander. This man built a bridge across the sea to step on the land to let the people know that I am Alexander. Fuck you.
He did. Yeah.
And he didn't
that was awesome.
Them. He turned back. He built a bridge across the sea and stepped on the land and said, I am Alexander, and turned back. So you don't tell me no geographical thing between Egypt and Nubia to stop him from going to Nubia.
No, I mean that's speculative. We can sit around and argue why he didn't go to Nubia, but what I'm saying
because he was not there.
There was nothing there. There was something there, but no, that wasn't the concentration of the riches were in the east. Yeah,
right. That's what I'm saying.
But that doesn't mean there was nothing there. That's
there was nothing of big.
Well. If that's the case, how come 300 years later you had the Romans come down there and try to do it? Less than 300 years, actually. That was like 240 years.
After Alexander.
I know. I said 240 years later.
Alexander, the whole world changed. After Alexander, the whole world
I mean, that's
changed.
what they teach us in school. But to be quite honest, that's when Europe was opened up, where that portion of Europe was opened up to the east. It really wasn't a big deal for the world. It was a big deal for the regions where he was. You know, that's how come you have loose mentions of him in the Quran. You have people as far away as Afghanistan who claim to descend from him. But it wasn't that big of a deal like we. It was a big deal, yeah. He was like Jesus of that time. He was.
Of course, they said that then because
you're not to everybody.
No, you're trying to dispute what I said. Even the Jews, Alexander.
Even the Jews. Don't say even the Jews. The Jews won't nobody. Nobody. The only reason we know about the Jews is because of the Romans. Nobody cared about those damn Jews.
Is Alexander a Jewish name? Is Alexander popular?
Alexander, I would imagine it is. It's a very popular name.
It's a very popular Jewish name, Alexander. Alexander was a Greek.
I didn't know.
Go and look it up. Alexander is a very popular Jewish name.
He was actually Macedonian, but I don't want to get into that argument.
Whatever it is, whatever he was.
Yeah,
but
he was a Greek. I would say he was a Greek. I used to make that
equalizer.
argument. I would say.
And you want to know what the world looked like at that time? Look at where Alexander went. And I beg tell anybody, look at what Alexander did and where he went. He smashed all the. If you want to have an idea of what the world looked like, but let me finish with this.
He did, but that little phalanx was completely outdone less than 100 years later by the Romans. They completely, the Roman legion completely destroyed.
But he was the first. It's because he died.
The phalanx was awesome. It was awesome. It's like a tank. It's like a new form of warfare that people just couldn't adjust to very fast.
All right, let me finish. Let me just say this last thing. Chef might not agree with me, but this is what I have to say. Reggie lack understanding. Reggie put maps up, and his description of the maps is not saying what Reggie is saying. And when him look at Concrete Corey, I wanted to say this earlier, and disrespect Concrete Corey about his education level, and this dude lack common comprehension. I need to go back to all the maps he have shown and listen to his explanation of the maps. It is one-sided, and it has to deal with what argument he wants to propose. That's my big problem with him. When he showed the map of early Egypt and showed different people, I'm using the word Egypt as a placeholder name, and showing people coming in from different directions. He's only making reference to people from the geographical south, although his map show people coming from the east and the west and partially what would appear to be the north. And I have a problem with him for that. But I'll stop talking.
But you have to put that in time periods, Stupides, because when he showed that map, they're talking about the time periods of when they came into the Nile. And
6,000 years ago. It's called 8,000 years ago.
I'm just trying to explain what I'm seeing, what my understanding of the map was. It does have those people coming in because they did come in, but they come in a time period. It's actually documented by the people as well as, archaeology and stuff like that. So when I sit up and I say stuff like, the Upper Egypt starts right there at the tip of the the most northern part of Upper Egypt is right there where the now Delta starts. Then all of the megalithic monuments are below that point. People just blow right past that. But see, you got to understand something. For me, and see, this is what Dr. Clark and Dr. Diop and Dr. Ben and everybody else was doing. They was pushing the conversation forward to where Europeans are agreeing with them now. You see what I'm saying? Because every time they pull up a source that agrees with them right now, they're going to be European people. They just now coming aboard of what Diop and them was saying years ago. So watch this. What if you go even further past what Diop and them was saying and saying that the two lands was actually not the Delta, but just right there, just right there where the Badarian culture starts and goes southward. What if you said that? And I'm talking about at the beginning of the culture. Later on, later on through the thousands of years of this history, they take over the northern part as well. Just like America, it's only 13 colonies at first. It's not on the west coast of California. You got to think like that. You can't just think about this 3,000-year history in like a nutshell, because it don't work like that. So that's how I think about it. I think that the Badarian culture is the furthest north that they went when they're talking about Norman, all of that, the inception of it, the nucleus of the civilization. And I leave it right there. And the phenotypical likeness of them was a factor in them, being, because it was culturally, their burial cultures was all the same, and their phenotypical probably likeness was similar. When you start to go outside of that, even in their text, they start to describe people outside of this particular phenotypical type as not them. Then look at what they drew themselves at. But see, people say you can't use that, and that's crazy.
Listen, are you talking about the Nakardians, right? You're saying that Egypt foundation is where the Nakardians.
The thing is, and then when you look at the breakouts,
everybody,
they break
hold on. Everybody in this room will agree that Nakardian tree, you can almost call it the third transformation of the Nakardians, the Egyptians. Anybody who read it will say, but the Nakardians were the Egyptians. Nakardian tree, you can almost call them the Egyptians. Am I wrong?
Agreed.
So they started there, but they're not necessarily finished there. They only started there.
But what I'm talking about, the phenotypical nucleus of the civilization always starts with the likeness. It don't start just mixed up like that. It may become that way later on, but it doesn't start like that. But for most civilizations we look at in antiquity, we're going to always say that you don't just attribute the European their thoughts into the Chinese. The Chinese
that's not what we're saying. That's not what we're saying. We're saying that Egypt, before that, it wasn't Egypt. Before it became unified, it wasn't Egypt. When it became unified and became Egypt, it became a Mediterranean culture. That's what we're saying. It took its culture into the Mediterranean.
It's Mediterranean based on what?
If you're talking about Egypt when the Ptolemy period gets there,
no.
Yeah, Egypt wasn't. Definitely.
No.
Yeah, by the time the Ptolemy period got there, yes, they started calling Egypt.
Hundreds of years before that.
It was a Mediterranean culture.
Yeah, when they started to come out of Egypt and go into the Levant, it was a Mediterranean culture. Yes, it became a Mediterranean culture. It influenced Mediterranean culture. It didn't just become a Mediterranean culture. It influenced the Mediterranean culture. It was possibly the root of Mediterranean culture as we know it.
See
when you start looking at other artifacts outside of Egypt, that's the main. When you start looking at where they digging at, you don't really see them digging outside or looking for a nucleus of a civilization. It seems to me, unless I'm tripping, most of the time they're digging right there in Egypt.
Well, to be quite honest, most of the digging was done in the Levant early on. It wasn't until after World War I when a considerable amount of digging was done in Egypt. You know what I'm saying? Then it boosted up again after World War II. So after 1945, You know what I'm saying? That's where you get your big rise in Egyptology. You know what I'm saying? But prior to that, it was mostly based in the Levant, because that's where people believe humanity's origins were. That's why I believe like groups like the Moor Science Temple and the Nation of Islam claim to be Asiatic, because at the time in the early 1900s, the scientific consensus was that man came from Asia and not Africa.
So the reason why they call ancient Egypt and all of the countries that they name as Mediterranean civilizations is because of their proximity to the Mediterranean Sea.
Right. I get that.
So all of this, where it started that and this, that, and the third, y'all making whole other arguments, right?
No, because when you talk about Greece, and you talk about Rome, we can say that those are Mediterranean cultures, and they are. However, those are still European cultures. However, we don't want to say that Egypt is an African one.
We already said it though.
I'm not saying what you said, Shefford.
No,
I'm saying the consensus.
Period.
I'm saying the consensus. See, I have discussions in audiences where there's mostly white people. So the consensus is that it's a Mediterranean thing, and they completely try to take it out of Africa. You know what I'm saying? So we can sit here and argue with ourselves if we like.
Yeah, I'd rather argue with ourselves.
The argument needs to be taken to the head.
No, if they not here to defend their
point, them motherfuckers.
If they not here to defend their point, knowing that Egypt that Africa, right, the southern portion of the Mediterranean Sea, covers the North African shore, then
right.
That's the type of idiotic part of the conversation that I don't want to have.
Yeah, but then we go into things that are like sub-Saharan, which indicates that these people were always and forever below the Sahara. That black people only exist below the Sahara, and that's not true.
No, listen,
it's not true.
No, we're not saying. All right, first off,
I know you're not saying.
No, but let me be clear, so we don't get it confused. We read genetic articles, geographical articles, anthropological articles, right? That made a distinction between North African populations and Sub-Saharan African populations. I'm sorry, the work is out there.
Well, but so what? How does that mean they weren't black?
Hold on, stop. Let's share.
No. How does that mean they weren't black?
I like that, yeah.
Listen.
How does that mean they weren't black?
Because if the populations are different, and we already then established that the North Africans are genetically African. So the population that's in North Africa always been there.
They always look like they look.
For the most part, yes.
No.
How do you know that? Listen, in recorded history. Hold on, James. In recorded history, right? Since the Egyptians been recording, right? Since the Greeks been recording written history, right? They done described the people in these regions and even drew them.
Right.
And they made distinctions with people to the south. Hold on.
Did the Egyptians distinguish themselves from other North Africans?
Yes, they did.
Right.
Yes, they did. Right.
While we playing.
Hold on, let me ask them a question. So when they distinguish themselves based on the artwork, who would you say those people are today based on the artwork? We just doing lookership right now. Who would you say they is? I gotta know.
The people that's there. Now let me finish my point.
Hold on.
Let me finish my point. So the Egyptians.
That is ridiculous.
The Egyptians drew themselves, right? They drew the people to the west of them, right? They drew the people to the east of them, and they drew the people to the south of them.
Correct.
Simple and plain, right? So they had a general idea of what the people of North Africa, the Levant, and south of them looked like. And they drew distinctions between all of these people. Now, the Libyan to this day and some northern Algerians are lighter than Egyptians still. To this day. So it's kind of, it's crazy to say that these people could build pyramids, could do all of this, but they couldn't know what the fuck people look like.
I don't like how y'all like to say stuff like, you know, if somebody build a pyramid, they're smart. I mean, so what they built
I'm gonna say that.
Shit. They ain't no smarter than the next man.
No, I'm saying that the civilization was intelligent.
It means that the civilization built pyramids. That's all it means. It doesn't mean that they're smart.
Yes, it does.
That's some stupid ass shit. That's stupid, bro. That's not true.
Do you know y'all don't even know the source of the mathematics behind it. That
the United States built.
I mean, that's just. I mean, but no, I just say that a lot. You like they weren't smart enough. Human beings are smart enough to do anything. We're not enough to build pyramids for 200,000 years.
I'm talking about the civilization. Meaning,
yeah, I know, but I'm just pointing out how you say the smart thing. I think that's pretty. I mean, you're a little too. I think you're too smart to say that. To be honest, every time I hear you say it, I cringe.
No, I'm just saying like that. If a person can, if a people can achieve, you know, building feats of that magnitude, then we have to say that is a progressive, intelligent society.
Progress towards what?
Huh?
So progress towards what? Progress means you're moving towards some progress. No, I mean it means they did it.
But you can't denote
any human being. The human beings who built pyramids are the direct result of their culture that they developed in that area.
Right. That's what I'm talking about.
Those particular human beings.
Right.
I'm not saying that they were special. They didn't have any more intelligence per se than your hunter-gatherer that lived in Tanzania.
No, nobody said that, but their culture bears witness that they were more progressive.
Hold on. That their culture, they're not smarter.
No, but their culture. I didn't say. When did I ever say that they were smarter than somebody?
No, I mean, no, you ain't say smarter. You say things like they were smart enough.
Exactly.
And what my argument to that is all human beings would be smart enough.
Fine. But I guarantee you that if you put Egyptian culture and civilization up against a pygmy, it ain't even the same.
Which one still exists?
Which one's Egypt?
No, pygmies. Pygmies still exist. We don't have ancient Egyptians anymore.
But see, that's the thing.
The purpose of life is to live. The pygmies were far more successful than the Egyptians.
Hold on. No, the ancient Egyptian civilization still lives on in the underbelly of their current culture.
Oh, I mean, I can feel all that, but they don't live.
Like
their culture is Arabic, ain't it? Ain't it the Arab culture right now?
Yeah, that's their social religious.
It's still a Mediterranean culture.
Don't they worship Allah? Don't they worship Allah right now?
Yes, but that's irrelevant.
I get what you're saying, but what I'm saying
is that's not irrelevant. How's that irrelevant, Chef?
All right, because they practice a religion and a language, their culture did not completely go away. It's still in the underbelly of their culture. And Egyptian.
Hold
on. Stop cutting me off. Don't cut me off. Egyptian culture is different from Saudi Arabian culture. Just because they're both Muslim, right, and speak Arabic, even their brand of Arabic got old Egyptian words in it, right?
Egyptians speak terrible Arabic.
Right.
Everybody got to borrow from Egypt, so that's not a surprise.
But it's a whole lot.
So what else you going to borrow from?
Even the way that they still. Okay, hold on. Even the way that they still farm in the rural areas come from the ancient way that they did it back in the ancient Egyptian time.
Yeah, because they're just the people who live there. So they do the same thing that take advantage of the environment. I mean, that just goes without saying.
But wasn't that a part of the culture? Even the festivals, right?
No.
Oh my God! See, y'all don't listen. Go ahead, James. Go ahead.
Let me ask you a question. Is the camel and the zoo type of the hieroglyphs?
No, it's not.
I'm just messing with you. You see what I'm saying? Have them people ever been associated with the zoo type that created the language.
What?
The people that you talking about. When the Sahara dried up, are those people that's in those areas in the north now, are they associated with the zebra, the hippopotamus? Are they associated? You think about the people that do you associate them with those animals, the giraffe? Do you associate them with them?
The animal totems definitely point to a southernese.
Like we can use so many things to point out the African thing, but y'all gonna explain it away.
Yeah, I mean,
if you want to say that the Green Sahara had animals, why didn't the damn Arabs go where the fucking the giraffe and the lions and all that shit went? Why they didn't go where they went? Why only the black people went where the animals that they wrote their original language in went? Why they only associated with them? Because people explain that to me. See, you get just simple, but y'all I don't know why you fighting your own people.
Yeah, I mean, because I think sometimes people just try to be contrarian. We like to point out, like, I can't wait till y'all have a discussion about the Moors so I can come on here and blast y'all ass. Because I'm tired of y'all talking about they weren't black, they weren't no black Moors, they were all slaves. There weren't no goddamn slaves in 7-Eleven. There weren't no goddamn black people slave troops in 7-Eleven.
Like, you see what I'm saying?
That's some bullshit.
You just, Chef, hold on. When
y'all just come off like shooting down black people shit, and I get it because a lot of that shit is bullshit. But still, you gotta be a little bit more careful instead of just swallowing the shit these white folks say to go against niggas. You know, a lot of the shit we go too far with it. We do. We have gone too far with it.
I just brought the zoo types up in the original language, right? And I associated with the sub-Saharan African because that's all for my lifetime. That's all I've ever seen around those particular zoo types. But so when I ask people questions like that, like, why doesn't that resonate with people of African descent? Why are we looking over something that simple and still trying to fight against something that we already should be able to just look and see? Like, why is it so hard for us to just do stuff like this?
I think we got a hard on correcting each other.
So, I'm asking Chef, like, am I tripping? What's going on here? I really just want to hear Chef's opinion on it. Hello? Ah, man. Hello?
I mean, we can hear you.
Yeah, I guess Chef don't want to answer the question.
No, I think he just been
zoo type. See, it's just something as simple as
man. But yeah, I agree with you on the animal.
That's like man, what's going on? Like, we didn't slow. And then when they say that it starts in the South, we gonna argue against the nucleus of the civilization starting in the South, or even that the fact that all of the monuments are still in Upper Egypt. They're not even in Lower Egypt. They didn't build shit up there. Only shit that's built up there is the shit that the people in Levant had. We didn't even care about that shit.
It wasn't even ancient by the time Alexander came.
That's what I'm trying to say.
That's more of a modern time. Alexander is modern time. Jesus Christ is modern time.
They don't even use the chronology to understand what's going on.
Egypt was more than 2,000 years old when Alexander went there.
Then they'll say something about Thinis. They don't even know what Thinis is to this day. But see, they put a Thinis on the Nile and suppose that's where it is. But of course they put it north of Abydos. But see, as an African, you say, well, then if y'all don't really know what it is, I can put it in Nubia. If you know what I'm saying, if you don't know what it is, but they always try to say it was north of Abydos. See, you got to understand the conjecture and who you listening to. Because I can put, if you don't know what it is, myself in Nubia, say the Nubia, we don't know where it's at today, can I do that? See? So y'all don't see when Diop was talking, they was thinking from an African perspective. You can get your information from the European, but then you got to always suppose to think about who they are in history. They ain't never meant you no good, so why the hell would you trust them? You take what they say and then you reconstruct that shit to what makes sense for an African. But y'all are African. I mean, what you call Afrocentric thought is demonized in amongst your own people. But you got to do that because you can't trust where the information comes from. They tiptoeing through the tulip talking about, oh, it was mixed now. But in the beginning, before Diop came, they didn't say it was mixed. They said it was a European culture. So now they're going to give you some ground and say it was mixed. Instead of you fighting and saying, well, fuck y'all, no, it was the African culture. See, y'all don't want to fight like real Africans. Y'all want to be, oh, well, they said it was me. So yeah, we're gonna just go ahead and say, yeah, we agree with that. Man, fuck that. See, but that's what I'm at with. Y'all, I don't know what y'all doing. It's just crazy. But go ahead. Stupid. Anybody got something to say?
No. I'm listening to you now because, listen, I am not taking anything away from the greatness of Africans, And we need to, all right, let me rephrase that. I am not taking anything away from the greatness of Black people. And who I call Black people. Black people, by definition, is Western Africa. Black people is not in Western Africa. Black people are those people who were sold into slavery and came to the Americas, whether it was in North America, South America, or the Caribbean. Because before that, although we were called Negroes, we were traditionally Black in the sense that we're Black now. Right? So if my ancestor, I'm not taking any greatness away from my ancestors, the West Africans. But I don't have no problem whether the Egyptians want to be Mediterranean, Arab, South America, South Antarctican, Greenlander, because them is not my people. Right? So them could come from Greenland, Germany, as far as I'm concerned. Them is not us. We is we. And I'm not laying claim to none of them people here. None of them people. Because even the Ethiopians and even the Nubians now, when I look at the Nubians now, the Nubians, as how them define them, it's not my people.
Man, unfortunately, we look at the way people look as if it has something to do with their accomplishments. And that's a legacy. That comes from a legacy of Western thinking. It's not.
Let me explain something to Stu P real quick.
Yeah.
See, this is how this works. Unfortunately, we don't get it. Okay, so you said that the Ethiopians and the Nubians are not your people.
Not my people.
Hold on, okay, listen, hold on. I understand what you're saying. I get that, right? But they are in the African family. That's all. That's what you have to understand. When others outside of Africans, people, and what that means, the African family, they have a certain amount of melanin to where they come distinct from another people, and they use that amount of melanin to subjugate those people. So you know about the last World War where Ethiopians was fighting. They said they was the last country that was the African country to remain independent. See what I'm saying? They put them in the African family. Why did they do that? Because of the amount of melanin that you can see, they put them in our family. And I agree that they are in our family because based on this amount of melanin, all over the world, we are subjugated due to the amount of melanin that we have. I don't care if you go to Brazil, you go to the island, you go to America, you go to China, you go to India, where they are going to put us all in a class system of last place. So we are family. I'm not saying that that's not my family because they over there in India. Based on the amount of melanin, they are all we're all subjugated based on.
Hold on. Let me answer that. Let me answer that. In the 1800s, there was a big famine in India. Everybody who read, them say stupids don't read. I don't remember the date, but I can tell you 1800s, there was a big famine in India.
Around 1850.
Yeah. Most of the Indians who died was the highly melanated Indians. Millions of them died from starvation. None of us give a fuck about those melanated people. Because they aren't us.
Man, fuck melanin. Y'all talking that, fuck all that melanin. They fucking
African. No, that's what he said.
I mean, they African. Why do we have to directly descend from Egypt to goddamn venerate? Why can't we love and respect Egypt as a culture and it is an African culture? Why can't we look at another African culture? Yes, it's an African culture.
Nobody in this room has ever bigged up any culture in West Africa to the height to them big up in Egypt.
No, that's not true. No, I don't care about Egypt.
Let me finish talking. Hold on. Let me finish talking.
I'd rather talk about Virginia.
Let me finish talking. You don't big up your brother, your direct, your mother, your father, but you're gone all the way to your third cousin.
Oh, I agree.
Your
I think it's
fourth
silly.
cousin.
Big up Virginia for the record.
Right? You're not bigging up your mother and father, but you're gone all the way to your third and fourth cousin.
Okay,
Until you start bigging up your mother and father.
Stupid. Why would we be fighting for Egypt? Why would we have to do that?
Because they said it wasn't out.
Yeah. See? So like, damn, I act like I don't know what the fight is.
Yeah,
what is the fight about?
Hold on. Let me say no.
Because they said that it was not an African.
They said it wasn't ours. They put it like we weren't capable. That's how come we wanted so bad.
That's not true. That's not
true. They did put it like that.
No.
Okay, now we all know history. Now we all know history.
Hold on. Let me finish. Let me answer the question because that's not true. This is two piece.
Well, that boy James pseudo is here. I didn't know you was that pseudo boy.
Hold on. My stance on it is
so we created this argument. That's what you saying,
of course, because yes, you created the argument because the love of Egypt. Because you all love Egypt. You love Egypt more than your mother and your father.
No.
Yes.
We created the argument. No, we didn't create the argument. We defended ourselves when they tried to write Africans out of history. That's what we did.
Nobody tried to write.
You do know that at one point Egypt was looked at as a black civilization. It was. It was looked at as a black civilization. I know y'all know that that little quote by Volney or whatever, but it was looked at as black civilization, as a demonic black civilization at that. It was. It wasn't until we learned
he said I'm pseudo, but he can't even answer my question. That's crazy.
We should. I agree with you, Stoopies. I don't think it's a big deal. But unfortunately, we've been led to believe that we are incapable. So when we see things with somebody that's dark skinned, we use that as a validation point. But the bottom line is what we need to realize: we don't need anything to validate us as our humanity. We don't need anything to validate our humanity whatsoever. Nothing done by our old ancestor could validate your humanity. Is that you're here now?
You use the word old ancestor. Is Egypt your old ancestor?
No,
is Egypt your old ancestor?
So
but they don't use that word. No, it's because they're not.
But no, why shouldn't you celebrate it though? It's a fantastic place.
No, I can say if we're celebrating it, we'll understand. If you're celebrating it like when you celebrate Christmas and Valentine's Day, no problem.
We celebrate it as the African culture that it is.
You said I'm pseudo. That's crazy.
Why not? Why not? I celebrate. I would argue that there was really no real Greece before Rome, but I look at we live in an extension of the Roman Empire. We do. Like this world that we live in wouldn't exist had Rome not existed. There would be no Christianity without Rome. So there would be no Islam without Christianity. This world that we live in is one that has its roots in the Mediterranean, in the expansion in the Mediterranean. So I think it's important to know that regardless if we have direct genetic ties, and many of us probably do, but it may not even come because I descend from a chick from the goddamn Anatolia, I found out, which is wild. How the fuck she get here? Well, yeah, more than likely she came through the British Isles, but still. Come on, man. You can't superimpose race on everything. I do agree with you. It's unnecessary for us to claim to be Egyptian. But to say the Egyptians weren't black.
We're not claiming to be. This is what I'm tripping on. We're not claiming to be Egyptian.
I'm not saying
this is what I'm saying. That the nucleus of that civilization was the African civilization. Period. I'm not saying that they didn't have admixture with Arab type, but the percentage of the mixture was more on the side of the African at the time of the civilization inception. That's what I'm saying. Period. And then you can look at the population. Y'all don't even put into account what was the population of the planet 5,000 or 6,000 years ago. Look at the landscape. It ain't too many places where people can even congregate in Egypt except along the Nile. So you don't got nothing but a strip that go all the way up a country. That country ain't even worth fighting though. You see what I'm saying? When you look at what the resources of that land is, it's not even a big deal. But you got to understand that what's south of there is what they What's south there is where the value is because that's where the gold was. That's where the a lot of the resources for timber and all of that stuff comes from. And then later on, once they meet up, they're going to meet up with the people from what you call the Mediterranean later on. But the nucleus of the civilization, like I don't understand what's wrong with y'all. Like nobody starts a civilization like Chinese and black people start a civilization together. They don't do that shit. Only people got to argue about starting their own civilization is black people, and that's sad. The Greeks didn't have their shit mixed up. The Indians don't have their shit mixed up. Don't nobody got to have a mixed up civilization but us. I wonder why is that so? And then when you start talking about a mix, yeah, you understand that these people have mixture, but the affinities that they have give them a phenotypical difference from another type. And then when they start to draw, they say that the people that look like the people that tell today wasn't them. But y'all say that the artwork ain't saying something else. The artwork say that the people that tell today, that's what they look like. And as a matter of fact, when you get off into the Ptolemaic period, they start to become Egyptians themselves. They draw themselves looking different than the original Egyptians. They look like the people that tell today. So then when you get that DNA study from 2017, of course they're going to say that the people that tell today look like the people that sent those mummies because those are the same people. Like, but y'all can't do simple math like that. They didn't go to the South and get the mummies. Why not? But you say it ain't no racism off the DNA.
Are you saying,
they did that shit on, they did that shit on purpose right in your face. You ain't smart enough to say that.
Are the Nubians there? Are the Nubians and the Sudanese the same people? Are the Nubians and the Sudanese
I
the same
wouldn't
people?
say I would say no, but I would say DNA wise they're gonna be closer than you would say an Arab type. They're gonna have a closer affinity within the DNA. That's
So
how
you're
it
saying
works,
that
because they're neighbors.
No, stop. Let me ask you the second question. The Nubians who are here today, were they the same Nubians 4,000 years ago? The Nubians
I can't say based on that because borders get fluctuated and pushed down and up. So
no,
I
I'm
can't
talking
say
about the
exactly
people.
they were the
I'm talking about the
same.
people.
But based on what the artwork look like, they're gonna be within that same little border between the Egyptians and the Nubians. That those particular types that they drew of themselves. Then you look at what's there today, and you should suppose.
No, I'm saying the Nubians and the Sudanese because they occupy the same place. Sudan and Nubia occupy the same place. But if you look at the Nubians and you look at the Sudanese, they look like slightly different people based on lookership. Anybody bring up a picture of Nubian schoolgirls or Nubian schoolboys, and they look close to the Ethiopians, but I'm not saying that is lookership, right?
Okay,
but
what I'm saying is
are they the
you
same
talking
people?
about what you're talking about is listen, stupid, you're talking about 3,000 years from a nucleus of a civilization. I can't say that they're the same people. Like I would be fucking crazy. So what do you want me to do?
So you're saying that means that based on that argument, and I don't want to make this jump, the Egyptians might have been different 4,000 years ago.
Of course.
They might look more like the Sudanese 4,000 years ago.
Let me ask you this. Where are you from?
I'm from Jamaica.
Okay, you're from Jamaica. 400 years ago, was the Jamaican DNA in Jamaica?
No.
Was the African? I'm asking. Okay. I'm asking you a question. Was your DNA in Jamaica 400 years ago?
No, it wasn't.
See how simple that was? Damn.
So all right. So you are agreeing with Reggie's argument then, based on that question I asked me. You are agreeing with Reggie's argument.
Man, you would have to. Okay, watch this.
Transposed.
Okay, watch this. Watch this, stupid. Peep this out. Do you know what the population of Libya is right now today? Do you know what the population of Libya right now today? What is the population of Libya?
About 50 million, if not more.
No, it's only 6 million people that live in Libya. 6 million.
In Libya?
Right now, you can look that up. Please look that up somewhere. So you can say that I'm not serious. Now let me explain to you why. Because it's a fucking desert.
How many people live in Egypt right now?
See, now there you go. When you look
No.
into Egypt, oh,
No,
watch this.
no.
It's gonna be 100. It's gonna be 100 and probably 105 million people in
million
Egypt right
people
now.
living.
Yes. But see, they live right there on the Nile, so they have a water source there, right?
Yeah. So the reason why I ask about the same question,
so we're talking
because
about the difference
you
between
can't compare. You can't compare Libya to Egypt based on that.
Okay, but watch this. We're talking about in 2022. What was the population of that area 5,000 years ago? Or 6,000? We're talking about 5,000 to 6,000. We're talking about the nucleus of the civilization. We just use chronology here. What would be the population on that in that same area 5,000 or 6,000 years ago when the nucleus of the civilization started? What would you guess would that be?
Would
See what I'm
that
saying? We can't really
water
use it.
2 to 3 million?
What would be? And if it's only 6 million people in Libya today, I wonder how many people was it 6,000 years ago in Libya.
No, but that is my argument. Even when I went back to Alexander, I said it didn't go that way because there was not there. You using my arguments against me. You're trying to use my arguments against me.
I can't they call me chronological James. This is what I do. Only thing I do is argue the chronology of history.
I use chronology.
Make it make sense.
You
gotta make it make sense. You can't go in and start talking about the Canaan. When you start bringing in the Canaanites, and we know that didn't come into existence until 2,000 or 3,000 years after the fact. You can't even do that. We talking about 2,000 years before Canaanites even showed up on the map. So people just, man, I mean, when you start, if you really just was using chronology, I think a lot of this stuff would be a lot simpler. But y'all don't want to do that because I think what y'all want to do, like Chef saying, y'all just want to keep arguing. They just want to keep arguing. That's what it is.
James, let's go back 8,000 years ago, 6,000 BCE, right? 6,000 BCE. The land was there. Desertification started. You understand what desertification is? When the desert started taking over the Sahara, it has already established, right? 6,000 years ago, that is already established. It was getting worse. The green areas are the areas that were close to the Nile that is being fed by Lake Victoria, which is further geographically south, right? Now, when we come now, I would say, all right, what's going on here? In the middle area there, closer to Egypt, you had people coming there, so the land was good. You didn't have much waterfalls. You didn't have, because the first cataract is after the middle area. So you have people now coming down and through and from other areas. They come with agriculture, they come with cattle. We have cattle from different areas, and we have cattle developing there. They come with donkeys from Ethiopia. They're coming from all over to that middle area where we call Nakada. Nakada established for a couple thousand years until it manifests itself into a culture that was sophisticated enough that one leader can say, listen, I want the whole of this shit. After Nakada, the one leader said, all right, I'm going further geographically north, and I'm going to take over all this land. It wasn't called Egypt. We call it Egypt. Right?
When they was calling it Tawi, the two lanes.
Right.
Okay, so bam, let's stop right there, Stu. Now, when you're talking about this desertification, like what was the zoo type that they said that was in this area that they was in at that time before we get to the desertification of what was the zoo type that they was drawing on the rock art?
When were these rock art drawn? Before or after the desertification?
It was before the desertification, I believe. Nobody really truly knows, but we know that they were drawing animals that they were hunting and stuff like that. They had like giraffe, hippopotamus, lion. They had all these particular zoo types. They didn't have any camel, but they had these other zoo types that's kind of, telling you what type of people these people are. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, go ahead. Keep going.
All right. You're using the camel, but people need to understand something about the camel. The camel is one of the only animals that could not survive on its own. If human beings if human beings aren't
No.
allowed to
Hold
help
on.
carry camel
Stop,
breed,
stupid. They have wild camels in
where?
Asia and Mongolia right now today. They do
Right now
have them.
today?
They're yes, right today. They do have them in Mongolia
I would
and they
love to
have
say,
them in China. That's the
are they,
origins of the camel. Let
no,
me be sure. Let me
are
be
they the
clear.
same
That's the
kind of camels
origins
that
of
the
the
one?
camel as well.
Are they the same kind of camel that is in Arabia now? Or are they smaller and they're
No.
different?
The ones that's in Arabia are a different type of camel, but they
And I'm
all come from
and I'm
the
telling you
same
that the ones
the
in
same thing.
Arabia, if you want to look it up, if you don't believe it, the camels that are in Arabia now, if human beings weren't available, they would have died off. They can't breed themselves. There's some
I
issue,
don't know. Yeah, that may be true.
right? You can read that up. The
Okay,
camels that are
no,
in
go ahead.
Arabia now, they need human interaction. All right, so they didn't have the camel, but that even strengthened the story. Oh, so you're saying that after the establishment of Egypt, and after Egypt have gone through its golden years, and almost being a dead culture, the Persians introduced the camels to Egypt. That's what you're saying.
Of course.
So,
They know. Everybody knows. Everybody knows this. It's just like it's crazy.
so you're using,
They don't acknowledge what the artifacts and what it says. That stuff is not as even. See what I'm saying? The whole culture is a non-African culture, but people want to talk about culture and say that that's
no, no,
what it means. But
no,
every culture, the Jamaicans in Jamaica, y'all are different from the Europeans, aren't you? Y'all not the same. Even though y'all live amongst each other, y'all ain't got to go and
all right,
attack
okay,
somebody based on what
okay.
they look.
No,
Like
no,
when you chose to
Jamaica.
procreate,
All right, no.
did you go
Jamaica,
procreate
no, no.
with a European? And if so, why not?
No. Let's be honest. All slaves that came over on the ship, our culture is tied into our slavers. So you, as a Black American, your culture is Euro-American African culture. My culture in Jamaica is Euro-Jamaican African culture. We cannot dismiss the European impact on our culture as descendants of slaves. Because right? So therefore, we cannot disrespect that culture because it is what makes us complete in who we are. And that is all I'm saying. The Egyptian, my thing is that the Egyptian is a formulation of many cultures, not just any one culture. You'd be disingenuous to say it is primarily a Nubian culture when it had so many people coming from so many different aspects.
Okay, watch this. This is why they say this stuff. Because when you get the kingships, it's pretty a Nubian and Nakata culture. The both of when they unite the two lands, they not talking about doing that shit with nobody else. They united amongst themselves.
So who was up geographically north when they united? Who was in the north?
Who was in the north was
geographical north?
What you call the Akkadian culture, which later became the Egyptians, or what you call the Egyptians.
But they weren't in the north. They were in
no. Hold up.
Egypt.
Listen to what I'm saying, Stupid. I'm saying north of the White Crown. The White Crown is represented in Nubia. The Akkadian culture, which is the Egyptian culture, is represented right there in Abydos and Nakata.
No, bring up a map. Share the screen and bring up a map.
I can't bring up a map because I'm on my phone. But somebody can bring it up. I'm pretty sure Chef got control.
So the White Crown was in Nubia. But Nakada, where Nakada was, Nubia was.
Would you say Abydos? Right in the area of Abydos?
Nakada wasn't on the way to Abydos. Let me see. Nakada, let me remember. Because where Nakada was, Nakada had Nubian was surrounded by Nubia. Nubians were in the area where Nakada was.
No shit.
Right?
You think I'm going to argue against you? I'm not arguing against you.
Right? So when you said Nubia, you are interchanging between.
I'm talking about what we're talking about. What I'm talking about is what they call Nubia, as far as the from the Aswan, the first cataract, going south. That's what they call Nubian back in Mars.
Yes, but Nakada was before the first cataract, not after the first cataract.
Yeah. That's why they call it the Nakada culture. But that later on becomes identified as the Egyptian. Understand what I'm saying? But listen, what you're saying is correct. They were still encompassed within Nubia because they were together at that time.
Right? No, they weren't together because they were trading.
Yes, they was.
Nakada
listen to what I'm saying.
Was trading with the Nubians. If they were together, they wouldn't be trading.
There's no Egypt. There's no Egypt at this time. Let's just go back, you stupid. Listen to what I'm saying.
There was no Egypt at this time.
There's no Egypt at this time. The areas that we're talking about is Abydos, Nakada, Thebes, probably Elephantine. Right in that area right there. That's the nucleus of the Nakada culture. But then
let's minimize it. Let's minimize it further for people. At that time, we're talking about 3 distinct areas. Nakada, which we can almost classify as Upper Egypt, right? And then Lower Egypt, and then below them we had Kush. In Kush, the Nubians lived loosely around Nakada and part of Kush.
No, it's no. At this time, it ain't nothing to call Kush at this time.
No. I'm saying geographically. So below Nakada, you have the area what we call Kush now, right? Above Nakada, we have the area what you call Lower Egypt, and you had Nakada, which was actually the crown of that area, right? Look at it.
I think we're saying the same thing. I'm not sure about it.
They were saying the same thing. Right? But that area was that area. When the king decided to make Egypt now, because there was no Egypt before he went geographically north and conquered that area and turned it into one big land. That's when it became Egypt. Before Nama conquered Lower Egypt, there was no Egypt. He made the area one big land. In his army, he had Nubians. He made all.
Okay, but see, hold up. But this is what you got to understand, stupid. At that time, it didn't go all the way up to the what you calling lower Egypt today.
It didn't go all the way to the Delta. It didn't go all the way to the Delta.
That's what I'm trying. At first, it did not go there. They say that Narmer or Menes establishes Memphis in the north, but that's still off in Upper Egypt. It's just on the border when he establishes that boundary line, and they proclaim that he did that for military purposes to keep a certain people out. But that's another discussion.
Okay. All right. So when did the Delta become part of Egypt? When did the Nile Delta became part of Egypt?
That I'm not gonna be able to answer for you right now. And I don't want to.
So all right. So it became part of Egypt after Egypt was formed. That's what you're saying. It was people because it was a very fertile land. It has It had many smaller lakes moving out to the Mediterranean.
You have other people that's already established up in the north. I'm not saying that you don't. Right. You have other people that's already established up in the north, but they adopt the culture starting from the Badarian culture on northward later on, and then later on they go all the way to the Delta.
And I'm saying to you, so when they went further north up into the Delta, the cultures became homogeneous, like milk, like how they mix milk and it's in one form. The people way up north in the Delta and the people further south came together because in order to farm up north where the Delta is, you'd have to understand the weather pattern. You have to understand the farming practices because the farming practices in the Delta was different than the farming practices down at Nakada. Would you agree with that?
Now watch this, Pete. Just check this out. If you really just checking out the chronology of this stuff, right, you can tell that they distinct people in the north because they keep breaking off, and that Theban area with that Badarian culture keep staying associated to the Theban culture later on in history. So that's what those intermediate periods, because they couldn't hold the north because of their indifferences. So that's where you get the friction at, because of the indifference. That's what they're fighting about. You see what I'm saying? So they like, oh, y'all, once they get power or some more people come in, then they'll push them down. But that thieving area always is a stronghold that they hold. You see what I'm saying? They never really go back to. Okay, go ahead.
So it's Steve's Mediterranean.
No.
Is the Delta Mediterranean?
The thieving culture is not a Mediterranean culture.
It's the Delta Mediterranean.
It's distinct from a Mediterranean culture.
Is the Delta with all that fertile farmland. Imagine the population of the Delta. The Delta, the rich black soil. If you spit on the ground, a tree grow. Imagine what a soil will look like. Anything growing that soil. All of that nice fertile land that coming from South Africa every year. If you split, everything grow. Imagine what the population of the Delta was like. Wouldn't the Delta have a very high population? James,
it would have a higher population as opposed to somebody that didn't have a river source yet. So not only river source, you have to, because that's the only fresh water that you can have.
Fertile land.
Yeah, but see, the Delta, that's the only. I don't know, but if it's back then, you're looking at it.
Anything grow there now. Anything grow there now. If you spit on that ground, you grow on new James.
Okay, but listen to what I'm saying, stupid. You got to account in for the flood that they used to have before they built the Aswan Dam. So that wasn't just somewhere that they could live year-round.
Annually. Every year, so they knew it like clockwork. That the flood.
So how do you build on some shit like that? You know what I'm saying? How can you build a metallithic structure and some shit like that when you know it's gonna flood every year? You can't build on it.
How do you have
sugar? Just logic right here.
How do you have sugarcane plantation and banana plantation in the Caribbean when every year you have
building?
No.
Talking about
every year you have 4 or 5 hurricanes. I'm not talking about the building that time. I'm talking about the people, the residents, the people in the population. I'm not talking about a big structure. I'm talking about when resources and food is available, you're going to have an explosion of population, right? Because there's no starvation happening there. You plant anything, it grows because the land don't need fertilizer. The land self-fertilizes itself every single year. So it's not like they have to use slash and burn technique that other farmers had to use in the rest of the world. Where after you plant on a land for 4 or 5 years, you have to cut the land down and burn and let it sit for 5 years to wait for the land to develop back nutrients. That was not in the Delta. In the Delta, every year, that land was fertile as the year before. So what was the population like? Would the population in the Delta be higher than the population down geographically south?
Well, from what I know, hold on. Let's do this, stupid. Watch this. So you saying, watch this. Where is the equator line where the Sudan stop at? Where does that line stop at where they start having green vegetation in the south? Where is that line?
That line, the equator is at the equator is Egypt is 42 degrees.
Listen to what I'm saying, stupid. Let's be clear. I'm saying the line where the Sahara Desert stops at, and you start to get green vegetation in the southern parts of Africa. Where does that start at? Does that start in the Sudan? I think it does.
Yeah, but the thing is that we have to realize is that those lands. No.
And I would suppose that the green vegetation that they have in the south far outweighs that what they have in the Delta.
You know why? See,
but you don't want to do that though. Pull up a map.
Let me answer that question easy. As I said earlier, every year Egypt, the Delta was flooded with new soil. And that new soil means that you didn't have to use fertilizer. Further up north, you didn't have that level of flooding. So that land, it wasn't as fertile as the land in the Delta.
So
We don't
you
have to
saying it
argue
was
that.
so you saying it
So,
so you
so
saying
even,
hold up, you
so
saying
even
that the rain
agriculture was taking place. No, let me finish. Even if agriculture was taking place geographically sound, the land wouldn't have been as fertile as the land at the
hold up,
delta.
stupid. So you saying the rain that's coming from the high mountains of
No,
Ethiopia
no,
don't
it's not
pass
the
through
rain. It's not
Sudan
the
or
no, no,
nothing?
no, no, no.
Oh,
It's
okay.
not the rain. Go and look at the map. Look at the
Then
Nile.
where the water coming from, Chef?
It's coming
Where
from
do
up
they
there,
say the
but
water come?
it's bringing all the soil down. It's
Where does it
bringing the
start
soil
from
down.
though? Stupid, where does it start from now?
Lake
Where does that
Victoria.
rain where does that flood start from? Where do they get the water from?
Lake Victoria.
It happens every year right to today. So where do they get it from?
Lake Victoria.
Uh
Lake Victoria. Trust me.
So
But
what are you talking about, Stupid? Like what are we
I am
doing?
telling you that the Delta had some of the most fertile land in the world. The only
Yeah, I
place
know,
that
but hold up. I'm
no,
minimalized. I'm trying to let you know that ain't nothing compared to what was going on in the South.
no. The South land wasn't as fertile. Even now, even today, when we look at agriculture today, even today, when we look at agriculture today, the land that you're mentioning is not as viable as the land in the Delta. You can go and look at it today.
Holy smoke. You
No,
agree with that, Chef?
Chef doesn't agree. Chef can look it up. Go to the top of the Nile, to the source of the Nile, and compare the fertility of the land to the lands in the Delta. Even
What was
today.
they? Hold on, let me ask you this: what was they growing in the Delta? They weren't growing over wheats and barleys and stuff like that. Then you go to the South. Hold on, they don't even got no. Hold on, what's that? They don't even got no trees or nothing up there, really, that you can use to make boats or to do anything with. They don't even have gold up there. They don't even have the zoo type that fled south once the damn desert dried up. Only thing they got is a river. That's what I'm saying. Egypt ain't
Bringing
nothing. Watch this.
fertile land.
Like, this is what they got. The majority of
Bringing
that land
fertile
ain't
land for
nothing
wheat
but a
and barley.
river that's fertile. Hold on, just a little strip of
Bringing
river
fertile
fertile
land.
that you sitting up here trying to tell me that's more valuable than the green Sahara of the South. This is what you telling me, Supi. That's what you saying?
Have you ever seen a Sahara? Have you ever seen anybody agriculture in the Sahara? I want anybody to tell
It's a
me.
desert. What agriculture do they got?
No, I am telling you about
Ain't
the
nothing but
Delta.
rocks and sand.
I am telling you about the Delta.
And camels and shit. Like, what are you talking about?
I am telling you about the Delta.
Yeah, but
Right?
okay, now look on the map.
Delta
Look
was
on the
all.
map. Watch how big the Delta is compared to sub-Saharan African green, the green area that's down there. Look how small of a dot that would be that you're putting more value on than what's down south. And see, so that's why, watch this. And when you start self-supposing on and thinking for yourself, then
I'm
you'll
not
say, well, dang.
supposing. I am telling you
Because
that
because
the
that's what
advantage.
Europeans are doing.
The
They
advantage.
doing this all day right in your face. They self-imposing history and then you just parrot what they say. You can't think for yourself. That's what's going on here.
No, I am saying
Y'all
this.
saying that black people can't think for themselves. We
No.
gotta listen to every source the Europeans say, but you can't think for yourself.
No. This is not fair. No, stop, James. May your reasoning and logics. And that's what I like with you. You use data using logics. May your reading and logics and agricultural practices. 2,000 years ago, 3,000, 4,000 years ago, agricultural practices. Before the invention of fertilizer. That's what we're reasoning about. And anybody in here who know anything about farming, know that farming killed the land. Anywhere you farm, it's killing the land. That is why one of the most famous black persons in the world, one of the most famous black Americans, saved America from a dust bowl by telling them to plant peanut to restore the land. What's the name of that man? What's the name of that black man, James?
I know you're talking about they castrated the brother, but at the same time, they're just letting you know that
Carver.
African people,
Carver.
watch this.
Carver
African
told you
people are
about
so
that.
advanced and smarter than Europeans that we don't need them to think for us. So thank you for interjecting me.
See what I'm saying? We can go past what they thinking. They can give us the information and the data, all the data they want to. But that don't mean that we can't sit, since they always saying, oh, we don't know about the Nubian history. Why we can't sit up and look at all the information they got and put shit together ourselves? Why we gotta wait on them? So now they just now watch this, they just now getting around to saying that it's a possibility that these Nubian, because see, you listen to certain people that they're saying what Diop and them have already said. They didn't put Diop work in the damn museum now. But African people thought about that first. They wouldn't even allow us to think. Y'all don't understand the chronology even of that shit. We just not got a chance to say what we thought. They wouldn't let us say they was creating all of this history when we were slaves. We couldn't say shit. Then we got our ancestors that went through that shit and they gave us the Bible and they said that shit ain't right. And they went through it and they started digging. And we just the latest of what the African thought is. But see, some of us are being led by European thought into what, because they're conceding a little bit to what the African thought already know. See what I'm saying? That's what my position is. So now they say, oh, now it's a mixed culture. But at first they wouldn't even acknowledge even a mixture. They wouldn't do that.
James, let me answer you. You know what you did a while ago? It would have easier spit in my face than tell me what you tell me a while ago. I'd forgive it because you was slick with it, you know. Better to spit in my face, James. When I call me a coon. Sophisticated.
I didn't call you no coon, no. Cut that out. I didn't do that.
That's what you did. James,
no, I didn't do that. I didn't do that, stupid.
James, they call me a coon, James.
No. I'm not talking about you. Hold up. I'm not talking about you, stupid. I'm talking about when we start to let Europeans lead what we think. That's what I'm talking about.
That's what you said.
Because when you start to look at the information that they have, it's not concrete. It's all what they think happened. And when you got somebody that's saying what they think happened, that leaves room for you to think about what could have happened. That's how this works. If they say they don't know about the totality of the Nubian influence on Egypt, what do they give us room for, stupid?
No, look, I don't have a problem. Listen, that's not my problem. And I agree with the Nubians being there, you know. And I agree with the people, the Sudanese being there, you know. Because the Nubians weren't watered down 100 years ago. You know?
What I'm saying is what we waiting for seemingly is for European acceptance or acknowledgement that it was our civilization. Until they say we can't see it. We gotta wait and say that it's a mixed civilization because they gave us that little crumb for now.
So are you saying that it's not a mixed civilization? Are you saying that
this is what I want to ask everybody that's listening to this little broadcast here? Name a civilization outside of the Egyptian civilization where they say it had mixture.
The Greek. They tell you the Greek. The Greek was a number.
Okay. Who was the Greek? Well, who was the Greek civilization mixed with?
They mixed with it. Listen, those pictures what you see.
I'm asking you. Well, at the time that they started identifying themselves as Greek, they had a phenotypical look that they all associated with, I'm sure. That's how this works. I don't understand. We can look at nature. Like, that's some simple shit to do. They still on code. We the only ones dumb enough to think and let somebody lead us into thinking something that we really already see. They differentiating with us right now on this planet. And the house right here in America, the housing rate, they give us high housing rates. They doing all kind of little tricky shit. They pull us over like we act like we don't know that this shit is going on. Like, why y'all scared to call this shit what it is? And it ain't gonna change. It ain't going back. Whenever them people went up into Europe and the other people went into Asia and the climate changed them to have a different phenotypical look, and then they came back in and you acknowledge the admixture, but those admixtures give you a different phenotypical look, then you will have an understanding of what I'm saying. So when them people came back in, yeah, they may have had an admixture, but it goes by percentages to what you associate with as yourself. So when you start to look at these little
Okay.
admixtures, you're going to say that the Ethiopians are in the African family, and they get subjugated by those Arabs, just like every other African on the
All
continent
right.
do. This is what's going
Okay.
on, stupid.
James,
It's that simple.
James, let me ask you a question, James. Let me ask you a question, James. James, simple question. Did Genghis Khan change the way the Chinese look?
You say who?
Genghis Khan? Yeah. Did he change how the Chinese look? Do you think that the Chinese looked how they look?
Now let's do this. See what he's in close proximity to the pure Chinese looking people, and he's also in close proximity to the Arab looking people or the Turkish particular people. So he's right. When you start to look at them, he's going to be a little bit different from a pure Chinese based on proximity and locale. This is how this works. And in a matter of fact, he used that shit. Hold up, he used that same phenotypical difference to attack these people. This is how it works.
Yeah.
Am I lying, CP?
No, but I understand what you're saying.
Did he not use his phenotypical difference to say we different from these people in attack?
Yes.
That's how you do the shit. Like, God. But anyway, stupid. I see that we gotta let Europeans and the non-Africans lead the way in African thought. And we know that we're the most brilliant people on the planet. We don't need nobody to tell us our history or how this shit went down. We got the ability to do it for ourselves. We don't need nobody else to tell us. Just because y'all wanted to concede and say that it was a mixed culture, I'm not ready to concede that in the way that y'all are.
James, you know why I can give up? You know why I can give up Egypt and don't feel any way? You know why I can give up Egypt and don't feel any loss? Because it is not the brightest people in the world. Not because they build the pyramids. Not because they're not the brightest people in the world. I would prefer to the Nigerians over the Egyptians, whoever the people were that the Nigerians were, because they're proven modern time to be some of the most brilliant people in the world. Academically, they're some of the most brilliant people in the world. And nobody can take that away from them. Why do I need Egyptians? Why do I need
Okay. Now hold up. This is what's going on. And this is what you got to understand, stupid. We shouldn't be fighting each other about this. This is what the problem is. We should go and follow what our elders and ancestors said it was, and that's what the fuck it is. See what I'm saying? Like, why everybody else can do that but us? So if our ancestors said that it was the African civilization and it started in the South, and then later on Europeans acknowledged what we said because we didn't have a chance to say what we thought history was before these ancestors said what it was, because that's what they've done. They put his work off in a museum in New York. So they're agreeing with what we're saying. We're not saying that the people in the North didn't have nothing to do with the Egyptian culture. We're not saying that. What we're saying is the nucleus of the civilization was an African type civilization based on the melanin that everybody is still differentiating each other from to this day. And they drew themselves as such. They didn't draw themselves looking like the Arabs that's there today that we know based on history that they just got there. We're not doing that.
All right, okay, let me ask you this question. This is the question I'm going to ask you now. Is America an English civilization?
Is America an English civilization? I would say yes, based on the people who conquered this land.
Then I understand your answer. No, I understand your answer. You can't answer any differently because you believe that.
It's not a belief, it's a fact. The people that you call Indians, they killed all of them and put them on reservations. And those that they didn't kill, they pushed them people down into Mexico. Now watch this, stupid. I'm 53 years old. I live in Texas. I know for a fact, and I can pull up my school pictures from all around Texas and show you that it was little to no Mexicans in Texas in my time. Now that you look back, now that it's on the friendlier term, they come back across the border and now they have flooded the state of Texas now. Do you understand what I'm saying?
No, I
This
understand
happened
what
in
you're saying.
my lifetime.
I understand what you're saying because 40 years ago, you didn't have so much immigration because they were all pushed out. And when
Like you're not coming into a hostile territory where you know somebody will kill you. I'm gonna stay where it's safe at. And then when you say it's cool for me to come back around, I'll slide back and see what's up. That's how it works.
All right.
But this I'm not saying that the Mexicans are not the original Indians. You understand what I'm saying? They have the same bloodline as those Indians that we call the Indians in North America. They have the same bloodline. They are all the same, but they later on got conquered by. See, like this is just history. They got conquered by the Spanish since they speak Spanish now.
All right. This is the
situation. This is chronology of history.
All right. Okay. So therefore, you agree with Reggie then, based on what you're saying. That the Africans.
Man, I think that everybody should agree with what documented history say. It ain't even agreeing with Reggie. This ain't what Reggie is saying. This is what documented history. This is what African people. Hold up. This is what documented history say. This is what African people were saying before Europeans started to agree. But then they just throw you a form by saying, okay, we'll say it's an admixed culture instead of a purely African culture. And people are saying they okay with it. That's what's up. That's what's going on, 2P. So they done conceded, and both sides have conceded and agreed to disagree.
No,
they don't want to fight no more.
Because you're saying that it is a purely African culture. It was
right. Well, hold up. I say. It's what
No, I want to say if I'm on the right page. You're saying that it's a purely African culture that was developed in Nakada between the Nubians and other Nubians.
Yeah, man. The white crown, the first crown, is the white crown. It's in Nubian territory.
Right.
It's in Nubian territory. You can't get around that. It's as simple as that. And we using chronology here. So
we're using chronology.
If I tell you that the white crown is in Nubia, what does that mean, Stupid?
Yeah. Oh, you're using chronology, but this is my thing. When Nakada and Nubia was long before Egypt, long before what we call Egypt existed, they were trading heavily with the Crescent Valley. Would you agree with me on that?
They were trading with who?
The Crescent Valley. You know what the Crescent Valley is?
Your accent kind of throwing me off as far as what you're saying.
Okay, sorry. My apologies. Okay, sorry, no problem. The Crescent Valley. Crescent Valley. Where that is? Mesopotamia? That place, right?
Yeah, well, you do. I'm not gonna deny that they have trade with those people. But what I'm saying is that in the beginning, the border was not. They wasn't trading with them from that point. What I'm saying is the people that was already at that part that had a different culture and maybe looked different from them was already occupying that portion of Egypt, right? See what I'm saying? They were already occupying that portion of Egypt, and they were the middleman in between that trade, because that's what you're talking about, right?
Mm-hmm.
They were already in contact with them, so the trade border would have been there, because these borders fluctuate, is what you got to understand. So then in the beginning culture, you would say it was because of cultural infinities, or meaning likeness, that they've already established that the Badarian culture was the border, and that would be right there where Aswet is. Right there, it's probably in where we would say the 8th or 9th cataract. No, maybe a little bit. The 11th cataract is, right? So that's where they're saying their border was. Where the modern 11th cataract is, they're saying the border was the north. Their most further north was right there, and then you went down. And the down, because of the prejudice, they won't tell you how far down they go. See, they always say that they don't know about Nubia that much. It's just some stuff that they don't really know. See, but that's just them not telling you about who the hell you is. So that they give you room. See, when they start doing stuff like that, I don't allow them to do that. I just go ahead and say what it is.
I have left is $1.
Huh?
Yeah. No. I understand what you're saying. right? I understand what you're saying clearly, right? That what we're saying is that they're undermining the greatness of Nubia. And nobody not conceding that Nubia is actually Nakada. That's what you're saying. That the Egyptians and the Nubians are the Nakada. Right? And they are the ones who formulated what the culture became. And they unified the land geographically. And they have a certain distinct phenotype. And their phenotype was more in keeping with the people who were called the people of Kush. That's what you're saying, correct?
No, I'm saying the range would be from there all the way to an Ethiopian type. That's the range. See what I'm saying? Because that's what they did. I didn't do this. So when you start to see them drawing themselves, they have a range. But if you look at the range stops about the Ethiopian type. It does. You see what I'm saying? And then when you see them with a lighter skinned whites, why do people always suppose that those are foreigners if they're not the indigenous people of that land? Why do they do that? When you see a dark skinned brother and he got a light skinned wife, why do they always say she's a foreigner?
The question I'm asking: what's people crossing the Red Sea? That's the name, the Red Sea.
I'm sure that they have ports that they went out and hold on. Excuse me, Stupid. I don't know the dating of that port because they drilled out a reservoir or something going on all the way out to the Red Sea. But again, that's done in upper Nubia, right there in the Nakada, right up in that region.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So if they had ports, right, and they were crossing the Red Sea from the Red Sea into what we call Saudi Arabia now, it's not more than how wide is the Red Sea?
Hold up, you said what?
How wide is the Red Sea? How big is the Red Sea?
I'm not sure.
The Red Sea is a calm sea, because enclosed. It's almost like a Great Lake. So you don't need any kind of superior vessel to be sailing on the Red Sea, which lies in between.
Okay, but watch this. Let me ask you this, Stupid. What the hell is in ain't that a desert too?
Yeah, that's it, yeah.
Okay, so what would be the value of a desert? Only thing that they went on, from what they say, they went over there to get certain quartz for their jewelry, and they traded that. You know what I'm saying? So they did have a quartz mine or something like that over there. But other than that, when they start to talk about the trade value, it's certain things that you got to think about. What do they have to trade that's coming from those areas of value?
Sorry?
This is when you're thinking in your own yourself. Just think about that. What they giving you? Some camels, some donkeys? Like what do they got?
Salt, SALT salt.
But they have salt right there in Egypt. They don't need them for salt. It's salt all through Libya, so they don't even need to go to anywhere in the Levant or anything like that to get salt. So that's out. So you see what I'm saying?
I'm sure things out because you're not having a nice conversation, and it's a thinking conversation. You're putting me on my back foot to think because, as I said earlier, both of us agree with how fertile the land was, but you're saying that the land further south was more fertile than the land north. I disagree with you on that. But apart from that,
I'm not saying this is what I'm saying. I'm talking about the amount of the delta, the amount of square footage of land. If you counted that up and then went south to the fertile lands of that land, it's not even a competition. As far as even if I just went into Sudan and looked at how much fertile land they have as compared to the Delta, it's going to be more. That's all I'm saying, Stupid. I'm not devaluing that the Delta was not fertile and stuff like that. Now you gotta also remember that this is a war, and in war, people take drastic measures. So guess what they did, Stupid? They built a dam right there at the first cataract called the Aswan Dam and created Lake Nubia. You hear me?
When they built it on?
Let me not, I want to say in the 1940s.
No.
Right?
You mean that dam that you claim flood out Nubian artifacts and so therefore all evidence is underwater?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's a war tactic. If you looking at it from a perspective of a person that's from a Southern infinity. You see what I'm saying? Why would you flood out the nucleus, the first cataract, the first part of the civilization? Why would you flood that out? See?
All right. Okay, we're looking now.
You're dealing with war, but y'all don't want to understand war.
We're looking at a modern map just because you're not having a conversation. Right? South Sudan is far more fertile than Sudan. Would you agree with me on that?
Yes, North Sudan is still just like Egypt, which is nothing but a strip of a desert with a strip of fertile land all the way until you get to the Nile.
Right. So the fertile land lies along the bank of the Nile.
Right. How valuable is that, stupid?
Right. No. The thing about no. Because we're having a
conversation. You just gotta think. Let's keep it real. How valuable? Only thing that's valuable about that is the water that they can drink. But other than that, they don't have nothing fertile or nothing to really be bragging about or saying that this is some good land to live on. This shit is a desert. So I don't give a shit about Egypt in the stance that people think. I'm just fighting for the history that our people found and put down and wasn't wavering on like these people doing today, because they want to sit up and say that, okay, well, we'll at least give y'all that it was mixed. And y'all be cool with that, huh? We ain't even talking about the shit that happened in we ain't talking about nothing that happened in 1000 BCE. We talking about something that happened in 4500 BCE. So y'all want to start talking about when the admixture started. But we talking about a culture that at least was independent of this mixture that y'all keep trying to say. At least for 1500 years.
All right. So you are okay. All right. So you are saying that the culture would have settled by at least 3000 BCE. The admixture would have been incorporated already. The culture settled by at least 3000 BCE. We're giving them 1,000 years, which is a lot of time. 1,000 years is a whole lot of time. Right? Right. So, plagues, everything went through, all of that happened. So, it has been settled. So now it's now an African culture with people whose complexion range from, let me look at somebody now. Not high yellow, but light-skinned to very dark-skinned. That's what you're saying. And these people control that.
I'm cutting it. Hold up, I'm cutting it off at the Ethiopian type stupid. That's just me. I'm just speaking for myself.
Give us an example of an Ethiopian type.
I thought Ethiopian. I mean, go look up a modern day Ethiopian.
Okay.
So look them up, and that'll help you out.
Nipsey also. You continue to talk about Nipsey.
See, now that you talking about, that could be a type, because see what you got to realize with Nipsey Hussle, as he's procreated with an American woman. His daddy looked like a damn. His daddy looked like an Arab. Look at him. But he is dark-skinned. But if you look at his daddy, you can tell that his daddy is an Arab/African mix. And you would give him, if you wanted to go into a percentage of what Arab he is, maybe you want to give him maybe 60% and then 40% African.
No, I wasn't talking about.
And watch this, and you can't say that this can't be done, because I do it all the time when I go to look at people's DNA, when they do those DNA things on what to call it. Only thing you got to do, stupid, is go look up Ethiopian DNA on YouTube, and you'll start to look at it, and you'll start to see
That some people are gonna have more affinities to Arabs, and when you start to see the people that have a more sub-Saharan affinity, they're gonna start to look like us.
No,
but
no,
they're
no.
still Ethiopian.
I'm going to tell you. I used to argue that. No. I used to argue that, but today I looked at a picture. There are these two biracial people. Biracial meaning the black and white. They look dark. They look on the darker side of a biracial, not the lighter side. And they have twins. And one of the twins is white as white.
Yeah, they just showed that picture.
With blue eyes. I'm not talking the one in England. I'm talking the biracial twins. Two biracial people now have twins. One of them white, blue eyes, blonde hair, and one of them dark. But the admixture is going to show 50% black and 50% white for the twins. But one of them would pass
now
off
watch
onto
this, watch this,
white.
2P. Watch this, 2P. What are the chances that that happening if they procreate with a black person and a black person?
0.
No, it's the chance that it could happen because they do have a black couple. They say they had a white looking baby, but that's an anomaly. That's like like albinoism with no disrespect. That's a defective nature.
For that to happen, somebody had to have that white gene. For that to happen, somebody would have to have that white gene. So when you cross match XY chromosome, XY, one going to be XY, one going to be XX, one going to be YX, right? But for that to happen, there has to be something in the background. You can never get two people from sub-Saharan Africa 100% and they have a white baby unless it's from Alabama.
Okay, well, man, I'm gonna go ahead and tap out, man. But it was good talking to you.
No, it was good. It was good. Honestly, it's good talking to you. And I understand where you stand.
I just don't like the uncertainty of our people when it comes down to explaining stuff that these people don't even have an understanding of, or don't have a solid foundation to say anything. How do they get the power to dictate what is?
My biggest concern with this, as always, is that Egypt to me shouldn't be the crown in terms of where we're going to Egypt, as that the place where everything flow from. We had smart people who had survived for thousands of years in West Africa, who had multiplied, who had built empires, who were successful in passing on the genes.
Right.
I wanted to celebrate.
Okay, let me just say what the fight is. Now, see, with what encompasses this fight is, if you don't say that it's an African civilization, then you're giving up mathematics, you're giving up the medical profession, you're giving up archaeology, you're giving up astrology, you're conceding all of this to uncertainty, because the mixture is an uncertainty of identity.
The West African never have none of those. You're implying that the West African didn't have any of those?
No, they see, what I'm saying is, when you put it in an African family, then you can claim it, just like they do. Well, hold up, just like they do with all of their accomplishment with the Greeks. They all associate that and just take to say that we are the first and greatest civilization with Rome. This is what they do, and through that, that's why we can rule, because we were the first. Let's not leave that out. Because we were and see, y'all act like we dumb when we don't understand when you say that you the first, what does that mean?
So we're having a political fight then.
Yeah, it's all of that. Chef, you saying something?
No, Chef not saying anything.
No, but it's all of that encompassed in about. But y'all don't, it's like, I don't know, it's like y'all, they don't really know, they really ain't no warriors.
You know what I'm saying? When you start listening to some of the thought that people have, y'all don't even understand what this is. These people don't have no totality in their understanding of history. They just supposing like everybody else. But you got evidence to say what you want to say based on what they sitting up here trying to find. You don't need them to tell you what history is. You got your own, you got the evidence that they sitting up here telling you. They putting it right in your face. And you can put it together yourself.
All right, last question to you based on what you're saying. Last question to you based on what you're saying. That means that you're saying that the Egyptians aren't Arabs. That the Arabs are, and you're not dispossessed, you're not denying that the people who are there are the people who are there, but you're calling them Africans. That's what you're saying.
I don't know. Some noise came through, please. I couldn't really hear what you were saying.
Are you calling the people in Egypt now the original people?
You talking about the people that's in the north?
Yeah.
No, I'm not. I'm saying that's a transplanted population that came in, that's documented, that they tell you they came in, but for some reason you don't even accept when they tell you they came into the area. I don't understand that either.
Are you saying that the Nubians who exist now are, that means that the Nubians are transplanted people then?
Huh?
That means that some of the Nubians who are in Africa, in Sudan now, are also transplanted people.
Yeah, they've gotten pushed down into that area. Everybody knows that. They're culturally different. They still try to hold on to their own traditions, but they get subjugated because of it. So why are they doing that to them if they're the same? Okay. It's based on phenotypical differences that they do this. But I'm crazy though, right?
All right. Now, what if there's have to be a serious discussion?
Hold on. Let the homie Corey, maybe Corey can tell me something that I'm tripping on.
Corey in the room?
On the set. What's happening, Corey?
No, peace, James. You keeps it real, James. I ain't got no problem with nothing you saying, bro. I ain't got no problem with nothing you saying. Like you go ahead. I like somebody that stands their ground. You know what I'm saying?
That's what warriors do. Corey.
Yeah. You ain't never flim-flam me, James. I always been clear. See, my little one, my 1-year-old don't want me to talk.
Man, let her do her thing. Let her talk.
She beating me up. She actually hit me.
She want daddy all to herself.
Yeah. Even when I talk to my wife, like she gets jealous. Like I can't even talk to my wife.
That's my daddy, mine. When you're old, you're all right. You have somebody to look after you. That's good. I have sons. I wish I had.
Yeah. My son, he ain't gonna.
They out there flinching, Corey.
Yeah, my oldest is my son. You know, is a boy, and he ain't thinking about me right now. Yeah, only my girls, man. They all worry about me, man. They all do. But yeah, James, man, I just appreciate you. Like I said, you keeps it 100, man. So I ain't never had a problem. I always been clear on what you've been saying. You always been clear on what I've been saying. It's just that we disagree, right? And and we don't have to argue, James, because we clear that we disagree. We clear on what you saying, we clear on what I'm saying, and we just disagree. So that you know, we ain't never argued per se, James. Like we'll go back and forth with a few points, you know what I'm saying? But no, James, I respect you, bro. I really do.
Yeah,
Corey.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know, I'd like to know one day what's the disagreement.
But you already know what I disagree with you.
Yeah. How?
Pretty much everything, James.
Me and you the same. Like how we disagree. I'm from West Africa. Like how we disagree.
No. As far as the we don't disagree. You know, overall, I'm saying as far as the main topic, like you just went on ahead and said, you know, you think the Egyptians is black. I respect that, but I just don't agree with you. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
Right. Yeah, I 100% respect that though, James. I do. I have to say that.
Right. Okay, now see, you just put that all the way out there. That was beautiful. But like you got to at least tell me how you know they wasn't black.
So I was gonna do a presentation earlier.
What evidence is Corey gonna come up to say? Now hold on, let me tell you. Let me be clear.
I was gonna do a presentation, but this is what I'm gonna do. What I'm gonna do for you, James.
Go ahead.
I'm not gonna do the presentation, but I will do this for you, James.
Please don't bring up no DNA.
No. This is not DNA. Although I mean, DNA only substantiates what they already knew through archaeology and other methods, right? I will say that about DNA. It only substantiates what they already knew through archaeology and other evidence, right? It ain't like DNA came up with something new that they didn't know. It was only to confirm what they already knew. But yes, baby. All right, peekaboo. But listen.
Hold on, let me get my glasses.
You can see this here.
Oh, I gotta get my glasses.
I just want to share kind of the sources that I was gonna go over. I ain't really even in the mood. Like I said, my daughter is here. She ain't gonna allow me to do it anyway. Yes, yes, Asha.
We rocking with you and the princess. Go ahead, do your thing, Cole.
Yeah. So it talks about, and the reason why when I was going to start earlier, I started out with Brendan. He had a picture of a map, and I went on ahead and I was discussing kind of where Nubia was at and kind of where the modern day borders and the ancient borders are at, right? To kind of give an idea of what I was overall talking about. And I went into I was going into how if you're talking about Egypt, right? The old kingdom, because y'all always hear me and I say, you know, when I talk about Egypt, I'm not talking about some off-brand or something that's close to it, or all these things that y'all be stretching for miles. It'd be crazy to me. When I talk about Egypt, I'm talking about old kingdom. You know, the pyramids, all from the old kingdom up to the new kingdom is what I'm talking about when I talk about Egypt. Like the pyramids, the artwork, the medunetia, the sarcophaguses, the pharaohs, the inscriptions, the military might, the trade in the Mediterranean, all of those things. Those are the things that I think of, and I'm sure you think of the same thing, James, when you think about Egypt. I don't think you think about the Badarian. When somebody says Egypt to you, a picture, the Badarians ain't what come in your brain. That's not what you picture. Go ahead. Which one you want? You got enough cooking toys, okay? I'm not buying no cooking toys. It's not funny. I'm not funny. But anyway, so like I said, I'm not gonna really do the presentation because my daughter is just not. She's not gonna have it at all. I promise y'all.
She on something. You must have gave
it. Yeah, but I wanted to. Yeah, we just got done eating some peach cobbler. So this source here, right, has a video that goes along with it. And am I sharing? Can you see my screen, James?
We see this. I've seen this video before too.
This video basically breaks down exactly what I'm saying very perfectly. It breaks down my argument pretty good. It puts it all in a nutshell. But this article adds flavor and context to it. Now, James, I'm not done here. This is what I want to do here. I want to come here. This wiki article is a great article. I don't know what some people y'all want to hate on Wiki, but this article right here is particularly put together very well because it's in chronological order. You see, when you come down here, right, you see it starts to give you a chronology of Nubia and Egypt and all of that area. Even that some goes into the Green
Hold on,
Sahara.
Stop right there, Corey.
Okay, go ahead.
You went too far. Go back to the Fayum right there. Go up a little bit where that map was.
I wanted to talk about that. Okay, fine. We'll stop here.
Stop right there. See that right there? That's where they started. That's what Lower Egypt is. But see, that ain't necessarily what Lower Egypt is because Lower Egypt goes right up there.
Yeah. Lower Egypt goes all the way up to the Delta, right? But when you talk about Upper Egypt, hold on. We want to talk about Upper Egypt, though, right? That's what y'all like to talk about.
I'm just trying to make sure that we know that those are two different things.
Yeah, and so you see where the Fayum is at, though, right? This is the purpose of this
right.
Thing.
But see, they're placing the Fayum off in lower, but it's actually, to me, I don't believe that it is. But that's the little
it's the oasis. It's a lake. I can pull it up on Google Maps.
The border, what we call lower and upper Egypt. I think that's still in Upper Egypt. But we can talk about that later.
No. That's
but you got to understand, Corey, that
the Fayum is basically in the Delta. Basically,
listen to what I'm saying. And the time that we're talking about, that the Lord, if you count the gnomes are going to start right there above the Fayum. The Fayum is still part of the. I'm telling you, go look at a gnome map. You're going to see that the Fayum is still.
I'm not going.
I know.
That's
I
fine.
got it.
I ain't going to argue every detail.
That's why I said we can go forward.
I ain't going to argue every detail.
Okay, right.
So, and I showed you that article, and you said you saw that video. So I want you to go ahead and y'all, for the audience, for the listening audience, right? Go ahead and check that article out and check that video out, right? Let me come. This is good. It talks about Nakata here. Nakata is a very nuanced point because these people. Let's see. Nakata culture is an archaeological culture in the Chalcolithic. Pre-dynastic Egypt. This is around circa 4,000 to 3,000 BCE. Name for the town of Nakata, Quina, Governorate, or whatever. I don't know.
It is divided into three sub periods: Nakata 1, Nakata 2, and Nakata 3. A number of biological anthropologists studies have found Nakata skeletons remain to have clear African infinity. What do they mean by that?
No, they have a lot of sub-Saharan. These people in this period, see, we have to understand. She is not gonna let me. I'm telling you.
I mean, we find let her do one
thing. She just don't want me to talk. She is cool as long as I ain't talking. She good.
Well, what you want me to pick? You want me to finish reading, or there's something you got to say?
No, well, you can go ahead because I want you to read the part where it talks about the sub-Saharan.
Okay, well, just give me right where we.
Because they got mostly sub-Saharan.
That's what Badarian right there. See, they putting a Badarian off in that code. See that?
Yeah, but like I said, this is in chronological order too, and it's great. So yeah, they got the Badarian.
Right. Well, watch this, Corey. When you do your own research, the Stock already done this, and then you find out which one of those cultures that they're putting in the Nakata culture. Find out where is the most northern border within those civilizations, and then you come back one day if you're an honest man and tell me where that border is at. See what I'm saying? This is how I'm gonna be honest with you. You don't be waiting for somebody to tell you some stuff that you really gonna have to figure out on your own, right? You can't be listening to nobody else because sometimes people just don't know. They be on here talking like they know, but they really don't know. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. You can't listen to everybody.
Hold on, let me ask you a question. What culture starts with the mixed culture outside of this culture that y'all talking about? What culture doesn't use the likeness and affinities and the close proximity for them to create a culture? What culture outside of this Egyptian culture that had done it in a mixed way outside of Egypt?
Genghis
I'm
Khan.
not understand.
Genghis
Can you
Khan.
reword that question a little bit?
Genghis
Oh,
Khan.
okay.
Khans. Genghis
I
Khan.
see what you're saying.
No. But see, I already did told you, Stu Peas, that they use the phenotypical differences between, because they had a close they were admixed with the Persian, Turkish people and the Asians. That made them look different from the Asians that they attacked later on. You see what I'm saying? So they use, this is how humans do. They use their phenotypical likeness to say that they are a certain species within the human race. This is how we do things. And then once you come up with that, based on numbers, you can start running shit. You see what I'm saying? That's how I go. Now, if you look at the proximity of what they say in this culture starts there, you will see that it's a green part down in that southern part. So that means that life could be more plentiful down there in the southern region than it would be on what you calling Egypt's land, which ain't nothing but a desert with a strip of fresh water running through it from south to north. So which one of them countries you think would get stronger first? Which one of them countries fail last? See, these are the type of things that you got to put together yourself, Corey. And when you start to answer those type of questions for yourself, you're going to say, well, you know what? Them people in the South, which they've been subjugating and calling us all Africans, which was what we claiming, because we're displaced people, we claim the totality of Africa. Because we don't know where we come from. We don't got to just claim West Africa, because we don't know what part of West Africa we from. We claim the whole thing.
Listen to this, because this is the Nakata, which gave rise to the Tazian, right? So we'll read the Nakata real quick, and then we'll go into the Tazian. I think this is important, especially to you. I think you gonna enjoy this one myself. Go ahead. Can you read it? Can you read this one? The Nakata one.
You talking about naphtha?
I mean, not. I'm saying not. I'm saying not. Yeah, naphtha plier. I'm tripping.
Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. It says was once a large internal drained basin in the Nubian desert, located approximately 800 kilometers south of modern day Cairo. Now, I don't know what they mean. It says, or about 100 kilometers west of Abu Simbel in southern Egypt. It says, I don't know what that means, 22.51.
And when they say southern Egypt,
but that's probably the proximity. But anyway, it says, today the region is characterized by numerous archaeologist sites. It says naphtha plier with the agricultural site, one of the earliest of the Egyptian Neolithic period, is dated in circa 7500 BC. Also,
stop right there, James. Stop right there, James. See, we definitely have to understand, like, we have to keep these dates, because it's like we bleeding everything together, and that's what Brendan was trying to point out earlier when he brought up his thing. So I just want to make sure that we not blending, everything together, right? These cultures are it's calling it naphtha plier, right? This is the naphtha plier culture, right? The really the Tazian culture, really. So we have to understand that. And it says also excavations from naphtha plier located about 100 kilometers west of Abu Simbel, for example, suggest that the Neolithic inhabitants of the region were migrants of sub-Saharan Africa. You see what I'm saying? Now you have to understand what they're saying there. You know what I mean? You see what I'm saying?
Hold on. Go back again. So you said, where did you say that at? Because I'm trying to read. You said something about migrants.
It says I'm gonna go back up to it, because you stopped at circa 7500, right?
Okay, yeah.
You stopped at, right? It says Egyptian Neolithic period is dated to circa 7500 BCE, and it gives you some hyperlinks there. It says also excavation Naphtali, located about 100 kilometers west of Abu Simbel, for example, suggests that the Neolithic inhabitants of the region were migrants of sub-Saharan Africa. You see what I'm saying? So you have to read things in a way, and I brought that so that you could see. I wanted to highlight the sub-Saharan part because I'm not trying to be dishonest to you, James. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm trying. My thing is trying to get to the truth. That's all I'm trying to get to. I ain't trying to. I don't need. I just want to say, James, I don't need to win a debate with anybody. I don't need to do that. You know what I'm saying? That's not my need or my purpose or my goal or my validation. I'm not going to get any validation from that. I'm not looking for any validation. Just so people know that, right? It says the Tazian culture was the next in Upper Egypt. You see what I'm saying? They give rise. These cultures give rise to the next cultures, right? It's not all happy. You can't just say, well, the culture came from the top. You just can't say simple shit like that.
What would be great if we one day, man, I know you're going to do your presentation later, but let me give you a suggestion. When they start to show, because this is what I do in my research, and maybe I have to do this on my own if you can't do it. But when they start talking about where the barriers were found at, we need the map to show where.
Right. So we're gonna pull up Naphtali. We're gonna pull up these things here in a minute. Just give me a second here, because I'm leading up to something.
We on the same page, baby.
Yeah, and I'm leading up to something because I've had an overall argument throughout this whole argument, right, James? And I don't want to veer off of that. I want y'all to nail me down, because I've said things over time, over these past, let's say 6 months or to a year or whatever, whatever number you want to put on it. I have said things, right, James?
Right. It's on the record.
It's on the record. And so I don't want to be trying to put myself where I'm not nailed down to those things that I say. You see what I'm saying? I don't want to be able to wiggle out of that. You know what I mean, James? That's not what I'm here to do. If I said something, I want to stand there, and then I want to be proven wrong, and then I want people to see me move off of that.
That's right.
That's what's virtuous to me, James.
Indeed.
That's the thing that's virtuous, not standing firm in the face of evidence. That's not the virtuous thing to do to me, James. Exactly. Just to let you know that. Yeah. So, and it goes into the black.